May the Noble Triple Gem bless you. And first of all, let's all worship Buddothpada Aryan Mahanse's feet, our noble friend, for all his kindness and selfless service to share this beautiful message of Gautama Buddha Sasana with the entire mankind. So every day, these sermons on Buddothpada 24-hour English Zoom discussion is conducted by Dhamma friends, actually followers of Buddothpada sermons under the guidance of Buddothpada Aryan Mahasi. So we have actually looked at uh, this true Dhamma from numerous perspectives, because as we all know, all 84,000 Dhamma discourses of Gautama Buddhirajanan Mahanse revolves around a single stimulus. So the basis of this Dhamma is understanding or realizing the emptiness or nothingness or the absence of the self. So this should be basically done in three, actually it happens in three stages. First and foremost, in Lord Buddha's words, it's the Satya. The second stage is Krutya and the third is Krutak. So Satya or truth here means the first stage, that is one should listen to sermons as much as possible. So by listening, the wisdom arises, and this nothingness should be experienced through wisdom. It can be discerned only through wisdom. It is not the absence of certain formations that we have been associating with, or certain, let's say, certain formations made up of certain elements, like we call them as four great elements or eight pure elements. Those entities formed out of them will continue to be there in the sense not as entities that we think, but certain formations will arise if the six sense faculties function properly. So this Dhamma helps us to understand the nothingness or emptiness of everything, actually, that is when the defilements or the desires, delusion and hatred, in other words, defilements or thought power, will go down and down. Actually, the thought power diminishes when the wisdom arises. Thought power is nothing other than the defilements. So defilements are the manifest form of chains, the dormant kind of defilements. Dormant we can still call the dormant or latent kind of defilements that telepathizes into the zygote. When the sperm and the ovum come together, the first cell, unified cell formed is the zygote, and there certain vibration happens but they are so passive. That vibration is so passive. Although it telepathizes with all attributes or all characteristics of this long cycle of life and death of a certain system, until the six sensory faculties begin to function of the new system, they remain so passive, dormant, latent. So when the new system begins to function, that is, in Lord Buddha's words, the birth, real birth, is the birth of the I. I here represents all sense faculties. So these sense faculties may be eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, or the mind. So when a single sense faculty begins to function, the tones or the vibration that telepathized into the zygote also begins to have a kind of effect on that. The power of the thought that arose with the functioning of the first sense faculty is exactly what was vibrated or what was telepathized into the zygote. So this is very kind of surprising in a way. This is for us, of course, it's perfectly new knowledge for us. Although we have listened to them, honestly, if I like recall my experience, if somebody still wonders why we are so much into Buddothpada sermons, we had the real need to find a lasting solution for this suffering, because we were actually somehow we got that message even in the childhood that we are going to go on this deadly or terrifying cycle of life and death unless and until we realize the true Dhamma and be committed to realize it. So we were like, and also we have to, there's in Buddhism, we were told that there are uh, two main aspects or main areas that a disciple or some a Buddhist should cover or involve in. That is Amisha Puja and Pratipatti Puja. So one thing they said, it's making offerings, building temples, making donations, helping the poor, all sorts of good deeds, meritorious deeds. And the other thing they said, Pratipatti Puja, we have to practice, we have to involve in the meditation. But so we did. The thing was, we did everything with a strong self-perception. Isn't it ironic? We were trying to drive away the self-perception, unknowingly energizing it through good deeds. A good self was maintained, good image, good soul always tries to listen to good of that person or appreciation, admiration, even without expecting anything. The self we itself looked for uh, being good, wanted to be good. The person was there. But for the first time, although they talked about diminishing of defilements, this desire or craving, hatred, delusion, we thought we have to achieve this goal just by giving up material wealth that we had or donating material things. We tried to get rid of craving, uh, practice, actually, to practice non clinging by giving everything away, like material wise. And hatred also, we thought we should spread loving kindness to the people around us and people or all sentient beings everywhere. I mean, anywhere in the universe. Then delusion also, not to be deceived by things. So the problem was we were practicing Dhamma as a person and in association with the things, a world around us, the temples, monks, poor people, rich people, the desperate ones, so on and so forth. So, for the first time in Buddothpada sermons, we heard that only message with this there had never been a self. There was never a self. It was a big mistake. It is the vibration that telepathized into the zygote that made you feel as if you are there. So this mystery was revealed to ordinary masses. I mean, from the mother who works in the chain or let's say kind of cultivation, land, cultivated land, or who involves in paddy cultivation or any vegetable cultivation, to the PhD holder. So this true message was not restricted to a certain group. Now you can see now this goes beyond the language barrier even. That is why Aryan Hanse initiates this 24-hour Zoom discussion in English, although there are difficulties. There are difficulties because our mother tongue is also Sinhala. Aryan Hanse's mother tongue is also Sinhala, but he has such a big heart, of course, not as a person, out of immense kindness, this selfless nature. Actually, his love and kindness cannot be defined in words, because now we have heard Gautama Buddhacharya Vahanse how much he tried to relieve the sufferings of the people. I mean, from the people who, I mean, garbage collectors, cleaners, to even the kings. So, same Aryan Vahanse is a true Buddha Putra, son of Buddha, because he always wants to uh, do the justice to Buddhist philosophy. That's what he says. So we can trust at all times, and because it becomes self-evident to us. So we actually, it is a very methodical system that RNHC has introduced to spread this word all around the world, because we have a group of huge team, honestly speaking, people from all around the world who have listen to True Dhamma for like 4 to 5 years. Senior Dhamma friends, they guide the new ones and they always facilitate others. It's a kind of huge group of people working together to end the sufferings. So it's a very beautiful opportunity that is available for everyone. So let's be committed actually, as I first mentioned, listening to True Dhamma. Although there is a language barrier, we try our best to explain the uniqueness of the Buddhist philosophy, the fact that it never talks about existence. It is all about non-existence, non-self nature, non-soul nature. And to understand that it is a system that operates. It's like a robot. This body is merely a robot. Only difference is that vibration telepathized into the zygote. It has some effect. That's the only difference. But when you know the truth, when you realize the truth, gradually that power diminishes by itself. So uh, today also I would like to uh, discuss what this Dhamma is. What is the true Buddhist philosophy? If we summarize it with 2 lines, that's Nissato Nistivo Shunyo. There is no life, no sentient being, no person, there's emptiness only. And chittena niyati loko. Whatever thing we think will appear to be there. Otherwise, there are mere formations of or depictions of certain vibrations all around us. So just listening to this will not help because we have been associating with our family, our lovers, partners, husbands, wives, parents, kids, teachers, community, then all household appliances, buildings, houses, roads, gardens, nature, everything for a long time, uh, thinking or believing that they exist. But it is very sad. We have been totally deceived due to our inability to understand the deceitful nature of the sense faculties. They are totally responsible for creating a non-existing world for us. So there are certain things that we have to untangle by listening to True Dhamma. So this Buddhist philosophy or the doctrine of Lord Buddha clearly exemplifies that you never truly experience external entities. Only the thoughts and perceptions formed through sensory input. And sense faculties arise based on the 5 aggregates, that is, speedy occurrence of vibrations. And these aggregates are the root of all experience, that is, form, feeling, perception, mental formations, and the consciousness. That is the basis of all formations. Actually, these aggregates, not that these aggregates are somewhere out there, they also arise due to conditions. because this is cause and effect Dhamma. When there are certain causes, the effect will be there. So, due to the speed of vibration at the sense doors or sense faculties, feeling arises, feeling gives rise to perception. When perception arises repeatedly, it forms into mental formations. The sense of a thing or an object is what we call consciousness. Now, just do this experiment, although we cannot, since it happens at such a great speed, like in a fraction of a millisecond, everything happens. So we cannot see the rising and ceasing of phenomena or stimuli. Technically, we say we must have the wisdom to see the rising and ceasing of stimuli like Udevya Jnana, but that should be discerned through wisdom. That is why listening to Dhamma is extremely important. You listen to the message, then the wisdom gradually arises. You contemplate, then the wisdom gradually arises to see everything through yourself. So, the perception itself is just a thought, a mental image, like a dream. This repeat because every day we discuss this. We cannot discuss anything else actually because this is the truth. We have to understand the stimulus or the thought creation or how this feeling, how this uh, existence feeling arises. That is the power generated in the stimulus. When the stimulus becomes real, that is interaction of vibrations of opposing polarities. That power is the self power or the thought power that results in the self existence feel. So, if you look around, you might definitely, I can't say look around. If you just open your eyes, if your ear functions, nose functions, tongue functions, body functions, lot of formations will arise. So, are we going to say no? No, even Buddothpada himself says trees, buildings, computers, phones, books, they remain the same. Then what perishes or what diminishes? That is the strong feeling that it's there, that value attributed to everything. Value itself is the defilements. So that is why at the beginning also I said we talk about emptiness with everything around. That means emptiness that can be experienced when defilements become zero. What is empty is the defilements, that attachment or aversion. Otherwise, we do not talk about nothingness, emptiness in relation to visual formations or other formations that arises in sense faculties. Sense faculties function, but you cannot still see the things that you think they are. Now, now you see the image of the book, it's for the eye, it's a bunch of colors. For the body, it's some. Now I'm touching a book, it's hardness of the cover, then smell only. If you lick it, some taste, mind, or the sound arises book all together gives us an impression that a book exists as a thing. So we should be able to dissect them, dissect the sensory inputs. So if we take another entity, now, um, yeah, spectacles. It's hardness when I touch, it's just the hardness felt by the body. So eye, some colors, some shape only, nose, some smell, tongue, some kind of taste, and spectacles, the ear, the sound. That's that combination. When those sensory inputs converge, it generates or it results in generating a very thick image, three-dimensional image, which is not true. So we have to untangle this knot very carefully. Listening to Dhamma is the only part. So let's go further in this same aspect. Let's try to understand how this thingness arises. The feeling of thingness itself is bhava or becoming. When we have this, I mean, we all experience a certain subtle knowing that I am there and the external world is there. But we should remember this I is only like a camera. I functions like a camera. It doesn't belong to a self. Ignorantly, we used to call my eyes, your eyes, her eyes, his eyes. But if the eye is open, the what happens? Seeing cannot be prevented. Seeing is inevitable. So, if ignorantly someone feels as if the things formed in the eye consciousness as existing, that itself leads to becoming, that is going on and on in the cycle of life and death. So the shape of light is what the eye receives, perceives, and comes to know. The feeling of light itself is visual consciousness. We cannot, I mean, talk about objects, entities, people, because what the eye perceives is some shape of light. Even in the shape of light, there is feeling, perceiving, and knowing. So without objectifying, without identifying anything, even the seeing, knowing of seeing gives us the impression that light exists. Always we are caught by this existence field. Ditte ditta mattam. In seeing, there will be only seeing. The sensitivity of color, sound. So that is what Gautama Buddhachanan Vahanse preached. Bahya Daru Kiriya. When actually he was wearing the attire of a king, but with that he became a fully awakened person by just understanding, just realizing this message of Gautama Buddhachanan Vahanse then and there, ditte ditta mattam. Seeing is only seeing. You cannot extend it to seeing objects, seeing people, but we do extend ignorantly. That's the ignorance. In the sensitivity of all aspects, color, sound, smell, taste, touch, there arise feeling. That is, something is there. That knowing arises. That is the consciousnesses of each sense faculties. Eye consciousness, ear consciousness makes us feel as if there's something to listen to. Tongue consciousness gives us the feeling that there is something to taste it, there is something to smell, there's something to think about. So this thingness, finding things in three-dimensional nature is the biggest barrier for someone to see the truth. So this again can be uh, beaten, be actually not beating, can be realized only by listening to Dhamma. Listening to Dhamma is the most important part of the path, wisdom of truth. Then you got to practice, enter the practical approach, practical path, Nibbana path, because island wide one day meditation programs are available for you. So, even very recently, there was a practical program in Melbourne. So it will spread more and more. In every nook and corner of the world, there will be practical programs for that krutya part, conscious practicing of nothingness of the external world, nothingness of the mind, and the fact that there is a system and non-soul experience. So this is the path prescribed by Gautama Buddhachanan Vahanse. So if there is no engagement at the sensory faculty level, there is only sensitivity. Seeing and hearing are just natural phenomena. There are no things, only pure sensitivity. That is what we have to understand. How did it become a thing? In the sensory faculties, various vibrations converge, giving rise to the vibration of thingness. From this mental energy is generated. That's the mental energy, is the thought power, is the self-perception, is the defilements, is the burning sensation. So that is the ultimate goal of any practitioner, diminishing the thingness, feeling of thingness, so that out there, so that the existence feel of that particular person will diminish. When the same experience repeats, the mind begins to cling. That is because in mental formations, it is not just single vibration coming in contact, a beam of vibrations, a flow of vibrations, unending flow of vibrations arise. So one begins to feel as if something is out there. This is the nature of going with the current. Yeah. When you go with the current, everything happens believing in the existing world. So that is the problem. That is why people cannot attain Nibbana nowadays. I mean, in the past 30, 40 decades, n- what happened to Buddhism? Through Buddhism, was there any guidance on insight, penetrative insight? Sadly, there wasn't. So for such a person, the external world appears real and one becomes entangled everywhere. Antojata bahijata. External world is real, self is real. To untangle this, one needs the noble conduct, that is to penetrate through the stimulus, through wisdom, not mechanical, which leads to seeing both the arising and ceasing of the stimulus. When one sees a stimulus as merely combination of sound, color, the illusion of thingness disappears. That is the beauty of this. There is no other way of eradicating the sensation of thingness. In constructions formed by converging vibrations or perceptions like tables, chairs, mother, one cannot separate the individual vibrations. Sound is one vibration, color is another, but in the chair that arises from their fusion, the two cannot be separated. That is the biggest trick. Though we know this knowledge wise, while listening to sermons, everybody knows how the self is created, how the self view is created, how the mechanism, sorry, function of the sense faculties happen, so on and so forth. So this is why it is said that name and form, nama rupa, cannot be separated. When there is a vibration, it arises. When there is a stimulus, it is formed. So that in a way is the nature. Imagine giving a lump of clay to someone. They use it to create various shapes, pots, pans, vases, oranges, and so on. What is formed is not just from clay, but from the mental image in that person's mind. Can you imagine now somebody, we can do this with kids, of course. There are some natural clay, almost like artificial clay, easy to handle. So when somebody gives the lump of clay and asks you to draw a butterfly, we believe ignorantly all 50 of the class draw the same butterfly. No, they have what telepathizes into their system is their unique experiences of the butterflies. So the system comes into work and go on doing. So imagine, yeah, that is a lump of clay, and similarly, insects like bees and termites build their homes according to their internal feeling, not from an external blueprint. Yeah, it's because they don't have a big mind, but they experience, definitely experience the world in different ways. Now, clay, insects like bees and termites build their homes according to their internal feeling, not from an external blueprint, but from the mind. Even if a person who once had vision goes blind, can't they still form an apple out of clay? What guides the shaping is not the external object but the mental image. Even if we are blindfolded and given objects, we can still recognize them. If asked to shape something out of clay, we can still do it. All these sound, colors, smell, taste are tactile forms, are not external things, but mental images that are felt and unknown internally. So, the summary is, if a stimulus is perceived as a thing, one should contemplate it. The feeling of existence is the perception of bhava. Feeling of existence itself is the perception of bhava, becoming. To be free from the sense of thingness, one must realize the truth. The splitting of Sri Brahmin's head into seven parts symbolizes the demolition of ignorance through the seven factors of enlightenment. Through this, he begins to use actually the splitting of now Bhavari Brahmin's head into seven parts symbolizes the demolition of ignorance through the seven factors of enlightenment, Sapta Bhujanga. Through this, he begins to see the state of non vibration, that is the ultimate goal. That is why, if you are here, you are listening to this sermon. That is why I am trying to explain this message. That is the ultimate truth. The arising of thickness is the same phenomenon as seeing of firing when a fireball is spun, a mere illusion created by speed and continuity. Yeah. Now, seeing the laptop, seeing the phone, seeing this hand, it is nothing but speedy occurrence of some vibrations, and well, it's the same phenomenon. Now, if someone rotates a fireball, you end up seeing a fire ring. So similarly, since these rising and ceasing of vibrations happen so fast, no way that you can like identify that they are separate stimuli. They come as one thick three-dimensional image due to ignorance, this extreme speed of the vibrations. When one sees the truth, it is like seeing the emptiness at the point where the stimulus does not become a thing. That is the emptiness that we are repeatedly talking about. It is not demolition of everything, the universe. I mean, entire universe. If it begins to become, if it becomes ashes, still this system will be fully destroyed, but that vibration that telepathized into the zygote will telepathize into another zygote. That's as simple as that. When one sees the truth, it is like seeing the emptiness at the point where the stimulus does not become a thing. That is the ultimate goal. When we say there is nothing, it does not mean the absence of entities like tables, chairs, mothers, or father. That is not the point I highlighted at the beginning also. because experiencing emptiness with everything around, that is, emptiness means emptiness of power, self perception. What is meant is that when one truly experiences nothingness, only the inner burning or craving and desire for the stimulus disappears. In fact, Dhamma itself points to the truth that there is nothing to cling to. Yeah. Lord Buddha expounded the Dhamma that avoids the two extremes of eternalism. Eternalism, the belief there is, and annihilationism. Annihilationism is there isn't. That is another school of thought. Annihilationism, that is not our Dhamma in the sense the Buddhist philosophy. We don't talk about there is, there isn't, or as world is real or world is not real. That's not the point. You should see through yourself how come it is false, how come it is not there. That research, Arya Parveshana, should be done by everyone who has some passion to understand or realize through them. So, monks, it is mistaken to assert either that there is something or there is nothing. Lord Buddha declared that the world, as it is commonly perceived with fixed independent things, does not truly exist in that way. So that's interesting. Uppada panyayati, vayo panyayati, anatatan Panyayati. What is known is only arising, passing away, and changing. No fixed thing truly exists. In other words, nothing exists. What we perceive as existence is only the illusion created by the rapid arising and vanishing of phenomenon like sparks flashing so quickly that they seem continuous. So, this explains very beautifully how we got entangled in this non-real world. So, the rapid flow of water is called a river. Do you agree? Is there a river truly out there? Or it's just water droplets, millions, billions of water droplets moving? That's it. Just based on these patterns, we believe in fixed existence. The mind is not a permanent thing. Because of the rapid resonance or continuity of mental processes, it appears as though there is a stable mind. But in truth, we should not fall into the view that there is a mind or there is no mind. That's very, very important. The right understanding is to realize its nature beyond these two extremes. This is the liberating insight or penetrative insight. The moment we perceive that there is something on the other side of experience, the sense of self arises. If we experience something, so the person who experiences is it there. So it's extremely important to read certain chapters. So today we discussed what Dhamma means, looking at it from a different angle and different, although I say different angle, it is the core Buddhist principle that will be the content of any sermon. So when one realizes the Dhamma, there is no longer perception of external things. Everything is seen as a manifestation of the mind. The dualities and extremes dissolve. As a result, the sense of existence begins to fade, and along with it, the illusion of a soul or self. The transformation doesn't happen instantly. That is the truth. This doesn't happen instantly. You have to be patient. So, when one realizes the Dhamma, there is no longer a perception of external things. Everything is seen as a manifestation of the mind. This becomes self evident. Whatever we see, whatever we hear, it's a manifestation of the mind. The dualities and extremes dissolve. Yeah, I seeing something that will not be there. I tasting something won't be there. I seeing something won't be there. Only the sense experience will be there without the involvement of the self. The dualities and extremes dissolve. As a result, sense of existence begins to fade. And along with it, the illusion of a soul or self. This transformation doesn't happen instantly. It takes time. Mindfulness plays a vital role. As mindfulness deepens the pull of external stimuli, whereas excitement fades and the speed of thought processes begins to slow down. One who has not let go of attachment to the external world cannot realize Nibbana. That I highlight it again. One who has not let go of attachment to the external world cannot realize Nibbana because the worldly perceptions are there thickly. As long as things remain held in the mind, they are inevitably recreated. The non-returner is one who no longer gives rise to such recreations. Yeah. But the non-returner is the third level of the path. This beautiful path to Nibbana is categorized into four categories. So that is stream enterer, four phases rather, categories. Stream enterer, once returner, non-returner, and arahant. So one who is in the ground of non-returner is freed from both the external world and the internal clinging of the mind. He experiences the deep tranquility and lightness of true liberation. With that, the cycle of birth and death comes to an end. That is the ultimate goal. The, the liberation from the terrifying cycle of life and death. So when we think so, it's so complicated. But if it is to train your mind actually or the sense faculties to see the truth of the stimulus, that there is nothing in the stimulus, what a world this would be. So chittera niyati loko, isn't it? Now it's I doesn't say it's a tree, it's the mind that says it's a tree. Not just tree, my dear, any entity, husband, wife, child, school, Matara, Sri Lanka, USA, Donald Trump, Iran, America, Australia, New Zealand, England, whatever, they are just empty or mental constructs. Mental constructs. So, experience one who is in the path experiences the deep tranquility and lightness of the liberation, true liberation. With that, the cycle of birth and death comes to an end. So it it is extremely important to understand the creation of the mind and creation, because it's the creation of the self itself. So today also, as usual, we tried to explore further to understand what this true Buddhist philosophy is. So we have made all these projections of the sense faculties so real. We happily believe that I live in this world, and one day I am going to leave this world. When my life come to an end, it's going to be a very sad experience. So to be born in a better realm, I must accumulate merits after merit, so doing meritorious deeds, like being crazy. So when we say, yes, you can end the suffering, you can uh, end the cycle of life and death by seeing through the stimulus, isn't it magical? But that is the truth. That is the truth, pure truth. So let's all work together, work together to get rid of this notion of self and to fully understand that it is a robot or a mere system. So the big picture is available. There are no gaps, no gaps. And Aryan Vanse is there to guide everyone. So without a delay, make a decision, because it's a matter of life and death. That is why this entering into the path is extremely important. So I wind up this talk here, worshipping once again Buddothpada Aryan Vanse's feet. You are a great, noble friend, and thank you so much for guiding us in every way possible and monitoring everything and trying to spread this beautiful message of Dhamma in such a methodical manner. Theruvan Saranai, and Theruvan Saranai to all Dhamma friends, and see you tomorrow at the same time.
Bless you all. Therwan Saranai Arenhansa, may I pay homage at your feet. Therwan Saranai, everyone. So now we know that the world is created by our senses. Eye creates the seeing world. Ear creates the hearing world. Tongue creates the taste world. Nose creates the world of smell. Body creates the feeling of hot and cold. And mind creates the thoughtful world. So we know that the world is created by our senses. Lord Buddha said, I is your world. So even though we think this is a simple message, it gives a vast meaning, isn't it? We know that the baby in the cot, though his senses are working, still the thoughtful world is not created for him, isn't it? But he also feels when hungry, feels the pain if a needle pricks, or he feels an insect bite. And when he is happy, he smiles. When he is sad or uncomfortable, actually, he cries. So we say he has a radiant mind. What is this radiant mind? Radiant mind is pure. It's pure like a white sheet. No defilements whatsoever. But he also feels the light. He also feels the sound, the smell, taste, hot and cold. He feels that something is there. But still, he can't identify it, isn't it? So, if someone is interested to know how the mind is created, he can go back to the radiant mind, the baby in the cot. So, then we can observe. So, baby in the cot, he does not have any suffering, isn't it? So, even though the war is going around, he has some disaster in the family, he actually has no idea. So what does he want? He wants only some milk when he is hungry and to sleep, isn't it? He only needs food, protection and some place to sleep. So there is no suffering. So even if he is taken to another country and raised by a different type of parents, will he know? No, he won't know it. So we can see that all are perceptions. In other words, if we go deep and see, all are vibrations. Vibrations in the senses. But we know that babies do some actions later in life, isn't it? Like turning to sides, lifting the head, crawling, moving the hands and legs, sitting down, also standing up, by holding to something. Though he has not given any names to these actions, he does it automatically, isn't it? So where does this power come from? There should be some power, isn't it? So this power is the Shastrava power, the vibration. So now we can see that for the baby, we can't actually implement a world. So Lord Buddha said, the birth of your I is your birth. So how does this happen? So this means the child has to identify the things to implement a world for him. For example, say we keep a phone near a baby in the cot. He will not even look at it, isn't it? But if we give it to his hands, what will happen? He will obviously grab it with both hands. He will turn it around, put it in his mouth. So if there's a music, he will listen to it. And once you try to take it back, he will definitely hold into it tightly, isn't it? And he might even cry. So that is the Shastrava Swabhavaya, or the glue for the attachment. But he does not give any value to it. And he does not know what is it. He does not know what is it at all, isn't it? So say the phone is given to a 1-year-old child. He now knows something about this. He knows actually what about toys. So he might think it is a toy. And he might play with it. Sometimes he might try to talk to it. So he also will cry when someone tries to take it back. But still, he does not give any value to it, isn't it? So he might even hit it on the ground and break it. So what will happen? The father or the mother will be very angry because they have given a value to the phone. But the child, he does not have any value. But if we take an older child, he knows that this phone, he knows this is a phone, isn't it? And he might know that his father is using it. But still he does not give much value. Maybe his toys, maybe a toy car, is more valuable for him. So what happens if he breaks it? The father or the mother will shout at him and say, "Don't break it, it is very valuable." So now the child knows it is something valuable and must protect it. So what happens at the Montessori level? At the Montessori age, he is introduced to colors and sounds and shapes. So the colorful world is created. So the color vibration, sound vibration, and also smell, taste, feel, all the vibrations merges into make a new vibration, a thought. Likewise, the thoughtful world is created. So more and more repeated thoughts makes a powerful self. Self who sees, hears, smells, tastes, feel and think. I see, I hear, I smell, I talk, I feel, I think, I taste. So the self is created. So here we can see that the world and me are created at the same moment. Moment to moment, this world is created by one of the senses. So our noble friend Buddothpada Wahanse explains that this happens due to a speedy vibration. So now we know that if we take the radiant mind again, so even the speedy vibration happens, it does not merge together. So if we take the radiant mind again, so the baby did not have any suffering. Now we know why he did not have any suffering. But he felt hunger, he felt pain, and felt that something is there, isn't it? The light is there, the sound is there, he felt something. But he did not have a world created by thoughts, isn't it? But what happens once he grows up? So once he grows up and the mind sensor is created and the self also is created then and there. So then his world becomes real. He has this alive feeling. The world is there and I am here looking at trees and houses, cars, mother, father, everything. But it is very important to understand that there are no two different entities as world and you. You are the world and the world is you. Which means whatever the stimuli that comes through any of the senses, if it becomes a thing to you or it's become real to you, you are born in that thought. So if someone does not know how this world is created due to this speedy vibration, the suffering is inevitable because the world is real to him. Say example, you see a flower. If the flower becomes real to you, so the self also created. Here what we should know, how this self is created. If somebody gets the feel of the burning sensation or the fire within, so he might go into thought strings like I should pluck that flower, or I have to buy another pot like this. So it might go on and on, isn't it? So this thought, the thought power towards the flower is your samsaric journey, the fire within. You feel it. So, for example, before I listened to Buddothpada sermons, I had this experience. I used to maintain a garden. So I had this habit of collecting beautiful flowers, and I used to buy it. Wherever we go, I used to buy some plants. So if I was interested in a particular plant, I would search for it, and somehow I will buy it. But after listening to Buddothpada sermons, slowly but gradually but steadily also, this kind of habit disappeared. So likewise, everyone has these habits. Actually, when we talk about the mind is a bunch of habits, isn't it? So, for example, some have the habit of waking up early. Some like to study continuously or do a job continuously, even after retirement. Some have the habit of reading. So you must have seen in other countries, usually in the train or the metro, they usually read a book or a paper or a magazine. And some have the habit of being healthy, eating healthy food, walking, exercising, going to gym. Likewise, some work to some work to a timetable. So it is like a routine for them. Without this routine, they won't do anything. Some, as a habit, they are untidy. Some like to keep the places tidy and neat. So some like homemade food, a healthy meal. So likewise we can go on and on, isn't it? And sometimes these habits interferes with other people's lifestyle also, isn't it? So if we talk about parenting, some parents are very strict. They are very strict to their children. So maybe their parents were strict to them too. So they were brought up like that. So as a habit, they do the same thing. So actually what I wanted to highlight is that once you understand this Dhamma and see that there's actually nothing in a thought, this power for the thought will start to diminish. If we further analyze how this power is created to the thought. So for example, if we take a wall which is in front of me, so I see the wall. With the wall, me is also created. Me who sees the wall. There is no other me. So in this example, the wall is me. So we take another example. There is a sound of a radio. So this moment, that radio is me. Likewise, if we take smell, I get the smell of jasmine flower. So at this moment, jasmine flower is me. So say I'm thinking of the war now. So the war is me. So what I wanted to say is that what you see, what you hear, what you smell, what you taste, what you feel, what you think, it is me, the self. Me, my mind is born in one thought, in one vibration. Say if the particular thought becomes a thing, say the sound of the radio became a thing, and you feel a burning sensation within. So because it is disturbing, it is so loud, it is noisy. So likewise, if it becomes a thing, that is the power, the self vibration. So if we further analyze, if there is a thing, there is also a me. Both creates at the same time. It's like the two sides of a coin. Me who sees, me who hears, me who smells, me who tastes, me who feels, me who thinks. Likewise, the me also creates. So Lord Buddha said, if there's a thing, there is you. Which means there should be something relative for me to be born. So likewise, if there is something to see, then there is me who sees it. If there is something to hear, then there is me who listens to it. If there is something to smell, there is me who smells it. If there is something to taste, then there is me who tastes it. If there is something hot or cold you feel, then there is me who feels it. So likewise, if there is something to think, then there is me who is thinking. So how much value you give to that thing, there is a powerful me as well in the other side. In other words, if the world is real, to you, there's obviously me there. So this Satya Jnana part is very important. How this me is created, how the soul is created. So if you take something as real and give it a value, that is me. We should know this. This is very important. And actually there is no separate entities as outside and me. It is the same. So we have to contemplate on this. Otherwise, one can't attain Nibbana. because Nibbana is not something one has to go and find somewhere, someplace. It is within you at this moment, a moment to moment creation. So if there is a outside world, there is a duality always. So the tree is there, I am here. There is always two sides. If there is two sides, there is no Nibbana. Etang mama in Pali, which means I am there. So for example, if we take the tree, we know that the tree is created with sound and colors. And if we analyze further, sound vibration, color vibration, taste, smell, feel, everything merge to create this thought of tree. And the same moment, the me is also created. So what I wanted to highlight is that the world is a thoughtful world, which means whatever you see, hear, smell, taste, feel or think, it is the world. So the mind consciousness is such that it always creates this duality. It is the illusion. So to see through this illusion, one needs wisdom, because this mind consciousness creates this duality always. So our noble friend Buddothpada Aryan Mahansa explains that as long as there is a duality, there is a current, which in other words, it's the power. So in every vibration, there is a power. So if there is no fire, no burning to a particular vibration, me also not born in that particular vibration either. So we have to contemplate on how this me is created, isn't it? How the alive feel is created, and why we don't imply a soul to a tree. Say if we plant a mango seed, for after some time it will grow into a tall mango tree, isn't it? So it happens naturally. It also needs food and water. It gets water from the roots, food by photosynthesis. Old leaves falls down, new leaves comes up, flowers blooms. It also bears mango fruits. If we see, all this happens naturally, isn't it? It's a natural phenomena. So even if we pluck the mango fruits, or even if we cut the mango tree, nothing will happen, no? It does not have a mind consciousness. It does not have a soul. But in humans, we know how the mind is created through senses, how the power is created. So as we know, the vibrations of the senses merge into create the new vibration called the mind sensor, which means the mind power. So the me or the soul is created. We have the alive feeling because of this speedy vibrations. So this power gives the feeling of liveliness. So there is a living me. There is like a current. So this feeling that I am living, it is the current which runs underneath. So that's why we feel that everything is existing. So how this power gains? So when we were small, we didn't have a child, husband or anything, isn't it? But now we have a child, husband or a wife. So when it repeatedly comes, it gains more and more power. So we want to keep it. That is the power of the soul. Actually, all this creates naturally. It's a natural phenomena. So if we further analyze, and as our noble friend explains, this me is none other than the current itself. So actually there is no soul, it is a current. So we know that Lord Buddha has preached a never heard before Dhamma, isn't it? That is cause and effect Dhamma. So if the things we see, hear, smell, taste, feel or think becomes real, becomes a thing, it means that moment to moment the cause and effect Dhamma is creating. Cause is the thing, effect is the bhava or becoming. In other words, if it becomes a thing, automatically the samsaric circle is creating then and there. In other words, as long as the current, the power is there, the circle of birth creates. So it happens naturally and no one is doing it. And also no one can stop it. So the Sabbha Sankara, all the volitional formations created by words, actions or thoughts creates this power. So what can we do? We can only understand this process. How this mind is created due to speedy vibrations, how the power is created, how the soul is created. It is only a creation. Actually, there's nothing called me. It is a moment to moment creation, a current. It is the soul. So we feel like we are living due to this power, which happens due to the speed. So every vibration has this power. So we feel that the light, sound, smell, taste, feel all are existing. So we feel like the trees, houses, mother, father, children, husband, books, cars, sun, moon, all are existing. Imagine you are in a deep sleep, or you were given general anesthesia. So all your senses are numb, isn't it? Senses are, you can say, sleeping. So does the world exist then? The world does not exist to you. So where is this me? There is no me. Imagine somebody meets with an accident and was unconscious for a long time. If he wakes up, sometimes he forgets everything, isn't it? Including his name, his immediate family, even he forgets the time, anything, his name, everything he forgets. So what happens? He has to learn from the beginning, just like a child in the Montessori, with colors and sounds. Say he is a soldier who was found in another country, say in China, so he has to learn the Chinese language, isn't it? He will be given a new name, a Chinese name. So can we find a me there? No, we can't find a me. So just like the child, he has to learn everything from the beginning. So something very important that our noble friend Buddothpada highlights is that how the light and sound is creating. So light and sound also creates due to this speedy vibration then and there. No one is doing this. So nahidan attakatam bimbam, nahidam parakatam agam. Hetum paticca sambhuta, hetubhanga nirujjati. If there is a cause, things get created. And if there is no cause, there won't be a creation. No one is doing it. It is a natural phenomena. So like the creation of 4 seasons, creation of action and effect, creation of a germination of a seed, and the creation of the mind is a natural phenomena. It is a system, a process. So when we contemplate on this, we can feel that there is nothing called soul, but it is only a current or a power. Because of this current, we feel that things are existing and we are living. It is the self-vibration. It is a natural phenomenon. So this me is a current. So once you deeply concentrate and see through insight meditation, you will know, like everything else, the wall, the tree, the book, the phone, dog, animal, anything. Me is also a creation, a current, which creates moment to moment. Actually, there is nothing called me. If there is a thing, then the me is also there. So what we have to understand is that there is no separate me. If the tree feels existing, then me also there alive. Otherwise the tree is me. So when we talk about the senses again, the eye sensor sees, the ear sensor hears, the nose sensor smells, the tongue sensor tastes, the body sensor feels hot and cold, the mind sensor thinks. So that is their duty. So imagine we are eating a mango. We have the taste. We get only the taste. But the thought comes as, I am eating the mango, which is a sound and colors, which is a thought. I am eating mango is a thought, isn't it? So likewise, whatever we feel, say, those are thoughts. So to any thought, we tie this me as well, which becomes I see, I hear, I taste, I smell, I feel, and I think. So if we have eyes, we see. If we have ears, we hear. If we have nose, we smell. If we have a tongue, we taste. Likewise, if we have a mind, we think. So it all are natural phenomena and a system working. So imagine one is blind. He can't see. So he does not have the world created by the eyes. Say someone is deaf. He can't hear. So the world created by ears is not there. So imagine if someone's nose is blocked. So the world created by the nose is not there. If someone's tongue is burned, he can't taste. So the taste world is not there. Likewise, if someone is unconscious, the world created by thoughts also not there. All the senses are not working. So this also shows if there are no senses, the world is not created. And also a me also not created. In other words, as long as the senses are working, only that current, the power, is generating to function, isn't it? So where is this me? There is actually no me, isn't it? So one has to understand this through wisdom, that there is no self at all. So what happens once somebody sees that there is no self? So then the power which was created by the senses, through the senses, it will start to dissolve. And once you truly understand this, the illusion, the thoughtful world begins to break down. But actually it happens slowly. The power becomes less and less. And the wrong visions that everything is existing also breaks down. Also, the thought of wanting to keep things also diminishes, which means the self vibration diminishes. In other words, the me, my, mine, or the soul also diminishes. The mind power becomes less and less. So we know that to have a power, there should be two different ends, isn't it? So once the wrong vision of self is identified, then one becomes a stream enterer, which means he no longer has the thought of existent field. But yeah, this is not easy. So the example Lord Buddha has given is that one can find a needle in a pile of soil, but it also could happen, but then this is not easy to see the non-soul angle, to feel that there's no one existing. So this is very subtle, isn't it? So how do we identify this practically? So how to identify this practically? The excitement which was created by the senses starts to diminish. So for example, the things which you did repeatedly to enjoy life, or to keep you alive, or keep you going, that fades away. The habits, we talked about habits, the art you had, that also fades away. Maybe you were very strict about some things, or very particular about things. Maybe you were overthinking about things, or you had inside talking or vitakka. Maybe you used to call friends often. Maybe you were restless, nervous, depressed, irritable, angry, jealous of things, jealous of other people. These things begins to diminish and you feel it. The thought strings which was created for one thought also gets diminished. So as I said, the desires, ill will, hatred, jealousy, the defilements starts to fade away and you feel free of thoughts. But thoughts comes as usual, but there's no one to get attached or disattached to that particular thought. Also, the fire, the burning sensation you had also disappears gradually, but it happens gradually. So these are the things. So once you are in the path and with that internal transformation, especially you feel that the burning within is fading away. So what we have to know is that all these are happening naturally, not done by anybody. It is a system. What one has to do is to show the truth to the system. So you feel the power of the soul is getting less and less. So in the mundane world, it is actually the other way around. There are desires, ill will, hatred, jealousy, because the world is real to them. There is a powerful me. So the vibration is so powerful, the ego is so powerful to keep them satisfied. They might even kill people, start wars, destroy everything. But if somebody understands this wonderful Dhamma, that there is no self there to stimulate, all will be peaceful, isn't it? Now we know that with concentration meditation, one cannot practically experience this Dhamma. One can experience only through insight meditation and can practice in any position, either sitting, standing, walking or lying down. So this is insight meditation. So once you start insight meditation, the concentration meditation will also add itself. Yeah, automatically it will happen, which means samatha vipassana yugandan. What happens in concentration meditation, actually the self gets more powerful, because usually the outside world is real. But inside meditation, it builds up with the knowing of the dependent origination Dhamma with Four Noble Truths, which means it shows that the outside world is a thought and that thought also not real. So first you have to know how these thoughts are created. First we apply this to one thought. And you will know that all the thoughts are created the same way with colors and sounds. The example our noble friend Buddothpada gives is the mango's fruit. Once you cut open, you will know that the inside is white, isn't it? And after that, you don't have to cut all the mango's fruits. Likewise, you have to see the truth of only one thought. Then you will know that all the thoughts are created the same way. If we talk a bit about the three worlds, the sensual world, form world, and the formless world. The sensual world, where everything is happening. Everything has a value. The thought power is more. There are desires, ill will, hatred, jealousy, and all the defilements are there. The duality is there. The form world. Form world is where we know that the world is created by senses, but it's a thoughtful world. So in a thought, everything is there. Still, the thought power is there. The formless world. So Aryan Mahansa these days explains a lot about the formless world, where the Shastra power is underneath. In other words, the power of defilements. Shasrava, Ashrava, Shinasrava, Anashrava. Anashrava is when the power is becoming zero. So our noble friend Buddothpada explains that all the three worlds, sensual world, form world, and the formless world, are in one vibration. So what we have to know is that as long as there is a vibration, there is a suffering. Actually, there is no self to suffer. So as usual, we invite you all to come and listen to Buddothpada's sermons and endure samsaric journey, endure suffering. There are about 12,000 sermons in the YouTube. We also have 24 hours BTV and Pure TV English. Also many Zoom discussions where you can join and ask questions. So we are very grateful to you, Aryan Mahansa, for giving this wonderful Dhamma to this world. Therwan Saranai, Aryan Mahansa, may I pay homage at your feet. Therwan Saranai, everyone.
the dark of the dreaming mind, a bell of truth is calling near. Through the smoke of fear and time, a single word makes the path appear. Buddothpada, Buddothpada. It's time to rise. Open your eyes, break through the night of lies. It's time for Nibbana within. Buddothpada, Buddothpada, let awakening begin. When the last breath falls in peace, the storm of the self grows still. With Buddothpada on the lips, the heart returns to silence and will. Buddothpada, Buddothpada. It's time to rise. Open your eyes, break through the night of lies. It's time for Nibbana within. Buddothpada, Buddothpada, let awakening begin. Wake up to the truth. Buddothpada. Awake, humans, be awakened humans. Buddothpada, Buddothpada, let awakening begin. Metropolitan bless you all. We will start the Psalm sermon now. We worship you, our enhancer, your noble guidance. We have been talking about this no self angle a lot. I think I just reiterate the same thing most of the time in different words, or maybe even same words. Most important thing here is actually understanding what is really happening here. So the truth, what is really happening. What is really happening. If you know what is really happening, will you get deceived, or will you be okay with that? I mean, being okay with the truth is not the thing. Actually, being aware about the truth is important thing. So, what is the truth? How this mind is formed? How this world is formed? The the world you see. How is that formed? How the world you hear? How is that formed? The world you touch or smell or taste. How does that happen? And world you think? How does that happen? You usually see trees. You usually see a table. You see something, yeah. You can't really say anything else. Definitely, you will be seeing something. So you hear something. You will hear as an adult. You will hear something. If you have a perception, the feel is actually covered there because you have perception now. Otherwise, light will be a feel. You will feel something happening. That's how it was as in a normal small baby before this differentiation into perceptions. So as soon as the perception mother comes or father comes or bat comes or uh, brother sister comes, they feel something. Even the light is a perception, you know. I think I have told this in Sinhala before. You have an idea how the tunnel is. Now, if the tunnel is not having a lot of bulbs or light, you have the perception that it would be dark. You will have that perception even now. When I tell this, you will get the perception how a long tunnel can be dark. Also, you can have an idea that how the sounds echo inside a tunnel. If you have crowded inside a tunnel, you know that it echoes. These are the perceptions, you know. The echo in sound is a perception. Also, the darkness is a perception. Just imagine you're thinking about actual tunnel in these countries, underground tunnel, which is fully illuminated with lights. And then it will be that you will be having the perception about. So either you can have a very dark tunnel, or you can have a very illuminated tunnel, isn't it? According to whatever you have experienced before. The perception of light, perception of darkness, can you see? It is another perception, not actual thing you see. What do you think? So important aspect about these perceptions, understanding the perception, and that light is also a perception in such a way. The sound is also a perception in such a way. But underneath that, what do you feel? You feel something. If the perceptions haven't started yet, you will feel something. The baby will feel something. There's something is actually the speed of the sensory function. You have to get this right, otherwise you can't actually change this path of thinking that whatever you feel is me, that 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 is me. That's the attitude you have, or the idea you have, the view you have. That's been reinforced all the time in each and every stimuli. Now you can't even change that. Such addiction, isn't it? What do you think? These perceptions, if you can really fully understand what a perception is, why did Lord Buddha call it a mirage? Mirage means whatever you actually think they are is not there. So if you're seeing light, it's just fast vibration of the eye. If you feel it as actually happening, that is the consciousness. Actual light perception doesn't have this effect. But because sankhara, or the fast vibration of occurring again and again and again and again and again, it feels as a thing. these perceptions, uh, if you can really understand what this means, if you want to understand the perceptions, actually, we can talk about it a bit more. So, why Lord Buddha called it a mirage effect? So, if you call pineapple, actually, the pineapple is not there. But then, if you call light, even the light is not there. Light is there because of the fast vibration together, otherwise, you can't see a light. So it's always to show that the perception level is a output or manifestation of speed. It can be mind perception, but it can be other perceptions too, like the light perception. Um, because when the light perception happens and it happens again and again and again and again very fast, that's the light consciousness. That's what we are talking about. What we feel directly is like consciousness. We can't really say anything else because it happens. The butter is happening already. You really can't stop this this occurrence in the middle. You can't say, "Ho ho, stop! I have to stop you there. Stop! Don't become the consciousness. Just be in the state of perception." You can't say that. So the light is the ultimatum, or the chair is the ultimatum, or the crow is the ultimate. What is the most important thing though? Knowing this, kind of fully knowing this. Just imagine the sound. Sound perception is also something, but the crow sound, isn't that unique? Yes, that's what I'm trying to say. It's unique, isn't it? The sound of a crow is unique to the sound of the dog. You hear sound of the crow and you don't say, "Ah, that's a dog barking." You don't say that. So are we telling you to say that? No. It's always crow sound, yes. So what are we trying to say then? The formation of this, what is actually underneath there? Is there a crow sound? No, it's a perception. It's a perception which felt as true. That's the mind consciousness problem. Mind perception is a crow sound, but it is felt as true when it comes to mind consciousness. This is because these things happen so quick. So when you touch something, it will be what, the carpet. Carpet. But if you come to understand just about the carpet acts now single, carpet is also one single thought now. So the husband, wife, mother, father, son, daughter, family, village, country, world. We have so much perceptions, so much. But the perception is not the problem. The perception, actually feeling it as true, is the problem. Why do you do that? So the mind perception becomes a thing. Light perception becomes a thing. Sound perception becomes a thing. In the consciousness level, it's it's a thing. The perceptions, feeling it as a thing, it's very common in any of these organs. So that's why Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara Vijnana. Vijnana means consciousness which is felt as a thing already. It happens so fast you can't really stop anywhere in the middle. But to understand what comes is a cross sound anyway now. So what's the big deal? We have to know this, then you know that how this happens. In one fraction of a time you might feel as not a thing. Do you get this? How this mind consciousness works? So mind consciousness is already felt as something, isn't it? Yeah. So it can be pineapple, it can be milk toffee, it can be fried rice, it can be fruit juice, it can be anything. So what's the big deal? It is felt as a thing. That is the big deal. Why do you feel it as a thing? Why do you feel it is actually there? That's a misunderstanding. It's not actually there. It's a perception. Is perception actually there? No, perception is a vibration. Is the vibration actually there? No, it is there when it permits, when the causes come together. You know, this Dhamma is very relevant. So if you start the day, you get up in the morning and you go on with your life, and at the end of the day, you feel like, oh, I'm tired, I should sleep. Until such time, what is happening? It's consciousness followed by a consciousness, isn't it? Yeah, perception followed by a perception, isn't it? Yeah. So stimuli, 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 isn't it? Why did you feel a continuous me then? Why are you feeling as a string? Why are you feeling a continuous me then? If you're changing the perceptions, that's because of this power we are talking. So the misunderstanding is I'm here, stimuli is changing. That's the kind of thing you have felt all this life. You have to feel otherwise to actually, in the sense, you have to feel the truth to actually change this around. To know that it is not the truth, even though it is felt as that. We talk about eye consciousness, we talk about the ear consciousness, we talk about the touch consciousness, we talk about the smell consciousness, we talk about the taste consciousness. At the end, we talk about the mind consciousness. When you say consciousness, it is felt as a thing already. So, what's the difference between an arahant and you? Arahant doesn't feel it as a thing. When you come to sound, actually now you will get the crow sound, or bird sound, or a vehicle sound, or kettle boiling sound. It's okay. You're not actually saying that you should get some. You should get something else. That's not the point. You're not trying to change the perception. We're not trying to change the consciousness. We are actually not trying to do something. We're just trying to understand that it's not real and feel it. You feel it, you can see the difference between uh, the consciousness which is not true, in the sense which is not felt as a thing. When the stimuli is not felt as a thing, what you feel is different. It's the absence of self. So this kindness is another perception. Uh, hap- Even happiness. How do you know the other person is happy? How do you know anything in that sense? It's through perception, isn't it? When someone is angry, you kind of say, "Yeah, I know he is angry." And someone is jealous, you can, if you get it, then you might say, "Yeah, I know he is jealous." How? It's a perception. But you felt something, isn't it? That's why you said. This phenomena that it's actually not a thing. It's the fast vibration of the sensory organ. It is not just a thought. It starts as a thought, but it's not actually thought. It's something you should feel. The consciousness, which is not a thing. So, everyone, do you understand the perception? Kind of, do you get it? When it comes to perception, it was never there at all. The chair, the perception of chair, is there something called chair? You might say, yes, yes, I heard something. Well, you might say, yes, yes, I understand that the chair is not there, but I feel something. You feel it's a fast vibration of sensory organ. That's all. That's how you switch it over, like turn it to the other side. Otherwise, you will think every day that, yeah, yeah, I felt something, that is me. Ah, yeah, I felt the touch, yeah, that's me. Ah, I felt the taste, ah, that's me. Keep misunderstanding, but this, because you have to feel the truth as well. You have to give you, it will create you the no self perception which has never been there before. These experiences. So when you fully understand what a perception is, or what consciousness is, what sankhara is, what um, feelings here is, what propana, what is the outcome of it. It's kind of, we are like going backwards and see what you really appreciated outside. If everything is fully realized that nothing is actually there, it's a formation of the sensory faculty, the affinity, the force, the power which has been created through these systems will reduce, isn't it? Mm. That's what happens. I mean, nothing else happens. You will be seeing the flower as it is. You will be uh, you will be eating the pineapple as it is. Any word in this vocabulary, any word has the effect of the duality. They are here, come, go, good, bad, uh, right, wrong. Everything has that duality effect. It has that opposite effect, but there should be something to have two ends, isn't it? What is good or bad? Shirt is good or bad? Is shirt good or bad? You cannot. If the shirt is not actually having any grounds to say that it is real, what about good or bad? Yeah, it becomes irrelevant, isn't it? Yeah, it becomes irrelevant. So you might say, yeah, the shirt is so good. You might say that. But in the deep down, it's not a thing to you. Even if you say it is so good. So you may use the words beautiful, the so good, the words a lot. It doesn't necessarily mean anything. That means there's no burning. The sound at this moment, it's actually, I don't know whether you hear uh, it's uh, boiling kettle, isn't it? Yeah, so you may not even identify that. It's this small noise in the background. Even if you do, is any of this seems true? Especially, you might feel like that. Yes, it's okay. We are trying to actually understand what happened here. So, boiling kettle, sound of a boiling kettle. Is that true? No, you would say no, no. That's a sound. So is sound true? No, sound is not true either. So what is there to be true? No, nothing is there to be true, to taken as for granted, to take as a thing. Nothing. So what happened to the self-perception? Same thing. Do you think self-perception is actually there alone? No, it's always with the stimuli. The stimuli is felt as real, only the self-perception has a place. If that is not felt as a thing, then it's directly the non-self perception. What's that? Absence of this power, absence of this affinity, absence of this uh, self-perception. You have to at least once feel this to get the non-self perception. That's the tricky part, the challenging part. Now, what is the perception of silence? Well, silence has a perception as well, isn't it? Yeah, that's the beauty of this beauty of this everything. Now I had to mute this, and then if you actually was hearing this, what is the perception you get? You get silence. So even silence is a perception, isn't it? Is that true? No, that's not. Even that is not true. You can say, yeah, no, I didn't hear anything. The I didn't hear anything is also a perception. What about other perceptions like peace? When you say peace, there's some kind of idea you have. calmness, chaos, traffic. Don't you get an idea? You get an idea. I mean, is that wrong? Oh, that's not wrong. What we are saying is not true. It's a creation of the sensory organs. Even the perception of silence is a creation of the sensory organ. It's not actually there. Yeah, but it gives you an idea, yes. The class is so silent. Is it true? I mean, yes, none of them are talking, so none of them are making any sound. So it says class is silent. Is there a problem? No. But is there anything called class is silent or silent? No. None of the perceptions are actually true, okay? It's not actually there. Water is not actually there. But you might say, no, I felt something. Yes, that thing also is felt as something because of the fast vibration of the sensory organ. Nothing else. Not because someone felt something. That's the main thing that you have to understand. Arananse tries so his try is to actually get this across, isn't it? And he's actually doing a good job because he's actually doing the best job of that because he never gave up on anyone. He never gave up on humans. Started telling this about 5 years ago, still continuing to say this, still trying to get everyone to understand this. This is the thing. There's nothing. But even the self perception is not true. Any perception comes into that category, please. Can't just drop the self perception and understand everything else. No, that's not how it works. Every perception is not true. So the chair perception is not true. Self perception is also not true. So the perception doesn't have the self. Self perception doesn't have the self. Chair perception doesn't have the chair. So if it's a power which is based on wrong things, slowly you understand this, the power will surely go away. It takes time. You have to have some kind of confidence about this Dhamma. Then slowly it will build up to the no self perception. What is no self perception? Is it a new perception now? No, it's the absence of the perception. Absence of the self perception, not any other perception as well. Just we are just having a fight with just one vibration, just one perception, just one thought. What is it? Self. How do we say that I felt sad? Sad is actually a perception, isn't it? But it has the feel also. War is a perception. Winning the war is another perception. Getting defeated in a perception, war is also a perception. What is the war you have now? The war of self. That's the biggest fight ever, biggest war ever, because you're not actually fighting with someone else now. You're fighting with yourself. So there's a fight between ignorance and the wisdom. You don't put as any power to that, but it's given as another way to say this. There's a fight between ignorance and no. Actually, what happens is when ignorance slowly comes down, the wisdom improves. But until you become an arahant, there's at least a little bit of ignorance. So everyone who is in this path is having the biggest war ever. But is it the Middle East war? No, no. It's a war of vibration and the non-vibration. But actually non-vibration is there everywhere. It doesn't manifest because of the vibration. You have to tune into that. This self-view is a dangerous thing. Well, you completely believe that Jaya is there and also I'm here. Both are the same, kind of. If you don't, you just have to believe that the Jaya is there. Anyway, then I'm here. You don't have to think about it. Really, if you feel that the Jaya is there, really, if you feel in the Jaya is there, the self perception is automatically there. You don't have to think about it. Don't say, I didn't think about it. No, the perception is already there. Some others say that, no, Aranas, I didn't think about anything. Yes, you don't have to think. Perception is something like that. Perception is there underneath. But it's like a current. So what does it depend on? On the value of the whatever the perception that the stimuli has. Because it's always a stimuli. You can specifically feel this because if some perceptions are not a thing to you and suddenly there is a thing to you, you will feel the difference. So this perception of silence, perception of sound, perception of uh, disturbance, perception of sadness, perception of happiness, perception of anger, perception of death. perception of birth, perception of living. We all have kind of perception world. It's a world of perceptions. So the silence, as we said before, is a perception. Well, you can say, yes, yes, I definitely it was silent. No one talked. So the perceptions are not true, even if it is about the silence or the sound or the light or the darkness or the smell, whether it's a good smell or a bad smell. It's a taste, whether it's a salty or the sweet. These perceptions are different, but feeling something is quite different because you feel something because you actually due to the speed of the sensory organ. Otherwise, there's no consciousness as such. And you can't talk about a consciousness as like a trait. When someone is aware about the perception of the world, it gives you kind of an idea, panicky idea, isn't it? But when we say the most dangerous war is within yourself, like fight between the vibration and the non-vibration, you can't really understand that. But the most powerful enemy is the vibration. Such addiction. Now, if you kind of get the perception of the silence, is that true? Well, that's again a comparison, isn't it? Someone would say, I don't like silence. Someone would say, no, I like the silence a lot. But if you really fully understand the perceptions, it's kind of a perception. Is perceptions true? No. But do you feel something? Yes. But do you feel the speed of the sensory organ? Even though we tell like this. Yesterday at 5 o'clock sermon, I remember Mother was talking about this speed in a different angle. She was trying to say something happened and I quickly reacted, but how fast everything happened without even me being there. That's correct, but the way she looked at the speed story is a bit different. Because here the speed is not about the speed that you do things. It's about actually the feel, the sensory functions, the light. We are talking about the consciousness, how irrelevant the consciousness is. Because it's just the speed that makes it as a thing. Because the consciousness word in Vijnana itself is depicting something. When it is in the perception level, there's no problem. But consciousness means you have already felt it as a thing. So Anidasana Vijnana is, or the Vijnana which doesn't fall anywhere, means it has no that power, extra power, affinity to maintain the consciousness. So the positive, negative, it is also a perception. It is there, it is not there. That's also a perception. Underneath, on top, is another perception. Far, nearby, is another perception. Tall, short, it's another perception. Beautiful, ugly, it's another perception. Any perception that is, you can say, true? No. So why are we talking about no self-perception? Actually, that is not a new perception, it's the absence of the perception, absence of the self-perception. So any perception in that sense is not valid, is it? No. That's why the word mirage is used. Does that mean mirage is there? No, no, no. No. Any perception, including the self-perception, has this effect. It's not actually there, the mirage. The water, the mirage example is water. You feel see it as water on the very hot rod. You feel as a layer of water. When you go there, you realize it's actually the hotness has brought this thing. You fully realize that it's not actually there, but the other things you struggle. You struggle to understand that sun is a perception. why one perception can bring you one kind of attitude and another perception can give you another attitude. Then when you say I feel he is good, you have a one way of one attitude. But if you feel that no, that person is, I don't feel he's good. I feel he's a bad person. That's another perception, isn't it? But then now it changes the whole picture. Just imagine if you feel that whatever you see, continue to see properly. You know what you saw, but still, if there's nothing about it, but no whatsoever problem with it, no whatsoever power underneath, does it matter? No, it doesn't. Does it matter if someone is good or bad? But in real life, we find it difficult to understand, doesn't it? Yeah, how do you measure this? Does that mean you have to go after a bad person and try to tell him, I'm going to live with you because you're bad, because I know bad is not bad? Is that what you're saying? No. So what happens here is when you keep understanding Dhamma, the power is going to reduce. And if it is fully reduced, it will be an arahant. So everything will continue to happen as normal, but there's no power behind it because there's zero ignorance. But that's an arahant. So can you have entertainment or excitation of sensory organs and then can you say I'm an arahant? You can't. So none of these perceptions are true means actual silence. Can you become the silence? There's no power in the silence. It's you have become the silence. But if you have any story with the silence, you might say, why there is silence? What is happening? But you might say a bird singing. That's another perception, like the silence. The sound of a bird, you might say, but it's the sound of the bird there. It's same as the silence, yeah? Yeah, any perception. It's not actually there, so you'll be disappointed to think like that. Yeah, you might get disappointed if you are there and you are trying to understand this Dhamma in that way. So you are trying to understand everything else, but not the self. But here the importance is actually self-perception, not every other perception. We do understand every other perception, but still, this Dhamma is about the no self-perception. So it's something you have to feel. It's a perception world, okay? That's okay. But self-perception is a mirror image of each and every perception. Very critical you really get this perception right. Any perception, the silence, the sound, the presence, absence, kindness, rudeness, so is there something called silence? Or is there something called bird sound? Or is there something called I don't know, ancestor? Is there kahun? So this perception, even the silence is a perception. Is that true? No. Silence was never there in silence. Self was never there in self-perception. It's a feel that you get from the fast vibration of the sensory organs. Whatever the sensory organ that is activating at that particular moment. You need to understand this. Self-perception is a shadow effect of every and each perception. So if you have billions of perception, you billion times you have felt this self-perception. So it is a point of addiction. If you know about addiction, this is the point of addiction. Because it has been normalized now. Normal. It is me. That's normal. Lord Buddha said, everyone who is not aware about this Dhamma is not mentally sound. Is the bird sound actually there? No. Is silence actually there? No. What is there? Nothing. It's just the vast vibration of the sensory organ. Sensory organ there? No, it is manifested when the stimuli is manifested. Hmm. It's very important you understand this phenomena of consciousness and phenomena of perception. So, friends, this invitation is for you to feel this. Once Lord Buddha actually didn't say any single word. But they understood the Dhamma. Can't even imagine such a thing, can we? No, we can't. But it's the wisdom of the monks who came to see Lord Buddha, so they could actually tell Buddha is still the non-vibration. So everyone, thank you very much. May Triple Gem bless you all. Thank you, Arano Answer, for your noble guidance.
and who likes to follow the path will apply an effort to realize the truth, nobody else. A person who knows the Dhamma would not like to be tricked by this illusion. Anyone who has realized the truth, or anyone who has attained the first stage in the supramundane plane, Sotapanna, will never fall into bad world or hells. He is known as Niyata Sambodhi Parayana. Bodhi means Buddha. Try to see through this illusion on the screen and realize the truth that there is nothing. Try to see the illusion on the screen and try to eradicate it means to completely destroy serenity and calmness. Then everybody.
Therava Saranai Swami, thank you for reading the book for us. We all worship at Narayan Mahanse's feet. And Therava Saranai, all Dhamma friends who have joined today. Uh, because we are a little bit behind the schedule, I invite Dr. Pokila to start the discussion. Therava Saranai, Dr. Pokila.
Saranai. If you have any specific questions, we are open to them actually, because it's really important. Even if one understands this Dhamma, so you can bring up any questions. Until such time, I'll keep talking. So when we say akusal, actually it is this self vibration basically. So whatever the vibration we have, we kind of make sure that it doesn't happen. And now at the same time, there's a very beautiful underneath that beautiful thing. It is that thing is there's no chance of arising of self vibration as well. So this is the beauty of Dhamma. So it's so because if there's no power in here, when the power is not there, there's no way that the suffering can go on. So this is if we talk about it in details, it's a bit complicated, but I think a more simple way to say that would be that if you believe that this is existing, the world is existing, definitely the suffering would be existing. That means the self, this burning or this power will be existing. So whatever the level of that existence, it doesn't necessarily matter. So this power or the burning, it is easier to call it burning because it's easy to understand, and that that will be reducing. But we can't understand one side and not understand the other side. We need to understand the both sides properly, because no way that the vibration to occur without a power, and there's no way the power would exist without a vibration. So it's very important to understand. And then when we keep understanding this Dhamma, what happens is whatever the vibration that has risen here will die down, and it will go on like that, and there will be never a chance for any vibration to occur. That's the last bit, and that's also important thing. Anyway, Joel, do you have any questions from the book? I don't know whether you finished the book actually. I don't know. So maybe.
Yes, doctor, I finished it.
Yeah, so you don't have any more questions from that?
No, doctor, like I can feel that I don't certainly get vibrated now. And today when I was going out also, I didn't feel that I was walking. I was just walking. And when there was sunlight, when I say it was very warm here, so I was just thinking more than warm, I just saw it as light that is showing to us that we are able to walk without saying it's warm and it's sweating and all those things. So many things have changed in my life. So thank you.
Yeah, and you can go to that website and find anything interesting, and you can dwell on that. And also, if you come across any burning at any time, we can discuss that too. It doesn't matter. It's all good. And at any time you can voice your any thought. And Sudharma and Surankai are also here. Anything to bring up, Sudharma or Surangika? I heard there's a massive sermon today morning. I haven't finished it fully, but I'm going to. But it was a long one that R.N. Hanse did, and I think it's one of the best I have heard recently. But he has told all these things before. It's just that once in time he has to repeat these things because it's so good to repeat though. Yeah.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila used it was a very beautiful sermon, and I have to listen to even 10-15 times to get it, and I already listened twice, and I got a lot of new things in those two listenings. Also, we have to go on listening. I mean, you may not be having such issues since you are aware of the thing. And Dr. Kokila, today I can share a very simple experience. Actually, how the mind consciousness act as the deceiver using perceptions and create stories. So few minutes ago, maybe 15 minutes ago, I had to go out to get some photocopies. So as I entered the main road, another trishaw turned into our lane. At that moment, I got the idea, okay, the gas tank is outside, gates are open. So there was a story like now this
this part didn't come, but underneath somebody's telling this trishaw guy might take it even. So at that very moment, I realized that it is a thought and that the work of the mind consciousness. I had my peace. I didn't turn back. I went to the communication center and got it done. But still, if it was a time that I was unaware of all these consciousnesses and the perceptions and all, I would have turned back and come and close the gates. But what I wanted to tell is this mind consciousness create a story that must have been an innocent guy. But however, such a story was created.
Yeah, but
Can you
Sudharma,
please, yeah,
we'll talk about that because it's a very beautiful actual life thing. I really like talking about these actual life occurrences because it's much better than this, talking about vibrations, because this is what it happening. But as a person who has listened to Dhamma for at least 2-3 years, isn't it, Sudharma? You have listened to Dhamma for
yes, doctor, 3.5 years.
3.5 years.
Continuously, yeah.
I have to add this because this is the very important thing. Perceptions are perceptions. Don't take this wrong. Perceptions are perceptions. We don't really don't misunderstand that we are going to not have perceptions. Okay, I have repeatedly tell this to like multiple times. RN say tells it anyway. So the perceptions are a normal thing in day-to-day life. Okay, when you see, what can I say? Okay, for an example, you see. Okay, examples are coming from my experiences, so bear with me. So if you see someone very pale and sweaty sitting in the waiting room which is full of patients, and you see your eye catches that patient, and you get a perception that this patient is having a heart attack. You just get that perception. That can be wrong, it doesn't matter, but I get the perception that my patient may be having a heart attack. Now perception with the burning, perception without the burning is such an intimate discussion because it has to be felt. The perception with the burning, perception without the burning. You just have to understand properly. At least when we discuss this, it will go to our heads. Perception has no fault. Perception has no nothing, actually speaking. Perception is a perception. I can only say that. So if there is a perception that this patient may have a heart attack, first thing would come to that system would be take that patient to the treatment room and make that patient comfortable and talk to him or her and call ambulance or whatever to be done. Doesn't matter what is to be done. So there's an action now. Can you see? There's a perception.
Yes.
And there's action. So action with burning, without burning.
Without burning.
And you talk to the patient also, talking with burning, without burning. So this has to be
Clarified. Yeah.
clarified, and this has to be felt too. That's the challenge here. But what I'm trying to say is, don't get carried away by the type of the perception. That's from past experiences. Now, just because I'm sorry, I'm telling these weird examples, but imagine a senior teacher of us walking along the ward, seeing someone far away and telling, oh, that patient has that. And that's a perception. Of course, that teacher will have the self-view and all that. Put it aside. I'm just talking about the perception. What's the problem with that perception? It's a perception from all the aspects that past occurrences, because there's so much, you see thousands of patients, you get a perception. And one view that teachers tells that patient has this, and we are like mouth open, when we are training, we are like watching him with amazement. But now we have to understand that perceptions are just brought about by 5 sensory organs, as well as the mind sensor. So the mind sensor has so much data. It's like a complicated computer. So much data. So whatever the data you have, because now what are the other examples I can say? Okay, your dog is barking. The dog is barking very abnormally. What is the perception? You know that there is some problem. So is that wrong? This is what I'm trying to say. So that is the common sense, or whatever the data you have, that whatever the perceptions you had before has formed a formulation. True, this is the dream. This is the dream.
It's the dream.
What I'm trying to say is, you understand the dream, you understand that it is not actually true, you feel it too. That's a difficult part. You feel that the dream is not true, and you know that it is not true, and you start living in that. And that is where the perception comes without the burning. Perception of actions are also perceptions. You go to the patient, take the patient in a wheelchair to the treatment room, quickly assess whether the oxygen is there, whether he's going to arrest. It's difficult different thinking process. But someone else might not get that idea. Someone else might be like, do you want some water? I'll get you some water. Someone else might do that. Or someone might say, are you going to faint? Can you lie down? That's their perception. This self-perception is the problem. And what we are trying to understand here, how does this burning happens? When we try to understand how this burning happens, then comes why the burning happens. Burning happens because we take all these things, this dream, for granted. We take
it
this so
becomes real.
seriously, so granted, so as a thing.
Yes.
But you have to feel this too, that it's not it's actually a dream, but underlying is just a vibration which you understand.
And Dr. Kokila, after your explanation of perception about the shoe, gradually it came to me, and it's very important. I mean, you have explained it very well. On that day, I was a bit confused. I didn't get it, but later on it came, and this time I felt it actually. What you meant by when you said it's a dream. Very recently, Aryan Mahansi also explained now in form world, you may not have any burning as such in sensual world, but still if somebody asks you to draw that, let's take that shoe that I lost, I still can draw that shoe, and uh, I can identify it even in a shoe shop if I find, if I come across.
Yeah.
So that thing is there. It's clear. Yes, Dr. Koki.
Yeah, but
It's clear.
what I was trying to say today is a different point, because you know that it is a form world, you know that it is not true, you know that even the whatever the consciousness are actually happening due to the the speed, you know that even if you haven't felt it properly, you know that now. So you get the perception, but actually what you told was correct, because you got the perception. You just draw, you just draw away. You got the perception he might do something, but you draw. But the thing that I didn't feel right was the part that you said uh, that you added Dhamma there. I don't know whether you actually did add the Dhamma there.
I didn't go into deep contemplation, but at once it made me like laugh. Oh my God, because how come the perception of the gas tank and the gate is open, everything came here because nothing can be seen. So,
Yeah, that's
and
the beauty
this,
of
yeah,
telepathization,
right, yes.
because you have had that
Yes.
experience before. I
Mm.
mean, we have so much experiences. And I have told this to Joel also, someone asks a question, you get so much burning because you have burned before. So it keeps coming back, and he's wondering, what's the big deal? I mean, why am I burning again and again? No, even without a reason, you actually got the perception and you smiled. Okay, you smiled. Yes, but again, what I'm saying is, even if this perception comes, and imagine you actually went back and closed the gate. The thing is, the important factor here is whether you have done it, believe in the dream or the not believe in the dream, is in the field section. It's in the field section. It's so
So
intimate,
subtle,
so
yes.
sandittika, that no one can actually get it by the very well RNC, because I haven't encountered working with him, but you have. So you can see he can like say, do this, Sudharma, you do that, Asanti, or something like that. He can say. So do you think he can do that without a perception?
Yeah,
100% there is a perception. So
perception.
do we say, oh, Aranwanse has perception, so it's wrong? We don't say that. So we clearly understand Lord Buddha had so much perception. Otherwise, how can he say, I'm free today, I'm going to see Anuruddha Thero, I have to go and see Anuruddha Thero. Or when he's invited to a lunch or the almsgiving, Will he not know what he's doing? He definitely knows what he's doing because he answers people with their names. He have so much deep consultations, like the conversations. How come you do that without a perception? Immediately, actually speaking, immediately when a person comes in front of Lord Buddha has a massive feel. That's a different thing, actually. So what I'm trying to say is, when you say that sentence, that you say, I got a perception and I smile, that's good, because you actually understood that how this telepathization, how this things go on. That's what living is. But if that dream you feel it as happening, that is a different thing. So the main difficulty here is understanding this dream with the power and without the power. There is no shortcuts here. There's no shortcuts here. I don't think so. So I think we need to just keep contemplating and understanding how this happens. And as much as you dwell on the idea that light is not actually there, light is actually the perception of light, when it happens so fast, you feel it as existing. This is the beauty of Dhamma, and that is where you actually, this understanding is very necessary to actually get rid of the you craving for the non-form world, or in the sense the feel, because otherwise the consciousness basically fools us. Because now imagine, now I can put my palm on the floor now. So when I put the palm on the floor, am I now deceived if I don't know the Dhamma? I'm going to be totally deceived, because I feel that there is a touch, but that's not the only thing that I'm going to feel. I feel that the main problem here is we feel that it's happening here. So, but with Dhamma only we understand it's just a touch itself is just a speedy vibration of the organs. That's all, nothing else. And this contemplation is very needed for you to actually feel the absence of self vibration.
Dr. Kokila, in the morning sermon, there was a very beautiful revelation that he said, when we perceive something, now the chair, we see the chair, and in no time another thought occurs that it is there. So that is the power, that is where the
It's
self.
actually not another
Yeah,
thought. It's actually
it's,
like a that what I said about the co-synchronization, like the
yes,
telepathization.
yes. So
That's
that
how it
is,
happens, because this happens. So
even
when the
Ariana,
feel of it, yeah, Joy.
Doctor, I don't know how to address this, but this thing has really daunted me for, I think, from yesterday. I went to a person to chat, to talk, and she said she's a counselor. And she was running me down saying that you can't handle stress, you won't get married, sometimes you'll get married, sometimes you'll get married or not, like that. And so she was telling these negative things to my life, to me, and that has made a bad perception about myself. How could I come out of this thing that has been told to me?
Did that actually happen yesterday, did you say?
Not yesterday, doctor.
Or the before? Okay,
Yeah. Last month or something, but
Oh, yeah.
it's not allowing me to go in front and do anything because what she told has been registered in my mind. So I'm trying to, I'm not trying to surpass that, but I'm trying to overcome, but it's unable.
Yeah, you would. Yeah, but yeah, definitely you would. I'm telling you now that definitely you would. Don't worry about that. But anyway, understanding this mind is so beautiful because that's how it is. So much things with the highest power get engraved in the system much, it's so deep. That's where actually the self vibration was the highest. So that is engraved because you felt uneasy in front of her. So that itself means that's going to have you might synchronize to that vibration again and again and again. That's very normal. And more you understand this Dhamma, no thought can bother you. Actually, no thought would wonder you, I would say, because all the thoughts are working the same way. They are just synchronization of the same previous thought. That's all. So whatever the incident, I think I was trying to say something like that yesterday also. Whatever the incident, whatever the impact you had, is you. So whatever the impact was the power that we have, and highest that uneasiness, how highest that anger, or higher the uncomfortable feeling that you get, annoyance you get, whatever the word can be different. Word can be different. You can be shame. You can feel shame. You can feel, run down, intimidated. Whatever the word, it doesn't matter. The word means you have felt it. So felt. What did you feel? You feel the self-existence. That's what you felt. So that is going to get registered because whatever the things that has the highest vibration is going to resynchronize again and again, come back in, whenever there is, even if you see someone like her, you might get shocked. You might, someone might say something similar to that, in line with that. Accidentally, if I say something in line with that, you might be like, she going to say something like that person, like that is how the synchronization happens. This is a so beautiful thing to learn how this mind works. This is much more beautiful than seeing a film because why we like some kind of people and why we don't like some kind of people. It's all in this system. We don't know when it is happening, how it is happening, but there are so many patterns in our lives which are repeating. And whatever the episode that you had made an impact because it was you. The impact is you. There's no separate you in there. That impact is the you. So the burning that came in her presence was the burning that we talk about. And that burning is going to synchronize again and again. That's how the self vibration works. So whenever this happens, we'll be like, here comes, this is happening again. And no vibration is going to make you wonder why it is happening again. You just, I think it won't be an impact as you thought before. You need to let go some time. So in the sense, you need to let the time, flow by. And one day, even if you see her, you will be like, you will know, as I said before, as I was trying to tell to Sudharma saw something and had a perception. Yeah, you will have a perception. This is that counselor. Yeah, but you want that synchronization to that burning might not happen. That's how it is. That's how beautiful this Dhamma is. That's what I'm saying. No, Joel, don't worry. I'm saying don't worry, because I think this, if you keep understanding how this mind works, how this burning works, because the burning is nothing to do with the mind actually, because the mind is misinterpreted all the time. That mind, it is happening to me, and but when you keep understanding how mind works, how body works, how these hormones work, how the emotions work, how this burning has made like a big impact on us. So what happens is everything will happen without the burning. That's all what is going to happen. So if you are procrastinating about that in the future, that you will feel that no, it is going to get better. Day by day, it is going to get better. And even if you see her face to face, you want, it doesn't necessarily make an imprint on you. Imprint is actually, the reason for the imprint is this power. So that when power goes down, whatever the perception doesn't necessarily mean anything to you. Do you get the point, Joel? So don't worry.
Yes, doctor. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. I think Sudharma had to go. I think she has something to do today. So anything else? Suranga, you can join in. Don't have much time. What's time? 9:23. We have 7 minutes.
There was a night, Dr. Kokila. Just
Yeah.
something just came up to my mind just now about the same thing that mentioned by Joel. And now we are worried about these unpleasant thoughts being repeated. But when it comes to some very happy moments, I say a person is given some sort of appreciation or maybe a prize at some special event or some
Yeah.
good performances. Now, sometimes that thought also can keep on coming. I mean, that is getting synchronized because that also has been engraved, as you said, very deeply. And
100%. That's how love works.
yeah, that's right. So we don't complain about such things, are we? I mean, we accept it with open arms,
We
but when it
complain
comes to
about it
some
when it becomes a problem.
problem, yes.
But that's how life is. That's what
Yeah,
actually
that's
life
true.
is. These perceptions being coming and perceptions getting real. That's what it is. Actual living is that. But when we keep understanding this beautiful film, that you understand that you actually became a culprit in that. And what happens when you understand this Dhamma, Joel? Actually, you will become the director. You don't really the body will work, mind will work, perceptions will be there without any burning. So nothing is going to be a problem. So it's this synchronization. If you see someone similar to the person you love, and like young, specifically young age with the hormones and all that, that's the only thing that young boy would think about, like girls. I mean, there can be different likings. It doesn't matter. I'm taking an example. So this is how it is. This is how it is. And you see a face, and then if you feel something about that, you keep thinking about that even after coming home, and you don't think it's a specifically unpleasant thing. But if you find out that girl is with another boy, then it becomes a problem to you. Why am I thinking about that girl, even though I know that she's married, or she's, that even that can happen. You can still continue to do that. So this is how the mind is. And when you understand this craving of the glueness of the mind, how this works, this these vibratory nature of the actual this power, and also the when that power is there, mix with that power, whatever the perception becomes very strong. It's becoming strong, and the power is felt much more than in one way. You don't go after all the girls you see. You just but what I was trying to say in the previous one was all these perceptions as synchronizations. We don't know how these things happening. So a similar face might bring the same, excitement. But then you realize, after looking at that person properly, you realize, it's not her. But that whole gush of the excitement was there, even though that person was not actually that person. You just saw someone else, but you misunderstood. But the gush was already there, because it's so instant. This is so beautiful if you keep understanding how this works, and you can you can feel how other people feel, how other people feel that they are living. Also, you can feel, like it's so beautiful that how this misunderstanding has happened, and it is a miracle that you actually feel it otherwise, isn't it? Anything to add? Suranka must be busy today. That's okay.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dr. Kukula. තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dhamma friends.
You have
I
only
think,
2 minutes, but it's okay.
yeah, no, I just want to say that again, it's that sense of trying to own, isn't it? Ignorantly, the default position is we try to own the stimuli, whether it is, if someone
And
says...
underneath that, Surangika, this is so tricky. Underneath that, what you seek is that pleasurable moment. Even not the girl sometimes, like that is the tricky part. The pleasure, the hyped up moment, that the even in the field level, this Nandi, is it the pleasure or the I don't know English word to
it's
say.
like an underlying feeling of feel good element, isn't it?
Yeah, kind of. But that is there even in the sadness. That's the thing. You savor. You kind of savor. You kind of savor the sadness. You kind of savor the happiness. But at the end only you understand. You savor yourself. Kind of you savor the self vibration. That's kind of the end part. But the how this glue works. I mean, I'm saying it is glue because it's easy to understand. How this glue works is that it just works as a glue. It's not necessarily that you are, if you talk to someone, there are even medical conditions, they kind of, that idea makes them to live, kind of, I don't know how to say that, not live, kind of that is driving them. The sickness has become a thing. So that's how it is. The living is such a thing. We call it living, but we don't know what it is. So, but actually what is living is this changing perceptions and this flow of this power. And the feel of this power, there is a slight a notion underneath that that you savor, you feel the sensory organs, and you kind of you feel it existing. You I mean, its words are so difficult to say, but the feel of existence, there's an underneath power to wanting to have that feel of existence. That's the thing. It's so getting subtle and subtle. So the feel was the happiness, feel was the sadness. So finally, when you come to understand, it's a mind sensor, yes, but then you understand, okay, this is the eye sensor. Then you understand this is the skin sensor. But then who wants to keep sensing? Isn't it? It's really beautiful to understand this Dhamma. I think we are running out of time now. So thank you so much, Joy, for bringing up the questions. We really appreciate that. And we'll try our best to, have a discussion around those topics. And thank you, Dhamma friends. We worship Parayanansi for his great guidance. And if anyone, I would like to invite to listen to the 5 o'clock. Is it the 5 o'clock? I think the 5 o'clock Zoom discussion today.
It was the 5 o'clock one.
It's so beautiful. May Triple Gem bless you all.
That was a beautiful
In the dark of the dreaming mind, a bell of truth is calling near. Through the smoke of fear and time, a single word makes the path appear. Buddothpada, Buddothpada. It's time to rise. Open your eyes, break through the night of lies. when the last breath falls in peace, the storm of the self grows still. With Buddothpada on the lips, the heart returns to silence and will. Buddothpada, Buddothpada. It's time to rise. Open your eyes, break through the night of lies. It's time for Nibbana within. Buddothpada, Buddothpada, let awakening begin. Wake up to the truth. Buddothpada. Awake, humans, be awakened humans. Buddothpada, Buddothpada, let awakening begin. Buddothpada, Buddothpada, awakening in silence deep. Buddothpada, Buddothpada, where the mind no longer sleeps. Buddothpada, Buddothpada, breath is soft and flowing free. Buddothpada, Buddothpada, no self remains, just clarity.
Good afternoon, everybody. Teruvan Saranai Arinse. Teruvan Saranai, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 52. If you are able to see that all that you see outside is not true, and if you are able to remain without any reaction towards it, that is called Patisodaya. Patisodaya is the path towards Nirvana, the path towards the supramundane plane. It is very difficult to train yourself towards the Patisodaya. Therefore, it is very important to put a lot of effort into going on the path. You need to consciously go towards the Patisodaya. Chandan Janeti means that you need to have a liking to go on the path. Vayamati means you need to put an effort to go on the path. The Buddha showed us the 4 types of right effort, so we could go on the path. Anupanan, Papakanan, Akusalanan, Dhammananan, Anupadaya, Chandang Janeti, Vayamati Vidyang, Arati Chittam, Pajanati, Padahati, Uppanan Papakanan, Akusalanam, Dhammananam, Prahanaya. Chandan Janeti, Vayamati Vidyam, Arahati Chittam, Pajanati. The 4 types of right effort, Satara Sampadana Virya, are seeing the thoughts that you receive from your senses. Samvarapadana, seeing the thoughts prevent you
Teruvan Saranai Shani. Can others hear Shani's voice?
I can't.
I also can't hear.
Yeah, I think something may have gone wrong with the signals or connection. I think she's no more in the group. She got disconnected probably. We will wait for a few minutes and see whether she joins.
Sudharma, do you have the book? What's the
Yes,
topic
yes, Doctor.
what's the topic that she
That
was talking?
should be that should be 4 great efforts. Satara Samya Pradana Vira. Yesterday I read the pages. Page 52, she said, because Dobagota, there are always internet connection issues.
Ashani
Yeah,
joined.
Ashani joined. Okay.
I think there are connection issues. What is Satra Samma Pradhan? I can't even remember. What is the singular word for what are the singular
For
meanings?
great, I think for great efforts, Doctor, that from what I read was that kusal nokaru kesal kirimata unopan kusal
Oh, okay. Yeah, thanks.
lokadimata
Yeah.
those
Yeah, yeah.
4 things.
Thanks.
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
yeah. So initial efforts of a person who comes into the path, I think, as if it's given in the book, I can. There is
Shani,
some.
can you hear us, Shani?
Dr. Kokila, can you hear me?
Now we can.
So I'll continue with the paragraph. The Buddha taught us the 4 types of right effort because you have to apply an effort period to go on the path and realize the ultimate truth. When you get tricked by the thoughts you receive, or when you believe your thoughts, you create akusal, such as love, pleasure, and moha. When you apply the 4 types of right effort and be aware of the thoughts that you receive in your mind, it means that you are on the correct path to realize the truth. Seeing your thoughts according to the Yoniso Manasikara means that you prevent creating thoughts of Loga, Dvesha, Moha, which would prevent you from realizing the pure truth. That was everybody.
Sarnashani,
Well,
thank
I
you.
joined few like one or 2 minutes late.
Yes,
So if you can start, that would be great. Yeah.
okay. Yes, Thiruvan Sarnashani, thank you for reading the book for us and starting the session. As usual, we all pay our homage to our noble friend Aryan Mahanse, and may all of you be blessed by Triple Gem. So this is our English Zoom discussion, and we will be based on what was read from the book. We will be starting the discussion, and then there onwards, depending on the questions that come up, we can further elaborate on those facts. We warmly welcome all of you who have joined the Zoom at this moment, and also our friends who are listening to us via other means, YouTube, etc. So if I just brief off on what Shani read, actually, initially what was mentioned was about the Patisotaya. What is meant by Patisotaya? The usual thing, or what is described in the mundane world, is what is called the Anusotaya. You are going down the stream, and basically what you experience is an existing outside world, and then there is a person who is experiencing the world. So there is duality where the two ends are there. Myself is there in the center, and I am experiencing everything uh, which is taken as world. So world includes all the materialistic things, the people, and also myself. Myself is also a part of this world. So they are all thoughts, but without realizing that they are thoughts, it's taken as real. So that is your anusodaya, where you are just flowing with the stream. What was described by Lord Buddha was what is called the patisote, where you are trying to swim upwards against the stream, against the current, which is not easy because this is what we have been practicing all over the time. I mean, throughout the samsara journey, the birth cycles, we have been practicing anusodaya. Now we have recognized, we have identified that this is not the truth. Actually, the world is a creation of the senses, and we are trying to understand and trying to swim upwards. So for that, Lord Buddha described this four types of right effort. Which includes actually there should be an effort to that effort to understand, and there should be a willingness to learn this truth, and then only you will achieve something initially as a knowledge, but then later on as a conversion inside inner transformation. The four types I will just briefly explain. First, you might identify the things which went wrong, or the defilements. Under the defilements in Buddhism, it's explained three things mainly. The lobha means the clinging, dvesha means aversion, and moha means the feeling of existence. Even if you are not attached, or even if you are not rejecting that, but you still feel that it is there, it's existing. So that is your moha. So identifying these defilements, even after some time, after a time gap from the incident, is also a skill. In Pali, it is called kusal. And then further, when you improve, when you start understanding this, that interval becomes less and less. And then the system will understand these defilements then and there, whenever it happens. But there is no way of preventing, because this is a part of the system. Defilements is a kind of current or some heavy feeling that occurs as a part of the system. So further, when you understand this more and more and move towards the truth, these defilements actually gets less and less significant. And finally, what is felt, what is experienced is just very relaxed and very light feeling. So it is a very brief explanation of what was read from the book. We can start the discussion. If there are questions, we can start the discussion on those lines. Or Dr. Kokila, you can select.
Actually, did we talk all the four, or just gave the introduction?
It's an introduction. I didn't give in detail. I didn't mention in detail, but
Even
basically,
Shani didn't mention the all four, did she?
uh,
She didn't
to
name the four.
actually name. Actually, what is in the book is just very sort of outline, basic outline.
Outline, yeah.
Absolutely.
I'll just
Yeah.
talk about a little bit because I think
Yeah.
it's very important how
Yes.
this keep happening, because we have we'll get a basic clinging, because when we take these examples are kind of strong. We try to take strong examples, but if we take something like what can I say, money. So if we take money, we have been given the idea money is very important. We have been taught the whole life, I think, how money can save you, how money is important. Money is, people has to save money, all that. So the perception of money will be there, and so when we try to understand this, we understand that actually what happens is the power of this thought is the actually feeling of self. So the feeling of self is nothing other than this just a stimulus. So if the stimulus is taken as money, it's an example only. So the actual feeling of self, or this suffering, we call it suffering, the suffering or the burning or defilements, whatever the words you use, it doesn't matter. This suffering is brought about by the power of the stimulus. How does this power of the stimulus come is because of the ignorance. So what we try and correct here is the ignorance. So when we try to correct the ignorance, what we understand is just, yes, there is a perception. Don't worry. There is a perception. We can't say money is not there. There is a perception, of course. It's a global way of living. So the perception is there, but is it there? When we ask that question, it's actually kind of two-sided, because yes, perception is there, but is it actually there? Well, if I say money, someone who doesn't understand English will not have any idea. That is from the language point of view. But just imagine you give that message through maybe sign language. But then if someone doesn't know the sign language, again, that is fair. But if someone shows you some dollars, maybe, but even that, if that is a person in the some tribe in the jungle, they won't know what that is. They will burn it for, to get some fire. They might put it there to get the fire going. So how is this perception giving a value to one system and not to the other system? Anyway, we keep understanding this, how this keep happening, and we also understand something else, because we don't just stop from the perception of the mind consciousness. So the mind consciousness is the money, but actually we may touch something. Just touching, I can touch the money and say this is a 5,000 rupee note, or this is a $50 note. So, but that is kind of, by looking at it, it's kind of we feel that something is there, even though it is not. Some might argue, yeah, I know this $50 is not there, but there is something. What is it? I can feel it. See, I can feel this paper. I can feel. Is it a paper? Oh, no, you can't call it a paper. Paper is also perception, but I can feel something. But then you keep understanding that is the touch that we are trying to describe. And that touch is also actually, we have described that it is actually a production of the sensory system. That is all. And that if you keep understanding this, actually no way that we can define a self without these six senses. You switch off all these six senses. Where are you now? Just just by wisdom, just switch off the six senses. Can you find something there? No, because the finding of the six senses that we have always defined that there is someone. So when we keep understanding this, now we come back to the Satara Samyak Pradhana, when we try and understand, there are four things that is happening. I think first one, Joel will already understand the suffering that, the suffering that, I don't know whether I'm using the proper language here, though. I'm trying to give the message. So we have something given important here. The example is money. So we keep understanding about that. The ability of that stimuli to bring about that power is not there. So if someone can help me, what is that first one, Sudharma?
Yeah,
Even
doctor,
in
I
Sinhala?
can read. Yeah, I can read that as if it's in the book, because since we are talking, Dhamma discourses are evolving around this uh, stimulus. The definition for this is also different now, doctor. The first point is seeing the thoughts that you receive from your senses. That's the first point, as you now described. One should have the ability to see the thought occurring. That's the first
Okay.
point. Yeah.
Seeing
Second point
the
is,
thought.
seeing the thoughts that you receive from your senses.
Okay. What is the second one?
Second one is seeing the thoughts prevent you from creating defilements. Oh, akusal, that how you liberate from the thought, that mindfulness should be
No, can
there.
you tell it in Sinhala, because I think there is,
Sinhala,
because there is
that is ආයතන වලින් එන අරමුණු දැකීම.
no. Actual, I don't know
The
whether strongly
traditional one is Dr. Sakuntala, will you be able to, as I remember, Upan Kusal, yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, first one is
Well, I will
Upan.
tell Upan Akusal
On some.
Nupadavima. So the
That's right.
Upan Akusal Nupadavima, that is, I am trying to tell Joel this because I think Joel really got it. That's why I'm trying to tell this to Joel at this moment,
Yes.
because I'm not actually trying to explain the kind of a deeper thing. I'm just trying to say Upan Akusal Nupadavima is actually, we get the, we have identified, kind of, we have identified, even Joel identified, there's recurrent burning points. We have some points where there's recurrent point. Just take it as example, mother worrying about the daughter, the mother-daughter thing, mother-son thing, or whatever. You can take anything. But if we take one example like that, mother worrying about son, so the son actually is kind of a defilement which you have identified, and you keep understanding them, then that those defilements, that burning which actually happen, is not going to happen again. So that's kind of thing. I'll come back to the book, Sudharma, because this might contraindicate the book, so I don't want to do that. I'm just telling it in a different way. So when we understand that, so we kind of dissect one stimulus, or try to understand, or understand Dhamma through thinking. First we do the thinking part, but then we actually keep understanding, okay, this the defilements that were already there is reducing. So and it is not coming. And so Panakusal, what is the other one? Sakuntala?
Upanna kusal,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, no, you
Nupadima.
say that. Yeah, Panakusal.
Upanna kusal nupadima. Upanna kusal
Upan kusale vardhane
ප්‍රහාණය
කරන.
උපන්න අකුසල් ප්‍රහාණය කිරීම නූපන්න අකුසල් උපදවා ගැනීම.
Yeah, in that also, actually, akusale means the accompany. So that is the non-vibration. So actually, I think it will get complicated. Here, I think I'll stop here because it's going to get a complicated topic, I think. But what I wanted to tell, I will not go deep into that. But what I'm trying to say is, we have already defilements, but then when we talk about the kusal is like the non-vibration or this no burning at all state. It happens in hand because the already the defilements are coming down. The non-vibration or the non-vibratory state or the a sort of a meditative state keep coming up. So they all go hand in hand. But I'll stop there, because I think it will complicate the picture. But what I was trying to say to Joel was actually, because Joel is here, when we keep understanding Dhamma, what happens is our defilements should go down, and the non-vibration, which we have kind of not experienced before, should surface. And there's more to that, but I'll stop there. Do you have any questions, Joel? I mean, not from this, because that will actually confuse you, because it's too complicated, actually, Dhamma points. But how about your questions from the book? Any questions from the book?
Yes, doctor. I just today finished the last chapter of that book, and what I want to ask is, like, now I don't have an I or me. It's the mental formation that we have created, that
Yeah.
I myself.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, it's like sometimes in me, I take things personal. So how can
Yeah.
I not take things personal and kill this I and surface the vibration that comes? It's for me, it's for me, it's for me. How can I do
Yeah.
that, doctor?
Wow, that's a good question. Okay, now the things that are so personal. Correct me if I'm going in a wrong track, Joel, because I don't know where this answer is going to flow. So we take things personally. So when we take a thing personally, that word itself, what does that really mean? Okay, so imagine something happening to you in maybe taking, we can say in year 12. We can say year 12. I'm not actually targeting you, I'm taking an example because it's so easy when we generalize things. So, year 12, a child got an experience. Child went to school. Child actually, I'm actually telling one of the experiences of a child. So that child got kind of physically assaulted by another child. So this happened to a girl. So this girl has been taken to the hospital, treated. Police is involved, everything. But whether they are involved or not, this vivid experience is personal. So it's kind of very personal. So that child struggles even to talk about that experience in an office where there is only the medical person and the mother of the person who went through this problem. So just try and become that child if you can. Just give up yourself and just become that child. Can you feel that experience? How much trauma, or we have to use the words here because there's no way I can explain the sadness, shame, anger. What else? I'm running out of words now. If there is guilt. So much. You can't even, lift your head because it's so much and it's personal. It's so unfortunate that it's personal because she is not an arahant or someone who has lost self. It's so unfortunate, but unfortunate things happen. So anyone feeling the self or anyone having this self vibration, everything, not only that traumatic experience, everything is personal. This is where the trick is actually. Everything is personal. The morning you get up and see the sunlight, it's personal. You see the the trees, you see you hear mother making tea, you listen to the sounds of the birds. Well, someone can say they are personal too because the mother who is struggling to make the tea may not have felt any of them. So they are personal. Can you see this personalization is the duality that we talk about, is the main problem that we talk about, that the main problem that this suffering is this. The personalization is a notion, is an is a is a is a idea because that because the whatever we felt here, we felt as it happening here. So if something is happening here, it should be happening here. That's person. So the morning you go out of the room, you go through the house, you go through the kitchen door and go out, you can feel the morning breeze. So you can say all that is personal. Well, what is personal? That is the research that someone has to do. What is personal? What is feeling what? Who is feeling what? Well, of course, there's some problem here, isn't it? One day, Sudharma went out, opened the door, found one shoe. Other shoe is missing. So it was personal. It was. What is it? This research you have to do, Joel. You have to do it. You can't really think about it. So what is the person feeling of person there? Because we feel alive. Why do we feel alive? We go through the house, we go to the kitchen door and we go out. And then we see so many things. So what happened there? We felt alive. You felt as you walked. It is personal. You felt as you went out, opened the door, went out. You felt as you felt the breeze. You felt the smell. You heard the noise. You saw the light of the sun. And it's so personal. How come is that? How come is that? Joel, you're asking so deep questions, and you're asking a light question. I'm answering deep. I don't know. That's a beautiful question. How come all these feelings have become personal? How come? Well, I would say it's because we have never known another thing. We have never felt anything impersonal. If you have ever felt something impersonal, this cycle is broken, Joel. This cycle, this bloody cycle, which we think that everything is personal, which has happened for the whole time. One moment, if you felt the impersonality, this is broken. This whole idea is broken. And that is what is the challenge is. But if you keep understanding this Dhamma and you keep questioning how come this is personal. Well, Lord Buddha or this Zoom discussion says it is impersonal. But I feel this as personal. How come? Well, if you do this research, Joel, I think actually you might be able to feel something different, because we have never ever felt something different. We believe what we feel. Yes, everything is personal. I smelled roses. It is personal. I saw the shoe. Even if the thoughts are not allowed here, even the feel is felt as personal, because you feel it as it's happening here. The life feel is here. So, do you understand, Joel, the challenges in this Dhamma is to actually feel the non-existence, actually feel the impersonal moment, and to understand, okay, this personal business or the duality we felt all the time is actually a construct, because there's a moment that it has vanished too. That means even though that is felt personal, that is not true. Well, I don't know whether I'm talking too much. I don't know. Do, do you understand anything, Joel? Or
Yes, doctor. Taking
it
things
should
personal
be,
is a thought kind of thing that comes, and it's an
well,
illusion.
even in the field level, it is happening. That's what I was trying to say. You were talking about the thoughts, but even in the field level, you go and the breeze. You felt as alive, isn't it? When the breeze comes, when you look at the tree, even when there is no much, you're not craving for the tree. I mean, who cares about the? I mean, someone might. Sorry, but no one really worry about the outside at that moment. But you feel alive. How does that happen? Is because this whole thing we feel as that. That is an illusion, actually. Even the feel level, it is an illusion. So the thoughts, 100%, they are just, but when there is a value, it has become personal already. There's no even talk about that. So if I say, my father, if he is a thing to me, in the sense, if there's no understanding about that perception, if you really understand this Dhamma and you start feeling that, you understand that Father is actually a perception. Doesn't mean that the Father is not out there. It's actually meaning you have no experience of actual Father. What we have, Joel, is just an experience of your 6 sensory organs. So if your mind is active, you have experiences, billion experience maybe, because whatever if you have, okay, maybe millions of experiences according to the lifetime. If you lived about 100 years, Joel, we can't even count, can we, how much thoughts you have gone through. So the thoughts, each and every thought, is taken for granted anyway if you don't know this Dhamma. And whatever the thoughts that have that power to make you feel alive is personal. That is because of that ignorance and not knowing that that is not the case. So whenever we feel alive, that becomes personal because we felt something about that. So we can hate it or we can like it, whatever the experience. But even beyond that, even the feel of light, feel of sound, that is also personal even though it is in the feel level. So if you keep understanding that, you understand that everything had been personal, even though we only think about the son or the daughter or the money or the job or whatever. So we remember only specific stuff. And as I said about the trauma, that child, that was so personal. Why? That brought so much impact. So the power that the life feel that exerted at that moment, because it's so much power, because it has, so much aversion you get when something like that happens. But that is so personal that she will remember it all the time, and she will struggle the whole life. So, but if I say is it personal? The patient or the person might get even annoyed because, yes, it happened to me. Why are you asking that? It happened to me. So how can we even discuss about something like that in such a situation? You can't. You just have to heal that person, help that person to heal. And if that person is open and feeling calm and okay, and then you might be able to get that person to understand this whole thing is just another stimulus. It's another occurrence. It's another perception. It's a part of this dream which you didn't like. So the you don't like means there is always this duality because you felt that it is happening to you. That is the mirage we are talking about. That is the whole point of Dhamma actually that you're asking. It's the question, are we not having personal experiences? That's a big question, even though you don't expect that much depth in that. Yes, due to the ignorance, we feel everything as personal. Your mother is your own perception. Even your sister, who is sharing your same mother, even though it is the same mother, siblings will have different perception. So that the personal view is different. What the daughter thinks about the mother is not the way the son thinks. And what they both think about is not the way how the dad thinks about the mother or the wife in that case. So how can these experiences feel so personal? Because that is how this system works. It's so complicated because of the mind sensor. 5 senses, not that complicated, but now even that is complicated because you feel like the light is happening here or the sound is happening here. because the consciousness is always, you feel it happening here. But then after that, this whole mind consciousness comes, slowly the baby is starting to get into this mind bubble. After that, you are trapped in the mind bubble. This mind bubble, these personal experiences are much augmented, bigger, wild, having all the meanings, words, because I was struggling to tell the words anger, guilt, shame, anxiety, whatever the words, But do you know, an arahant, this feeling of self, when it is not there, nothing is felt as personal. That is the beauty of an arahant, which we can only tell. And that's a person without burning. Yeah, I think I'm talking too much. Anyone, Joel, did you actually get any idea about this personal thing? Personal thing is due to the ignorance, basically. Because we don't know how this system works. That's why we feel it as very personal. But if you at least once in your life felt an experience with impersonality, or in the sense without self, without this feeling of self, then you will one day understand, Joel, this whole thing that we have been feeling as a long-term Joel is actually just a joke. Yes. Anything to add to that?
Saranai, Dr. Kokila, Joel's question resembles what I asked. I mean, when I first came across Dhamma and read a few books and came to know that it is only a system, there is no self, and still feeling as if everything is happening to me. So actually, that situation telepathized when he was asking the question. The thing is, it's really good to know that he has started his RA research, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? As you said, he has started it and he is going to see it through himself. I wonder whether he can understand Sinhala language, Sinhalese. I don't know the background. Can he?
Yes,
Or
yes, I can.
so, of course, Dr. Kokila, he can listen to some beautiful sermons of Aryan Mahanse, basically about
Yes, yes.
like Darshana philosophy, isn't it? We did a lot. This experience is actually, Dr. Kokila, when we read and when we come to know that there is no self, everything is a system, we try to, from the mind, we try to get that experience in life also. I mean, in day-to-day life. But it's too early because still, although as knowledge, we know that it is a system, there is no self, still we feel as if everything happens to me because the self-perception is still there. So in my experience, I can tell after listening to Dhamma for 2-3 years, even when I talk to Zoom discussions, Aryan says, now see how much self or egoism is reflected in your voice. Still, it's there. You have to identify yourself. You have to work on that, and so on and so forth. So what I am trying to say is this um, the self vibration or self perception, self view, it dilutes gradually. It's a gradual process. Actually, Dr. Kokla was explaining it, and other experienced friends will explain. So, since I was in the same situation, it came to me. That's what Dr. Kokla was telling, that feeling of I mean, as if I am at the center and everything happens to me. So we take as if it's their personal stuff. In other words, that is the self, because knowledge is there. We have heard the message of the Kalyana Mitra or the spiritual teacher, but we have to experience it by listening to more sermons, participating in discussions, and there's a beautiful practical path, practical program actually recommended by the spiritual teacher also. Dr. Kokila will explain to you further about that. And Dr. Kokila, I would like to talk about his yesterday's question also,
Actually,
because
Joel can go to Dombagoda, or even
yes,
the new
yes.
ones happening in. No, not now, but when he is interested, because there are new beautiful ones happening in Kandy also. So if he's near Kandy, he can go to Kandy ones, because Dombagoda is, I think, not towards Kalutara or Horane. So there would be a lot of beautiful monasteries happening, Joel, where you can actually stay there for 7 days or even 1 month, and or even more than that, and feel it's all in kind of jungle areas, not jungle, how do you say, forest areas, and with waterfalls, with so much tranquility anyway, physically also. But if you go with the correct view, which you're actually getting so fast, you can actually experience what I was trying to say, because this is something you have to experience. We feel everything personal, but at least if you feel this at least once, that experience of this without the self, even in the feel level, that would be the most beautiful experience ever, because you know how much tranquility you feel even by just understanding a little bit. So the more you actually go deep and deep, you will just understand there's no self. That's it. And just like that. So the word even personal or even impersonal stems from me. And when the root of the tree is cut, what can we talk about the tree itself? So actually what happens is all the defilements start to actually dwindle, because the root is actually shaken. Because if you feel the non-existence at least once, or the non-vibration at least once, this is good for all the listeners, that's why I'm saying, not only to Joel. So everyone in this world, if they feel this, they can understand that whatever we believed or whatever we experience so personal in the whole life or samsaric journey is actually suddenly broken, because there's one experience where even the existence is broken. Feel of existence is broken. So in that is the most beautiful experience in the world. So that will actually help you to understand that there is no self, even though we feel like that. There actually the burning is going to stop anyway, because this whole stem of the problem, or the root of the problem, or the core of the problem is taken out. So all the experiences, there are experiences, but they are not personal anymore. So there's no burning anymore. Isn't it beautiful, Joel, even to think about? I don't know, I feel like that. What do you feel, Joel?
Yeah, I feel good. And I have another question. I think
Yeah.
it's out of the topic. Who
Yes.
is Aryan Vanse? Is he a person that I can meet and talk? Where is he?
Uh, well, I haven't met him. Well, you can actually meet him now because I have been listening to his Dhamma I'm from Australia, so I have been listening to his Dhamma. Randomly, I heard his sermons through YouTube. I'm still doing that, and I'm participating into the Zoom discussions too. But I haven't met him face to face. And all other friends, no, I don't know. I don't think Suranka has met, because Suranka is also from Australia, but Sudharma has met him. Maybe Dr. Sakuntala has met him. So he has
Teruvan
started to
Saranai.
actually come out. Yeah.
Yeah, Dr. Kokila, we can pass his number to Joel because he will be happy to talk to him as well. Yesterday he was conducting a beautiful sermon in Kurunegala Metmal Monastery. So you can talk to him and we can even arrange to meet him at Dombogoda Kalutara because he actually does one-to-one sessions also there. I mean, even now there is a foreigner attending the program. So I think better to pass his number, isn't it, Dr. Kokila?
Yeah,
To
someone can do
yes,
that. If
yeah,
that would be great. I think Dr. Sakuntala can.
yeah.
Yeah,
Uh,
I can pass the message. Maybe I can arrange to sort of talk to him at some time when he's free.
yes, I think Aryan Vanse must be uh, must be given a introduction so that they,
Yeah.
because he gets so many calls, so he might not answer at the one go. So because he's so busy going around the country at the moment, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, I can arrange it. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So anything else?
Thanks, doctor. Thank you.
Okay. And anyone else? Sudharma or Surangika?
I think Miss Surangika will add her thoughts to that.
Yeah.
Everyone's on my Dr. Kokila, Dharma
So,
friends. I just wanted to maybe if someone can discuss the practical program aspect that you brought up, Sudharma. I think that would be good because Joel, I think I heard you say you finished the book. So the the difficulty in this is, or because it is so deep, it's one might think that one understood, when you read it in one couple of chapters or you read the book. But the beauty of this Dhamma is that the truth, the meaning of it changes the deeper you realize, the deeper you understand the meaning that one gets out of it, the connotations of what each sentence meant in R.N. Mahansa's discourses that you read. I think it's in a question and answer form in some of the parts of the book, isn't it? Or maybe the full book is in a question and answer form. So somebody asks a question and then he gives an explanation. But for each of those explanations, I'm sure you have appreciated the depth of it through also with Dr. Kokila's explanations and then reading the book in parallel. But the more you read it over and over again, and if you couple that with the practical program, so there, I think Sudharma maybe or Dr. Sakuntala, one of two of you should be able to beautifully explain how it is, and that is the way you will be able to get so much more understanding and realization as to what each of those simple explanations meant in the book, and then some of that will resonate with Dr. Kokila's explanations also in the last couple of days. So if someone can explain that more, then Joel, you might be able to go back to some of the aspects in the book and then start reflecting again. Or you can also, if you have a routine during the day, say you go to the gym in the morning, or you go for a walk in the morning in a park or somewhere, or you go and sit by the beach, at any of those moments, or even at home, when you are, going about your daily routine, when you're taking a bath, when you're brushing your teeth, when you're making a cup of tea. These are instances because what comes across as thoughts or mind objects is always flowing, isn't it? There is no end to it. So there is no place where there are no thoughts. Thoughts are never ending. It's continuous. It's always there. It's like this omnipresent kind of thing. So what are we doing through this whole exercise? We are trying to understand the mind, and mind means thoughts and mind objects. So the object of reflection is always there, and that means there is always the opportunity to reflect. And the more you reflect, the more there is an understanding, and the more there is an understanding, the liberation from this so-called personal self-concept that we have talked about today will become, more and more illuminated for you. You'll start to understand this sense of personal thing that we have attached to objects. Was that actually even there? So I won't go into that again because Dr. Kokila will explain it. Maybe Dr. Sakuthala or Sudharma, if you can explain the practical stages, because if he's going to the monastery and if he listens to Aryan Vansa or speaks to him, it might be good if he has already got an introduction as to what this practical program is that is being introduced and adopted in all our monasteries. Thiruvan Sarnai.
Maybe Sudharma can explain it because you are more involved than me, aren't you?
Dr. Sakunthala, Theruvan Saranai, you mean the practical program?
Yes.
Dobogoda International Meditation Center?
No, wherever you are doing, yes. I think Dombagod one or whatever you are doing, you can explain just 4 steps and what we are trying to achieve or what we are trying to understand.
Yeah, so actually, roughly the 1-day program, in the morning session, we discuss the Buddhist philosophy. So as Joel already has read the book, he knows that it is a system, and then how the self is created, that is explained. I mean, the importance is here face-to-face discussion, so you can ask questions from the presenter then and there, and you can discuss how you experience it now and what problems are there. So this one-to-one face-to-face discussion is very important since you already know the basic theory from the book. And then in the afternoon session, actually the ultimate goal of the program is to somehow get rid of this world, I mean external world, which has become so real to us, and the self, I mean on this side, because now you of course know that since Dr. Kokila has explained, I mean in the past few days also, this duality and how we feel as if I or the self experiences this external world, and how we ignorantly believe that we have lived 34 years or so. So the first step, child, is to to help the person to liberate from the external world. How, I mean, practically we get the opportunity to feel that we live in a world of thoughts. It is all our imagination. So, for example, actually the first point of contemplation is explained, that is because I don't know, we have run out of time now, but still, if I will talk through what is taking an object in front of me. Now there is a flower vase. So when I see the image of the flower vase, when I see this image, we call it actually shape of light, aloka satahanak or varna satahanak. The word, the name, the flower vase comes from the mind, and I identify it as a flower vase. But my eye doesn't say that it is a flower vase. So now I hear somebody talking, but it is a voice of a human being. It is a sound, but my mind says that it is a voice of a human being. Always this labeling or the name goes from the mind. So that is, I mean, basically what we practice in the first point of contemplation is that. So that is actually artificially created situation for us to feel that we live in a world of thoughts. What externally, that doesn't mean nothing is out there. What we are going to understand is what we believe to be there are not there. I mean, we believe that there are chairs, there are flower vases, there are people. We at once saw them as people and real entities. But this effort is to, as at the very beginning we explained, going against the current. So to see that none of these is a real thing. And then the second point of contemplation is now the mind is there. Mind is there because now we practice the labels come from the mind. So is there something called permanent thing called mind? So second point of contemplation is to liberate liberate from so-called mind. For that we have to see, we have to try to understand how does this flower vase, tree, mother, all these labels come from. So we have to go back to the very first occasion that this particular object came into our life. For example, now if we take a red apple, at once when we see that the red apple, the label goes out. So how did this label come to my life? We have to do a bit of contemplation. So when we go back to our early childhood, you might probably find that one day your mother brought an apple and introduced it to you, or else in the nursery the teacher introduced those instances. So the why it is important is, somebody might say, no, I don't have to go back to the childhood or to the first instance. I of course know, because I did that blunder. Why should I go back wasting time? I already know it happened at some time. No, this active contemplation really helps, because our spiritual teacher, honestly, we are not exaggerating, he has recommended this in the yesterday also. He said he has done a lot of if research, I mean self, he has done a lot of work all by himself to come up with this beautiful program which helps us to come to certain realizations easily. Then with that we liberate from the mind. And then the third point of contemplation is to see how, and it's actually beautiful experience. Dr. Kokila is the best person to talk about this, because it's about the feel. You feel actually near radiant mind experience, how these all these sensory organs perceives stuff without the hindrance or without the interference of past knowledge or the wrong beliefs. Because we believe that there are things and these things labels are there and so on. We once we get rid of that, we get a beautiful feeling. We can actually, if you are on doing an honest job, you can of course feel the original sensory organs experience there. Then finally, the fourth stage, when you are thorough that it is just a system, just six sensory organs at work, and the body also moves in walking meditation as a puppet, finally it's actually now we all were targeting at this getting rid of the self. It is non-self experience. You feel the six machines working and body moving, and without the involvement of a self. So it is that's all I can explain right now, because we have run out of time also. So Dr. Kokila and all of you can polish it up. Actually, I don't think I did a good job. Teruvan
No,
Saranai.
I think it's okay. And we will hand over the Zoom discussion to the 4 o'clock Zoom in Sri Lanka. And
Yeah, actually, just I
it's
want to say, Joel, there's no rush actually to plan any of these things. We have been just telling you the details, but feel free to decide when you like to
yeah,
join,
there's no
please.
pressure.
Yeah, that's right.
No pressure at all, actually.
Thanks, doctor.
Because
Thank you. Thank you.
yeah, and we will meet tomorrow and try to elaborate on things or talk about mere just even a normal topic. We can talk about that. But sometimes even Joel's questions take me deeper, so I'm sorry if it made it a bit too much. But anyway, thank you so much for coming for the discussion, and we worship Aran Wahanse for his guidance, and may Tripurjan bless you all, and happiness will be actually with everyone. Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, Doctor. Teruvan Saranai, Lord.
Everybody.
Buddothpada, loving and kind. You came like light to free the blind from realms of grace, from heavens above. You walked among us with boundless love. Buddothpada,
seeing the sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind. You spread the truth so clear, so bright. The Dharma's flame, the guiding light. You reawakened Buddha's way, the sasana shining day by day. Through your compassion, calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak. Buddothpada, you show
by step, you lead us on until the night, the fear is gone. Buddothpada, Ariayani, Buddothpada.
Nibbana now is not a dream. It flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh, Ariayani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song. May you live long, oh noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride.
Buddothpada, Ariayani, bright as the sun. May your holy work never be done. Buddothpada, Ariayani, you show the path through gentle words and sermons fast. Buddothpada, Ariayani, loving and kind.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආර්යයන් වහන්ස. May the triple gem bless you all. Our noble friend Buddothpada Aryan Wahansa made great effort for many years to spread this Dhamma, to spreading this message to this world. Now you can listen to all of Buddothpada Dhamma sermons on Buddothpada Pure TV in Sinhala and English 24 hours a day. I think you are so lucky because you can listen so many Dhamma sermons on YouTube because of this technology. But we didn't have that opportunity to listen so many Dhamma sermons when we were younger actually. In this Buddothpada Dhamma sermons, it always emphasized that the path to Nibbana is not a matter of collecting knowledge. It is a practical pathway that you can understand directly, realize for yourself and experience within your own life. The teaching repeatedly reminds us to look into our own body and mind, to discover where we are truly living, and to investigate the nature of this very being we call myself. See how clearly this mind object has formed. Through this direct seeing, the truth becomes very clear. You feel as though we are living day by day, but in truth, we are living based on a single mind object, only this very moment. If you think we had a yesterday or that there will be a tomorrow, that is only a thought. In reality, those time frames are never actually met. Only this present moment is ever experienced. But we think everything happens only in this very moment, but we don't realize it. We have never actually met yesterday, nor how we met the future. If we explain that this moment, this mind object is arising and passing away right here, we can also see that even this very moment is never truly met. It is already gone as soon as it appears. Even when we think I am going to work tomorrow or I am going to school tomorrow, that thought is simply a mind object happening in this very moment. It arises now as a present mental event. In the same way, when you think about your past life, that too is happening only in this present moment. The past and the future appear only as thoughts arising here and now. When we say, I will go to work tomorrow or I will go to school tomorrow, what actually appears is a thought arising in this very moment. We experience this body through the mind, so even the body is a mind object. Not only the time, this is very difficult to understand because we feel the body as something solid and real. Yet what we call the body is known only through sensation, perceptions, and thoughts arising in the mind. In the sense, the body appears as a mind object, just like any other experiences. When we reflect on the immeasurable kalpas of samsara, we may imagine a vast stretch of time. But even if we count those ages in numbers, they all appear only as thoughts arising now. The entire sense of long ago or countless years is simply a present moment mind object. In truth, even the vast cycle of samsara is known only here, in this very moment. The arising and cessation of the aggregates happening in this very moment. This means that in each moment mind object arises, the mind object arises and passes away in this very moment. This rapid succession create the illusion of continuity. That continuous arising and passing away is the cycle of samsara itself, the turning of the wheel of this life. It is all happening in one place, within this very present moment. That illusion is what we called a life, a world, samsara. Even a moment is created by greed, aversion, and delusion. Through these, we create bhava and sankara again and again. Bhava means this mind objects we are creating again and again, continue the cycle of samsara. Even the sense that I am getting older is simply a mental state arising in this moment. Because we are thinking a person, a real object is existing. We feel it is existing continuously. What we call this moment feels solid only because a thought has appeared saying so. Without that thought, even this moment cannot be grasped. To understand this condition properly, we need to see with clarity how a mind object forms, how this moment comes into being, and how it ceases. Birth and death are happening within each moment. When this is seen directly, it becomes clear that even our thoughts and our sense of mind cannot be taken as a truly real. They arise, they vanish, and nothing remains to hold on to. So then you begin to realize that even this moment and the feeling that I am living are also just mental appearances. What we take as life happening is simply a thought process arising now. It feels real only because a thought appears saying, I am living in this moment. I feel that I am living. And as a real object, when you see very clearly how each of these six senses arises in this very moment, you realize that none of it can be taken as mine or as one solid thing. Each sense impression appears and disappears instantly because of this constant arising and passing away. There is nothing you can truly hold on to as a self or as something that belongs to you. But you have to explore all senses very carefully until see the reality very clearly. At that point, a question may arise within you. Then who is recognizing this condition? Who is in these six senses? Who is find this truth? Who is understanding about these six senses? At this point, we need to reflect on what the Lord Buddha himself said. The Buddha pointed out, I am not a god. not a Brahma, not a human. Lord Buddha said he is a Buddha. This becomes very clear when the mind is freed in this very moment, because it's free from this, that condition, free from these six senses. That is why the Lord Buddha explained that he is not a God or not a Brahman or not a human. It means that all becoming has been uprooted. All formation have been completely ended, and the natural state beyond Sankara has been realized. The wisdom or jnana can realize this Dhamma. When you start to see your six senses very clearly and how your mind has formed, then you will start to realize how you recognize those different conditions through jnana. We also need to consider why the Lord Buddha told his 5 teachers, I have found the truth, but not by your way, not by what you are doing. Buddha then explained his Dhamma, explained what he was found, the Dhamma of the dependent origination. He explained that these practices do not lead to liberation because they do not uproot ignorance. What he discovered was the Dhamma of dependent origination, or Paticca Dhamma, the law that shows how the world, the self and suffering arises moment by moment, how this mind object has formed. From this it becomes clear that the Lord Buddha did not emphasize long concentration meditation practices to attain Nibbana. Instead, he explained how this world is formed and what Paticca truly means. This is the real Dhamma Buddha taught even to children in a simple and direct way. Sometimes we hear stories that young monks attain awakening instantly, even just receiving a small piece of cloth when he rubbed it and then he realized and understanding the Dhamma. From those stories, we understand that this Dhamma was realized not through long, pauseful concentration meditation, but through clear insight. Sometimes parents think that if their children listen to Dhamma or learn it very deeply, they might want to become a monk. Then the parents worry that their own hopes and plans for their children will not be fulfilled. But it does not happen like that way. Understanding the Dhamma does not force anyone to become a monk. It simply helps them live wisely, kindly, and with a clear mind. They become very intelligent. They will fulfill their life with everything, but with understanding. with realizing this Dhamma. We see many children today experiencing panic attacks. Some cannot even face their exams. They suffer from depression, stress, and constant pressure. We have seen that when we explain this truth to them, they become more relaxed without any medicine. When they understand the truth about their own mind, how it has formed, and how their world is created through their six senses, they no longer fall into conditions like anxiety, depression, or fear because of assignments, exams, or competitions. They can face very nicely for any situation in their life. They will realize that this is a mind created world. They will recognize their own ignorance. Then they will work or study without fear, without pressure, and without the burning anxiety that used to trouble them. They will realize that it is useless to run after their thoughts once they realize this Dhamma or understand in this Dhamma. When they see the true nature of the mind, they stop giving power to those thoughts. That's what happened within them after realizing this Dhamma. They don't want to become a monks. They can live as a normal person in their life. They can do everything. They can carry out any responsibilities as a normal person. They will laugh, they will smile, they will dancing. They will do what they need to do. But they will do everything without burning, without anxiety, without depression, without a pressure. So then, isn't it good to give for them this Dhamma? So then they will continue their life with happiness, without any pressure. So many young children today become addicted to drugs, alcohol, or even think about suicide because they cannot hold the weight of their own mind. When they cannot bear their heavy thoughts, they look for solutions in different harmful ways. What they are really seeking is freedom from mental suffering. They need to come out of that mental suffering. That's what they need. That's what they are seeking. But if they can hear the true Dhamma about themselves, true Dhamma means actually exploring themselves, about their six faculties, about their mind. So how the mind works, how the world is created through their own six senses. They have the opportunity to free themselves from that suffering. The whole world runs behind external material things, but very few try to understand who they truly are. When you teach your child this Dhamma, they will not chase after their wandering thoughts. With this blissful understanding, they will succeed in every aspect of their life. When someone truly practices this way, they begin to feel how they gradually become free from the mind and how the inner burning fades. Nibbana means actually the ending of the 6 sense spaces as a source of grasping. These 5 faculties arise and the mind is formed through them, but the mind holds them as mine. Not only that, it grabs everything that arises and burns with it. It also believes that the world created through these sense bases exists outside as something solid and real. When this illusion is clearly recognized, the Vijnana Maya, that our mind consciousness, the practitioner becomes free from this entire system. That freedom is what we called Nibbana. Actually, there's no something to called as Nibbana. We can't call that is like something or that is like an object. We never can explain like that way. It's fading away your burning sense. This is why Lord Buddha said, Salayatana Nirodho Nibbano. When you clearly see this whole system, all 6 faculties, the moment you step out of the world created by the mind, that is where the supreme, peaceful Nibbana is found. It is not something that happens after our death. It is the freedom that appears when the 6 sense bases stop creating a world for the mind to grasp. It also, we cannot say that 6 sense bases stop creating, but these 5 faculties are working. It will see, it will hear, and it will feel anything, but there is no value for those feeling or for those mind object. That's what happened within you. When someone does not realize this inner system of the 6 senses, the mind automatically falls into suffering. The grasping begins, the burning begins, and then life becomes heavy. Your inside points directly to the root of this suffering. If you meditate or even listen to thousands of Dhamma talks, you still cannot escape from this truth unless you realize this system, unless you explore your 6 faculties, unless you explore how your mind has formed, the arising and passing away of the aggregates in this very moment. Once this is realized, you may still experience happy or sad status, but there is no attachment to those conditions, because in that very moment you understand that nothing can be taken as real. That is the reason there is no value for the happiness or sadness state. You see ignorance very clearly at that very moment. This is why no grasping or rejecting arises towards anything for a happiness or sadness. And also there is no honor for the happiness or sadness. Just these five senses will work. You will realize it's happen automatically. This system is arising and passing every moment. Sometimes you may feel that sadness and happiness are actually the same thing. After you realizing this Dhamma, the arising from the same kind of inner stimulus at a deeper level, you will see that through your jnana. When you experience both the states, you begin to realize that it is the same stimulus expressing itself in two different ways. That is the beautiful condition or beautiful state of this Dhamma after you realizing. Once you understand this Dhamma, you will experience both sadness and happiness. You can't divide it into two things. The same inner stimulus can be released through tears at other times. That very same stimulus is released as a smile. Some people smile when they are hurt, using a smile to cover a painful feeling. In the same way, some people shed tears when they are happy. The wonderful thing is that the same stimulus appears in different ways. You may not always recognize its true nature, but you can certainly feel it. This sadness and happiness arise from the same stimulus. Sometimes we cling when we feel sad, and we are worried and we get angry, and we cling again when we feel happy, simply because we do not recognize that both states arise from the same inner stimulus. In the same way, neither of these states last even for a moment. They do not become anything solid. We feel sadness that is not a real thing, and we feel happiness that is also not a real thing. Everything arising and every feeling we experience through our mind object. Once you realize the mind object is not the real thing, then you don't want to hang on with the happiness or sadness or with any feelings. This is what our noble friend tries to explain, but for someone who has not yet experienced it, it is difficult to understand. Then once you realize or once you understand, then you begin to understand what we are talking, because for the noble state or noble person, they feel in a different way after realizing the Dhamma. Everything that arises in this same way is expressed in different forms. A stimulus arises. The mind expresses it in different ways. like as tears, as a smile, as a fear, as a joy, or as anger, because the true nature of this arising is not recognized. The mind reacts with with raga, desha, and moha. This reaction keeps the cycle of suffering turning. The root of it all is not seen, the arising and passing away of the aggregates in this very moment. The mind interprets it in different emotional forms because the mind does not see the aggregates simply arising and passing, it personalizes them. That personalization becomes raga, desha, moha. This reaction keeps samsara alive moment by moment. That's how continue this cycle of samsara. This stimulus happens so quickly that we feel everything is continuous because of its speed. We never can see it. We can recognize and we can understand it through wisdom or your jnana. Every thought that arises creates fear when we believe the external world is truly real. When the child become real and everything we believe the external world is truly real, then the fear arising within us because we want to protect our children, our husbands, our properties, our money, and everything we need to protect because those we are taking those as a real and they truly exist. That's why arising and creates a fear within us. Then arise in suffering all the time because when we are trying to hang in and when we are trying to protect everything what we need, then always we are in a fear condition and then we are always in suffering condition. As this stimulus keeps arising repeatedly, the mind becomes frightened and confused. Even though it is extremely difficult to understand or realize this Dhamma, the whole of samsara is actually arising in this very moment. All the thoughts that appear right here, right now, contain the entirety of samsara within them. Even this very moment, that means this kshanaya, that has no real substances, no nothing. There is no time, no place where it can stand. It holds nothing and it does not remain even for an instant. It is a state where nama, rupa or name and form is absent. That means a state without mind and without mental process, or that is state mean no value for those any mind objects appearing in your mind. Because this process happens so quickly, it creates two sides that seem to exist continuously. In every moment, grasping and rejecting arise. This mind keeps creating a sense of me here and an external world out there, and with each new thought, this illusion becomes stronger and stronger. When it becomes real, if we look at this very carefully, we cannot take this mind as me actually, and we cannot take this body as me. In the same way, we cannot say that this I is mine, because the arising of scene is not something we create. It happens automatically, moment by moment, without our control. We are not doing anything. This eyes is arising in this very moment. This ear is arising very this moment. But we are not functioning those faculties. It's arising itself. It's functioning itself without controlling by anyone. This is why we are unable to stop fearful thoughts or unpleasant thoughts from appearing. We can never stop what we don't like, and we never can hold on to only what we like. Everything arises on its own, beyond our control. Once you understand this Dhamma, once you realize this Dhamma, what happened, you will see this process very clearly, and you don't want to bother with those processes. But when this Dhamma is not understood, the mind starts chasing after thoughts that are not real. It runs behind them as if they truly exist, and this chasing becomes endless. Actually, this path, this Dhamma practice is extremely subtle, and the mind is easily caught in the illusion created by consciousness. That is why the guidance of noble friend is so valuable, because consciousness itself is a powerful illusion. When you realize the rising and disappear in the mind object in this very moment with satya or with awareness, or with the satya jnana, that the you experience does not truly exist. The creation of a self, that means sakkaya ditthi, gradually it will dissolve. In that moment, the belief in a permanent person or a controller or an inner being or soul, everything falls apart. From there, the mind naturally moves towards kritajnana. That means that the knowledge that the work is done, the knot is untied, and the illusion is already broken in that moment, and you never met a person through these six senses. You never see any real object in your mind. This is the beginning of true liberation. After collapsing the old system that you were taught that it is real. When you fully realize that there is no you, no inner person, no self, or real mind object, you automatically enter Kritya Jnana, the understanding, that the fundamental task is completed then. When the illusion of I disappears through Satyajnana, the creation of cells comes to an end. So, if there is a real object to grasp, then there is fire. And arising the suffering within yourself, if there is a real object. If there is a real object, then tanha or greed to arise within you. The object must be truly real. Then there is raga desha moha arising within you, because you have a real object and external things, and you are holding here in a world as a person, real person within this system. So if the object is not real, tanha cannot arise. That's how you can eradicate all impurities, because all sankara, you can come out from that cycle after you understand, or after you realizing that there is no real object or real person or as a real thing. When the mind sees this clearly, craving loses its foundation. Gradually it's fading away. So you can examine this Dhamma very carefully, and then you can explore your five senses very carefully. And before rejecting it, pause for a moment and see whether it truly matches your own experience. Ask yourself what the mind really is, and what wisdom or jnana truly means. Try to find out the differences between wisdom or jnana or consciousness. Why it says wisdom, why it says jnana, why it says consciousness. Like that way. Explore this within your own experience. Without realizing the Dhamma, Nibbana cannot be reached. Actually, there is no reach to something, but we have to say like that. Some people may glimpse certain things without understanding the Dhamma, but mere knowledge will never lead you to Nibbana without practicing, without realizing within yourself. And you will realize wisdom, jnana, is not consciousness. Consciousness is called vijnana. That is why the Lord Buddha spoke about the arising of wisdom, jnanassa digamaya. That means instead of saying about the rising of consciousness, vijnana adigamaya, vijnanassa adigamaya. Lord Buddha didn't say that vijnanassa adigamaya. Lord Buddha explained about the jnanassa adigamaya. Then we can ask ourselves a question: why the Lord Buddha said like that, jnanassa adigamaya, instead of saying vijnanassa adigamaya? Uh, we have to consider these points why Lord Buddha has emphasized jnana means wisdom and consciousness. There are two conditions. Mm. So, however, you will realize and you can understand everything within yourself with when arising the wisdom within you. What is the difference of consciousness and wisdom? So, because vijnana is a part of the conditioned world. It arises and ceases based on contact, sense bases, and objects. It belongs to the realm of appearances. So, jnana, wisdom is unconditioned knowing. It sees the nature of reality beyond the play of consciousness. It does not arise through the senses. The vijnana is arising through the senses, but wisdom doesn't arising through the senses. That is why we must first reach to Suttamaya Jnana. That means the wisdom that comes from listening to a noble friend, knowing about the real truth, without hearing the true Dhamma from someone who has seen it or who has experienced it. The wisdom cannot begin to arise within you because you don't know the true message. A noble friend Kalyanamita points out what the ordinary mind cannot see. These are only words we are talking, except those words we are unable to explain the Dhamma. The consciousness that comes through the eyes, nose, the other senses is just the feeling we experience through those sense doors. These experiences don't truly exist as solid thing, and we create them in our own minds. This is why we use the words to explain the wisdom or jnana when we talk about different kind of understanding. For example, the wisdom that sees arising and passing away we can call skandha udevaya jnana, and the wisdom we gain by listening and reading, that is the suttamaya jnana. So all of these are forms of wisdom, not consciousness. Once you see how your mind creates name and forms, you begin to understand the difference between the consciousness and wisdom. Then you can clearly see the difference between two of those conditions. When this difference becomes clear, just as the Buddha explained, you can let go of consciousness and recognize wisdom for what it truly is. That is why the Lord Buddha emphasized that this Dhamma is Sandhitika. You can realize within yourself, no one can offer for you. To be seen here and now, that is the, we can say that Sandhitika Dhamma. There is no external leader who can show this Dhamma. The Dhamma itself is the teacher that reveals the path to Nibbana, because it's based on your wisdom or jnana. You are recognize yourself and all the tangled point by your jnana and your wisdom. When wisdom arises within you, it naturally shows the correct path. It arises on its own. That is why the Lord Buddha said that once someone enters this path, they never turn back because of that wisdom, because of that prajna. It becomes the guide you. No one guide you. Your prajna and your wisdom, it will guide you once you realize this Dhamma. When name and forms disappear, consciousness also become fading away or invisible. When it says invisible, that word is not matching actually to explain. That means not everything disappears around you. It is a state that become free from the mind. Therefore, this is called the anidassana state. So anidassana state mean that nothing disappearing around you, but through through wisdom or through jnana, you are realizing and every moment that there is no anything to take as a real. If you take something as a real, you will realize, not you actually, through wisdom, it will realize there is ignorance, and then there is a person, there is a soul. That's how the wisdom and prajna guide you. Once if you try to hang in on something taken as a real object, suddenly the prajna and wisdom arise in within you and then shows that there is a ignorance state. It shows itself. That's how the wisdom guiding you. It is a state that becomes free from the mind. Therefore, that is called the anidassana state, where consciousness no longer appears, and when this is realized, the mind becomes free from consciousness. This is what the Buddha described as sankitte nibbidaya. That means turning away through true understanding because of this realization, and then one reach the nibbana. You never can stop arising the wisdom within you once you enter this pathway. It's arising itself, but no one can control it. You will realize how it's arising within you, how you can't control it. Once you are in, if you want to go back to that the anusote, but you never can go back because it arising itself within your system. The wisdom is arising itself. It's happening automatically within you. So then if you want to understand this properly, you must look at everything very carefully and clearly. That is why the Lord Buddha said that even a person who reached the noble state, Sotapanna, Sakadagami, Anagami, and Arihant, must see the arising and passing away of the aggregates. That means Udayavaya Jnana. So it is not the end, but what arises and passes away is name and forms, nama rupa. This is why the Lord Buddha guided monks to see Udayavaya, not Udayavaya Vijnana. Udayavaya Jnana, Lord Buddha always mentioned about the jnana or wisdom, not the consciousness. However, once your inner transformation begins, wisdom starts to arise on its own. You never can stop it. At that point, you don't need to force the mind or make effort to think. The realization grows naturally within you when the mind becomes purified. Jnana or the wisdom arises by itself. Therefore, you first need to understand how form begins, and for that you need to understand what's Pubbē Nivāsānussati Jnana, the wisdom that sees how the mind has been moving from the very beginning. When someone sees the mind clearly, they also see how forms arises. In the same way, they understand how the form is arising and passing away. So I hope this would help you to understand what need to be considered if you are seeking to enter this path to Nibbana. So the time is passing now, and I am going to stop for today. May the Triple Gem bless you all. Therwan Saranai Aryan Wahanse.
I was trying to be someone who could finally feel okay, working hard to hold it together, just to get through every day. Smiles came and they would leave me, like the sun between the rain. Every time I thought I'd found it, it would slowly slip away. I filled the noise with more distraction, told myself that I was fine, kept on chasing better moments, hoping one of them would last this time. But the weight I carried with me showed up everywhere I'd go, even in the quiet hours. There was nowhere left to go. Then I met a quiet teacher who said, look at what is happening now. See how every thought is forming. See it clearly, just see how nothing out there calling itself a thing. No one here that must defend. Just a quiet sea struggle began to fade away. Buddothpada, showed me what I could not see, not by faith and not by belief, but by looking quietly. Buddothpada, change the way this life is known. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we never seen. Buddothpada, showed the way by asking see. When the search at last grew silent, there was space to simply be. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. And nothing was the same. Everyone. First of all, I pay homage to the Lord Buddha, the Dhamma, and Sangha, and I bow down to R.N. Mahansi, our noble friend, for his all his guidance. To continue with the some of the important facts that were discussed by R.N. Mahansi, and trying to make us understand this in-depth, the vast knowledge. What is the meaning of nibbana? Like, what does it mean that liberation? Is it that what you feel when you don't have that burning feeling inside you? And can everybody come into this path why not only few people have that desire to explore this path, and like that state of mind, people should have that yeah, the that should come within them, that to explore something beyond your senses and your comfortable life. So the people, the minds that who inquire these, is it's a quality of it's a quality that of a person who will come to this path, and that quality of the inquiring mind, it is called the savitaka mind. And when you reach this state of mind, the practitioner, the person who is willing to practice this, and who's trying to practice this, will realizes that the existence of a self has been completely vanished. This this is the real nirvana, or the tranquility, which is the existence of a self and existence of an outside world are on one side, and non-existence of being and the feeling of valuelessness of the materialistic outside world is on the other side, which means that the person who have that eagerness, that desire, and who start practicing that inquiring mind, then when you have those qualities, the person who's practicing that will realize the existence of a self has been vanished, and at the same time, the existence of a self and existence of an outside world are on one side, and the 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 non-existence of the being and the valueness of the outside world is on the other side. As long as a person has thought patterns, he has a soul. So how do we recognize our soul? That feeling of I am, me, mine. It is that fire, that the feeling, that burning fire in the mind. Then that is if you start feeling that is actually the beginning of your journey. First of all, you need to feel that burning fire inside you, and when you start feeling that the stress, the uncomfortable inside, the feeling of that uncomfortable feeling, and the burning fire inside you, and that means you start recognizing your own soul. Anything that you feel like something is there outside, and that value that you bring to that outside object, it happen, the value is based on how much you have your ego, your raga, dvesha, moha. We call it tanha. With with the illusions created in the mind, the nibbana, the freedom is unreachable. Even the illusory mind can be detected via awareness or sihiya. We call it super awareness. When you are in that state where you are observant, you are aware of your feelings, your senses. That is your awareness or sihiya. Then when you have sihiya, it is like you keep a guard in front of your house. That is, then that awareness will detect those the vibrational energies that creates in the outside world, and you feel there is something existence outside, and there is a person who feel that, the me. This is only it could be detected only through that pure awareness. It is like you have built a sensor which catches all these vibrational activities, energies that happen, and you know exactly how those are created. Because why do you have to understand that how these outside objects are created, the vibration, how they process? Because along with that, the vibration energies and the process, that the me, the person who's experiencing that can be caught up. Then you know that how me is created. So without knowing that the notion of a self, you can detect it. Therefore, all these are all the necessary components to reach that liberation, to abandon that feeling of me, mine. The have you investigated within you how the world is created? How you experience the world, is it similar to entire universe? Is it whether what you see in the world, is it similar to everyone perceive this world, or is it just you, how you see things? Have you asked yourself why some people like sweets and why some people don't like sweets, and why some people like spicy food and some people do not like spicy food? If a certain food is the same, how come different people perceive that in a different way? Have you also asked yourself why some people are some people uh, are very competitive in certain ways, and some people do take the life as it comes. So, because the value that you are given to this outside world depends on individual being, and this entire world is created in a single mind, like it unique to in each and every individual. The Lord Buddha has explained this vastly. All his Dhamma, the Buddhist doctrine is all about that, the magic, that Vijnana, who created this external world and internal world, and that individual self being, how the individual self being created. So we all the time, we think that things just happening to me, we always ask, why does it happen to me? So that's because even if you if you think about your own life, if something happened to your family, you feel it's hard into the depth, like you feel so deeper. But if it's somebody you don't know, you don't even feel it. You will hear in the uh, news telecast that something has happened in a different country. You won't feel it that much. But if you hear that it has happened in your country, you might try to look for more details, or you might look to find out the news, what that news is about, and you will then try to find if someone known to you affected, because that's all depends on how much you have holding on to it, how much um, you have engraved those feeling of me, myself, and something happened to someone I know. It's all about it. Everything is centered around you. So how, in order for you to explore this Dhamma, first of all, you need you need to learn the true, not the knowing that true knowledge of what Lord Buddha has preached, what this Dhamma is about. That Dhamma, without that Dhamma knowledge, you are not able to apply those um, the the techniques, the the system, that process. You're not. It's the way you experience. For you to practically experience that Dhamma, first of all, you need that knowledge. And when you have that true knowledge of awareness, then you can reach that practical experience. Through this practical knowledge, the notion of that existing self can be found. The existence of the soul cannot be abandoned by just thinking about it. So that's another thing that we kind of get lost in this process is we don't know how to define that the mind and the process. The we most of the time the knowledge that we learn, we are trying to process it through our mind. And the mind and the feel. The feel is what you need to, that is how you experience this Dhamma within you, through the feel. When you have that knowledge, you need to learn to separate the two way of experiencing this. So you need to learn how to feel this Dhamma within your own self, within your own soul. The most difficult concept to absorb is that not being able to recognize our own perception of the self. If this is just limited to a thought, and if the person cannot detect the fluctuations of the sparks, the currents, the nibbana path is not open to that person. The person who lives in his thoughts is they get lost in this journey. The inability to detect the situation, that's the biggest obstacle. So you should be able, if something happens, and when you know that that something is not right inside you, like that feeling, the fire feel, the burning feeling, an uncomfortable feeling, and like the cravings, the sadness and anger, that those sparks that happens inside you, if you are not able to detect those, the changes, the fluctuations of that feeling, the current, then you are not able to find this path. The this the person who lives in that thought is not able to find that feel. So you have to learn to find that how this the current fluctuate in you, the effect on those feelings to you. So if you are not able to detect that, then it's a big obstacle for you to find your own liberation, because this is all about finding your own self and liberating from your mind. So only when you are able to detect that, the fluctuations, the changes, the feeling, the burning feeling, that is only when you are able to liberate yourself from that too. Without, and at the same time, when you find out those fluctuations, the what's happening inside, this is when the knowledge that you learn through Dhamma can be applied practically within you. That is when you can start this purification process in the mind. And there are so many tools R.N. Mahanse has elaborated, has simplified for us to apply within us. And the awareness must be experienced in all four postures. And we call it Satara Satipatthana. And that's super awareness. So when you have that super awareness, that is when you can easily detect that your hidden self in all these incidents. And the learning Dhamma helps you to recognize the wrong way and how you can uh, purify your way and how to learn that right way. This the liberation doesn't mean that you have it in the future or when after your death. The liberation is at this right moment. This moment we call it Shana Sampatya. Everybody and the everybody is born with that moment, and everyone has that opportunity to liberate yourself moment to moment. This is the meritorious ordination. Buddhism is based on the principle of the dependent origination, and it's not Buddhism is not about the meditation, the concentration meditation. The Buddhism refers to the observation of the true nature of the mind. It is a practical Dhamma. It is all about you you experience that you observe this true nature of your mind. And if someone can get rid of that notion of an existing self, then that is when you liberate yourself. Then you lose that attachment that you're holding on to, that myself. Haran Vaz explains this in so many ways, and one of his famous saying is, "Mamat ekka mama gamanak yanawa mavadala mama yannata yanawa," which means I'm going on a journey with myself, and I leave the self and go along, and which means you can't separate. I mean, you are alive. You have this body, and you know that there is that the senses that works, which is the mama. You can't leave this and go without, but you're going on that journey with myself. And then but still when you know that knowledge, you will leave the self, but you still go on. So this is a process, and this is a process of the defilements, the fading of defilements, which is the craving, aversion, the ignorance. Those defilements it systematically will fade away in this journey. So you need to understand how these objects that you see, the outside world, how this outside world is created. We have been from an infant to now, when you think about yourself, when you're born, you did not have any feeling of this is mine, this is me, this is my mother, this is my father. But as gradually as you grow older, your database has been filled with all about how that ego has been built up. And now, in order for you to break those things, reverse that everything you have accumulated in your mind, as which has made that ego stronger day by day. In order for you to liberate from that ego, you need to learn this Dhamma. You need to learn how you can liberate from that ego. And for that, you need to start learning this concept. So it's all about achieving that special wisdom, that which will lead you to liberate from that Sakkaya Ditthi, the feeling of you being alive. And we are all trapped inside our own senses and our own world. And we are all trapped inside our ego, the cage called ego and self. And that is the wrong way. So, Lord Buddha's doctrine is about the Four Noble Truths, the truth about the suffering, the cause of the suffering, and cessation from the suffering, and the end. It's the path to end the suffering. The suffering sensation or pain is actually that the feeling, that feeling of what you have inside. The I is suffering when you see something. When I is thought of an object, in reality you know that I is only a vibration and a mental formation or mental image created in the mind, and is only a power created by the stimulation of all senses. So it is just, it is the same thing like when you rub two wood sticks, the the it creates that the heat, the magnetic field in that. And it's the same way your eye, when you place that sight into an object, that when it's that stimulation happens, and it creates that mental formation in you. When you see a car, that if it'll it'll create that that spark inside you, and that is how that mental formation or mental that image is created in the mind. And it's only a power that's created by the stimulation of your senses, the eye. But if you see that, is it that your eye saw that, or is it someone who's inside, that someone called me saw that? So that is when that the mental current happens. But that currents do not exist anywhere. That comes and go with in unimaginable speed. So just imagine that you are blind. And do you think that the image you see in front of you will make any current in you, the feeling of within you? So it's the same when you, if you apply that concept in all your senses, you will see that if your eardrum is damaged, do you think you will hear any sound? And then consequently, whether you will feel anything? And we know for a fact that when our food goes to sleep, we can feel any feeling in that. And so this is that current that happens with those vibrations, that those sparks. If the waves get connected sequentially, like you feel like it's continuously happening, an endless cycle of birth and death occur. So everything is real to you, and your sasara oge, your cycle of birth continuously happen. So when a person with that wrong view, when you don't know that this right view, when you don't know how these mental formations happen, you continuously in that endless of birth and the death. the whole process is a frequent, it's as a resonation, and it does not stop. It's just, it's very hard to understand that your thought patterns are formed according to a system of vibration, and it doesn't end. And the reason for that journey in the the samsara is, it's continuously, it's happened, and due to that creation of the mind consciousness, the vinyana, and in actually it lies in that energy of frequency that creates a system, such as we call it telepathizing the system, the telepathy system, that if the telepathy system means that if you if that energy in two places matches, it just keep vibrating in the same energy level. When the energy vibrations are stopped through the spiritual process, then that when you stop that vibration, if we call it the akampita cheto vimuktiya, which means that you do not create another life. You don't have that vibrating energy that will that will travel to that will telepathize to a different it's the cycle. This is the liberation from that vibration, the liberation from influence of energy vibration. In order for you to gain that understanding, the right weave of an existence of soul must be um, that you need to eradicate that wrong weave of the existence, which is that wrong weave of existence. It is called Sakkaya Ditti, that you have that feeling of, I am here, there's someone there, like that wrong weave. And when you have that, when you eradicate that wrong weave, the true understanding of there's nothing existence in either inside or outside, which is called Ajata Bahita. You realize that, realizing that there is no existing individual self or soul. That is the way to liberate yourself. Until you reach this level of understanding, the birth and death continues. Your samsara, your cycle of birth continues. So in order for you to stop that, you need to get rid of the wrong way, the wrong concepts. And then understanding that the philosophy, the Lord, the Dhamma, and observe how defilements fade in. When you start practicing it, you or you observe that how defilements fade in you. When vibrations become less and less, this is the heaven in your own mind. When you are at that calm state of mind, then you don't have so much thickness, hardness in your mind, and then you experience that it's your vibration becomes smoother, thinner, and less it is the heaven in your own mind. Having more vibrations means when you're experiencing hardship, that roughness in you, that thickness in your thoughts, that is the same like you are living in a hell. So start observing and develop that super awareness and learn how to separate yourself from your mind, but more get closer to the feeling. Satara Satipatthana, the feel, how you feel through your senses, and then it's easy for you to recognize the illusions that created by the mind, through the mind, and also for you to understand how those defilements are fading in you, and how your mind become pure day by day, and your vibrations become less and less, lesser and less. When you experience that the senses of individual self is dissolving, this is called the liberation from that concept of the self, your mind. Senses work. You still get through your chores, your day-to-day life, but you are like a machine. There's no mind that grabbing you down. Those thoughts that keep you punishing, and you become like a free bird who flies in the air. So relax, you get everything done, but you don't have those heavy vibration in you, which makes you feel like you the pains and the stress, the that thickness of vibration in you. You don't you can liberate yourself from those, and then you'll be able to experience that pure mind of that state, and which is that objectless state of natural concentration, or you can experience it right now. And if you have that mind which bothers you all the time, which makes your life harder, also a liberation from it. So that is what you need to understand and you need to have that. You should to liberate yourself from those heavy those thoughts. And when you find your inner peace, that pure mind, you will feel that akampita svabhava, the non-vibrational state of mind. And in this unique experience, you will be able to experience that emptiness. Emptiness doesn't mean that there's nothing outside. It's just that the value that you give to the outside world will become less and less. And then you will also be able to drop those old taints, which makes the continuation of your cycle of birth. What you need to understand is the objects that you see, they do not exist anywhere. But it's inside, it's in your mind. There are things, there are, like, it doesn't mean that the world is empty without anything, but it's just that how you perceive those objects. So if there's no mental formation, the mind consciousness will not be there. And then there's no sankhara, if there's no sankhara, then then no mental formations. So we have heard this many times that how your six senses, when they contact with how the contact arise, and with contacts the sensations arise. And when your senses contact and the sensation arise, and then how craving values and your cycle of birth starts. And what is the birth means? The birth is you are born when those senses were born. You live when those senses work, and you die when the senses die. Does it mean that the physical birth and physical death, the body? No, they are all the senses that your six senses that keep you continuing that feeling of you. So when the I is born, that is the origin of the cycle of the birth and death. It is the same with all the seven senses. The attachments, when the senses are born, and then you get when the senses contacts and sensations arise, and those cravings, value, and when yourself, the feeling that like is born, then the attachment, then that when those senses makes you who you are, and then you attach to these things, and then your feeling of sensations, craving arises, and the arising of the craving, the clinging arises, and with the arising of the clinging, a sense of becoming is arising. And this is the Paticca Samuppada, the dependent origination. That's how it spins. Lord Buddha's doctrine is about the dependent origination, the Paticca Samuppada, which is that the illusion the illusion that which is misleading, and the illusion in the mind consciousness, and how this cycle of birth happens. That is the base of Lord Buddha's doctrine, the Dhamma. So you have that choice of whether you want to continue in this samsaric journey, or whether you want to end this cycle of birth. It is all in individual. Everyone has that choice, and that is we are born with that choice. And I invite everyone to ask yourself whether you want to continue in this samsaric journey, or whether you want to end this samsaric journey. And it's all depending on individual expectations. And I invite everyone to listen to Buddothpada Deshana, and the Lord Buddha's pure Dhamma is you can hear, and this is the journey. This is an individual journey, and so this is a journey within you. And with that invitation, I'm going to conclude my talk today. And may you all be happy and peaceful, and bless you all. Triple Jam bless you, and Teruan Saranai. And I worship Aranwanse, our noble friend, for his guidance. Teruan Saranai.
join. So the reading of the book will not happen. In time to come, Dr. Kokila and other Dharma friends will join. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, she has just joined. Today, Shani is unable to join, so no reading will happen. I just started. Dr. Kokila, Teruvan Saranai.
Yes, I think Shani can't participate today, so we'll start the Dharma discussion. It's okay. So, do you have the book? I don't know.
I have got the book, Dr. Kokila. She said it's page 52 that we have to start. Today, I don't know whether we have to wait until
We
she
can,
joins tomorrow.
yeah,
And
we can wait.
yeah, doctor. That's
Yeah, we can wait. So, actually, we can talk about the perceptions today because we talked a lot about the perceptions. And if Joel has a question, we can answer that too. So we have so many perceptions. The perception development of perceptions, as we discussed last time, happens with so much due to the cultural background or the environmental factors. So a child in the European country and a child in the Asian kind of country and a child in maybe African country or in a tribe, the perceptions they have or aspirations in that sense, aspirations they have, plans they have, thoughts they have, whatever the word you say, they're quite different. So when the life was simple, I think the main aspiration was to find food and survive and look after the breed. That was the main factor which was there. So, but with changes in the generations, now we have quite different aspirations or perceptions or thought patterns. So it changes from generation to generation. It changes. So a lot of if you read about newest generations, they kind of depend. The way they look at the life is quite different. They are open to a lot of simple living, as well as they usually kind of has a free mind. But it all depends. So these perceptions or the pattern of thinking or pattern of living in that sense demarcates who we are. That's how it is. Like I'm so and so. This is, if you ask what is, who are you? And what you can say is, my name is this. We can say, I'm from this background. We have like a definition kind of thing. But if we actually ask, who are you? They might ask, well, I told you, I am so and so. I am Sudama. I'm Kokila. I'm Srangika. I'm Joel. We have a answer. But then if someone asks you again, you might even get irritated. I told you I'm Surangika. Why are you keep asking me again and again, who am I? But in Dhamma, when you talk about truth, we keep actually asking that question. That can really irritate us if we don't know why we are asking that. But we ask that to actually rekindle or actually improve your ability to research about this feeling of self. Why do we feel as alive? Why do we feel as there is a me here? Well, I started the discussion like that. Is there any question, Joel, from your side? I'm open to that because you may have some, even a little one. It's fine.
Yes, doctor. Like I've been reading that book these 2-3 days,
Mm-hmm.
and I just felt that my sensory faculties are not working. I was just like floating. I don't know whether this is an experience of yours, but I just want to ask, similar to that, how does a mood, is it connected to the thought, and how does mood swings happen if thoughts are illusionary?
The mood swings are actually the emotional part of the mind. It's actually a kind of outcome. So it is. This part is not much in animals. Like when the mind is not that powerful, the dog might cry when not the kitten. Oh my God, the puppy is dead. But for a little while, like then there's no, like, they're not, you can't really say they are suffering for ages and ages like our mums. Our mums, if your son died, if their son died, they might suffer for the next, if the mother lived another 50 years, they might suffer for the 50 years of that living. So this mind faculty actually has so much extensions, like the happiness, the sadness, the moodiness, the everything is actually part of the mind sensor. But the extreme changes in that is actually due to this the misunderstanding of self, actually, because most of the time these problems are directed directly towards me, because if someone shouts, if it is not directed at you, you are not really angry. Imagine someone shouts from the road. I'm telling an example. Someone is shouting from the road. You go to the front and see who is shouting and why he is shouting, and you realize that he is shouting at the neighbor, not me. Then you are like, oh, okay, he shouldn't shout. You're kind of calm because you know that he shouldn't shout. We'll say he's drunk, but he shouldn't shout. But you're not that bothered because he's not shouting at you. You know that he's not facing your house. You know that he's facing some other's house. Likewise, so this, the burning which happens, or the moodiness that happens, or whatever the emotional changes that happen, is directly related to me or my family or myself. So that part is what we are dealing with. Otherwise, actually, it's a part of the mind sensor. So the some animals will have like a bit of an emotional part, but usually their emotional parts are short-lived. One day my son was telling me that the shortest memory power is of like a fish, but I don't know, it was like a story he was telling, but it could be true. But the human ability to resynchronize to your past is massive, and the resynchronization to your kind of the past thoughts can bring back the same emotions that you had that day. I was explaining that on the first day that you asked me. So that is kind of the mind sensor, yes. And that's weird, but that's how we feel alive. In the other way around, we mistake our ability to feel the emotions as a self, because you feel, I'm feeling sad. If someone questions, really, are you feeling sad, or is it your? But if someone knows Dhamma, they will not shout at you. But if they don't know, they will be like, yes, are you like judging me? I'm sad. But then when we talk about in Dhamma way, actually what we try to show is actually it is this sensor, ability of the sensor to feel all that. Because the ability of the sensor is there. Because if you see a good old friend suddenly on the road, you will be like, hi, how are you? After such a long time, you know, you feel such a, you know, like a kind of elated mood. That's normal. That's okay. That's how it is. Because you have a mind sensor. You're born with that. But that doesn't necessarily mean that there is a self that is experiencing that. And the other way around, if you meet the same person in the shopping complex again and again and again, you will be like, you know, that becomes a bit neutral, but still you might have that. In the other way around, if you see someone who is kind of noisy or you don't like, you will get a small nudgy feeling, or like kind of a annoyed feeling whenever you see him, and you might even, you know, go on as you are shopping, not even seeing him. So this is kind of the production of the mind sensor. Does that make sense, Joe?
Yes, doctor. Thank you. Thank you.
Anything else?
Anything else is like I just said, I'm reading this book. So I just want to ask everyone, is this a feeling that you get that like you're not in this body and you're just like floating? And I can't sense anything because I'm reading this book. So many truths have been revealed here. This me is this me is an illusion. Our thoughts are just illusionary. Everything is illusion. So I was like, after I read, even when I'm walking, I don't feel like walking. What's going on?
If you kind of understand this, you know, the truth, whatever action you do, so imagine you're walking, imagine you are cleaning the house, imagine you are combing your hair, imagine you're brushing your teeth or dressing up. Well, it's actually not done by you. So we just keep understanding this. It's action. Yes, definitely there's action. Don't misunderstand. There's no you know, argument about that, because there is action. There's hearing, there's seeing, there's you know, talking. Yeah, there's everything is happening, but the actual feeling that you get is you don't have a burning. That's how you feel. And and sometimes we might actually get so light feeling that you might feel like floating. Yeah, that's fine. Don't think too much about it. That's all right. Just keep understanding the truth, because the truth is a bit deeper than we think. Even the floating feeling, the happiness that we get, or the tranquility we get, is also a kind of a product of this system, isn't it? So we don't get attached to that even. So we will be just blissfully, eternally happiness. That's a kind of thing, but that's through deep understanding how there is no self here. And whatever happens, it's happening to the sensory faculties, yes. And as long as your sensory faculties are working, there would be outcome. Yeah, I mean, that's not a bad thing. It's all right. But just don't keep thinking too much about it, because it's okay. You know, the sadness as well as the both extremes. They are just productions of this sensory organs. And when you keep understanding Dhamma, you will feel lighter and lighter. That's all. That's good. Anyone else? To tell
Teruwan
anything?
Saranai, Dr. Kokila.
Yes.
Something connected to Joy's question regarding mood swings. Although we feel as if certain mood prevails for a certain period, there is nothing like that. That certain thought power, we feel happiness or sadness or kind of some frustration due to that thought power. Even that thought again, it repeatedly happens, and so that we feel as if that condition prevails for a certain period. Is it so? If we look at it from
What is the example for that?
that mood swings, now we feel as if happiness prevails for a certain period, maybe 10-15 minutes, but nothing prevails like that at a stretch. No, the thought, that certain thought created some power, and that is
Yeah, that is mind
of
sensor. But with this
yeah.
Dhamma, if you
Yes.
really understand this Dhamma,
Yes.
the lightness you feel, or the tranquility you feel, or the super happiness we might feel, it's nothing related to your sensory organs. So imagine if Joel said that Joel has some kind of very tranquility, some kind of tranquility. But then if that is going to persist even in a calamity, he get angry if someone keep asking the same question. But if someone is actually asking him again and again and again about the topics that he doesn't like, then still if he is happy, then I would take it as the the real outcome of this Dhamma. That is the outcome what we actually expect from a person who really feels Dhamma. Did you actually get that point, Joel? It's very important to understand, isn't it? Because when we are happy, that's fine. We feel so light, we feel very good, all are in positive aspect. But imagine someone understands this Dhamma, that there's no self, there's sensory organs, and that is it, and then even in a problem, even at a moment that you should be thoroughly upset or really agitated, even at that moment, even if you are exposed to something very terrible, you might underline there would be that feeling. That is the best thing. That's the best thing you might feel in future, actually. Do you get the point, Joel?
Yes, doctor, because I think these 4 or 5 days I could openly say that even in my house, I do not get angry, and my anger has gone down a lot. And it's
That's
because
excellent.
of listening to these things and reading the book. And even when I watch news, I don't feel irritated or upset. I just watch it. I mean, I don't watch it. My
Yeah,
eye is
really.
watching it. Okay. So
That's
it's
good. That's
mainly
good.
on color and sound that we make a big illusion in our mind. The book says so. So I have reduced my anger a lot. Even if irritating things happen, I don't get irritated. I can see a difference. My
That's
parents do see a
excellent.
difference.
That's excellent. That's excellent. I mean, I think our efforts, our efforts is to give the truth. Someone has to feel happy. Someone out there should have eternal happiness, not just happy. You can make someone happy by giving a child can be happy when they get a chocolate, but not like that happy, but eternal happiness without even when you are going to die, you will be having the same tranquility is so very, very, I mean, we can't compare that to any other happiness. So I'm really thankful, and we thank our Buddothpada Aryan Vanse for him sharing his experiences with us and trying to teach us this truth. And we kind of try our best to give that in English language, because language problems are there also. But yeah, that's so amazing. What do you think, Sudharma and Surangika? Do you have anything to add?
To thank
Uh,
you
and
basically for doing this. Actually, you have done a marvelous job within the few days, because Joel joined a couple of days ago, Dr. Kokila, and we
yeah,
experienced how you were trying to explain things, and you
but
have done
we
a
are
lot.
kind of, yeah, I
Yeah.
know. We are um, kind of Buddothpada Aryan Hanse's guidance. Anyway, Sudharma, you asked a question. I forgot that. You asked a question, and you're asking about the. I don't know
Persisting
whether
feeling,
I
Dr.
don't know whether I
Kokila.
answered the question. Did I? Because I think I answered Joel.
Today, no, it's all right, Dr. Kokila. Today I have some other question regarding the perception also. It's rather than a question, how I felt. Now, when my own kids call me Amma, it creates a certain impact. And when somebody else calls me Amma, it creates another impact. But it is more or less the same sound, Amma.
Well, Sudharma,
So,
from today onwards, I will call you Amma. Is that okay?
That's okay.
No,
So,
I can feel that, because you know, when
Amma, Sudharma Amma.
yeah. So now, actually, it's very good that you bringing that up, because I have had my friends who get so agitated when a kid comes up and tell auntie, and they're like, their eyes roll, and they're like, the face get tightened. They don't say anything. I mean, when we were younger. Sorry, I'm not talking about now. Now we are aunties anyway. But what I'm trying to say is, when we were younger, I had friends, the kids come up and say, auntie, can I have that? Can I have that? And they're like, who is auntie here? And I have had my own patients who are actually kind of in 60s, 70s. And they came and told me, one of the policemen who, they were walking around, and so a policeman has told those two old ladies, and they too were shocked. And they came to me and talked to me about that, how they talk a lot of things with me. So they were talking how they get shocked by it, to hear that they're old aunties, like old women. So likewise, we have so many perceptions behind our, it's very tricky, these little things which come up. We don't know why they are coming up even, because if someone, I used to, people, when in Sinhala, some people can call Tamuse, and Tamuse is actually Tamunanse in Sinhala. It has been like a long name, but when it is shortened and talked in a different way, it sounds so
rude,
rude, intimidating.
Yeah.
And so the so no one likes to be called, Tamuse. But then when the friends are calling, sometimes there may be a fashion that the friends may be called Machang and Tamse, all that, or anyway, So this there are simple, actually saying, maybe we can say mathematics, simple mathematics behind these things, simple underlying, I would say subconscious, but there's nothing subconscious, actual There's no meaning in that, but there is some perception we have which we even can't explain sometimes, because
Yeah.
it gives you a feeling with the edge,
Age and Dr. Kokila may be representative of certain social class, because not to, I mean, intimidate a certain group of people. Normally we call Amma, especially doctors in hospitals, they address patients as Amma. So age of one thing, one factor. If someone is quite at a certain age, we call Amma. And then this family kind of relationships, mother son. So same perception or the same label has different meanings into them, and somehow we have, I mean, that telepathizes the moment we hear that is rather, that depends on the context. That's what I actually tried to figure out, why it has various impacts on different situations.
But
So
actually
what you are
speaking,
explaining is
Sudharma,
yeah,
this
yeah.
is just a sound, okay?
Sound, of course, yeah. And
It's
yesterday, Dr. Kokila, in the practical program, one lady told me, actually, I quoted this as an example when I was explaining something, the thought formations, I think. She told me her son's mother-in-law used to call her Amma, so she didn't want to talk to her. She didn't visit her for some time, and she openly told her son to tell her not to call me Amma, just to call me Akka, I mean sister. And such a story also came up in the discussion.
yeah, but that's so superficial, isn't it? These are
Yeah,
all
yeah.
superficial,
Superficial, yes.
because all these are like mind perceptions. These are
Hmm.
actually not true. And if someone actually strengthens with Dhamma, none of these things would matter.
Of course.
They might call you Archie also, so you have to
Yeah,
be
right.
careful.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely. And
Actually, about this thing, I have to say how when children call you Amma, how you would feel such a love coming up is due to the you get the synchronization with the old happy times, so you feel so happy about it. And even if it is a story, just imagine you are watching a video clip or YouTube something, or even a like TV series. If there is a son and if there is a mom, and that son lovingly calls mom, all that will come. I mean, this is not only through the sound. So we have to understand how these things correlate. How this mind, the Amma is not only in the sound. Amma is in the the perception of Amma, the perception of mother is complicated. It's having all these aspects. So it has the eye faculty, it has the ear faculty, it has the smell faculty. So if you see, why do you like some sceneries in the movies and why not others? Why you like the villain to suffer and the lover to win?
yes,
Why would you
true.
like the story to end, nicely,
Nicely.
happily ever after? We like that. So we can kind of have the perception. We don't want anything to go wrong because we don't we don't like that. So, but if you actually understand Dhamma and understand that this actually this is just one stimuli at a time, and these episodes, whatever the things happening, is just another episode. You can you can actually be so relieved that you don't get agitated. Also, to add to the Joel's happiness in understanding Dhamma, you can actually feel others too. That is the beauty of it. Actually, you might feel the person who is calling you with anything, like Amma, Vachi, whatever. It doesn't matter, but what perspective they are trying to call you. Because sometimes they don't have a word, so they are lost to words. Sometimes, I try to say Mahatmya, and one day I told Mahatmya to someone, I can't remember whether it's, and that Mahatmya actually told, don't tell Mahatmya, just tell the name. And
Yes.
I was, I quickly corrected myself. Yes, but it's kind of, we try to be polite. At the same time, we try to, catch their attention and forget the name also sometimes, or even, whatever the conversation goes on. So if I don't say Surangika, I say, some other thing. And if Surangika gets annoyed, and I can feel it, it's something you feel. So these things, these things are so complicated. So we like our name, 100%. We like our name. Why do we like our name? Is we have an idea that it is me. And if you are
True.
called 1,000 times, if I try to call you and say a wrong name, or I might start calling Mrs. Gamage, you might be like, why is she calling me Mrs. Gamage?
Yes.
What's the problem with Dr. Kokila now? Is she like getting some sickness, so we have an affinity, kind of affinity or clinginess to
That
our own name because of our we are used to that.
identity, isn't it, Dr. Kokila,
Yeah,
as you
no,
said? Yeah.
imagine
Yeah.
someone comes to a doctor and say, hi nurse, can you do this? There should be such a understanding for that person, not to say I'm not a nurse, I'm a doctor, but to do that, but sometimes someone might actually not worry about that and keep doing that. Smile and keep doing that. And maybe a day or two later, that person will understand, oh my God, I have told nurse to that doctor. They might come and apologize, likewise. So how we get attached to these things, it's very subtle. And we keep understanding how these things affect us, and when you start understanding that there is no self, actually you can become the reception, you can become the nurse, you can become the pharmacist, you can become the patient, you can become anything. That's how you start feeling kind of everyone, isn't it?
Years ago, these things didn't matter at all, and we didn't know that we are responding in different ways, even for all these words, and I mean how people address us. Now, because of true Dhamma, I mean, we are paying attention and we are noticing them. Otherwise, we wouldn't have
Yeah.
noticed it.
Yeah, anything to add, Surangika? Surangika must be doing a lot of board meetings and stuff. Surangika will have ideas about perceptions, isn't it, Surangika?
Peruan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila. Yeah, I think to that Sudharma's last point, it's, back in the day we didn't know. And we had all these, different ways that we reacted for different terms. But the other thing is, even if we felt a twinge, the mind was so powerful that it comes back and immediately gives a justification as to why we thought of it in that way.
Yeah.
Isn't it? Because it says, I mean, I felt a twinge, or I got indignant because somebody called me Amma or whatever it is. But then I'm not old. No, why did that person think he or she could call me auntie or Amma? So like that again, the mind comes and covers it up by giving some justification, and because of the lack of any insight to the Dhamma or the truth, that is accepted, and then we feel good about it, and then life goes on, isn't it?
And
So
a different perspective, a mother actually, someone would feel so happy when Aranwanse says mother. Like these are so different stuff, like you might feel like you're heard, or you are felt, but actually that's not in that word, but that's how it is. The little children, I just should add it just for the interest actually. Little children, they don't go by the words, they go by the touch. Small children, they go by the touch. Their natural development is also depending on the touch and the loving kindness they feel. So later only they will understand if the mother says I love you. If mother says I love you to a little baby doesn't understand what is I love you. That baby doesn't know. But then they are felt loved because of the closeness and the loving kindness that the feel. And but when we mature, kind of, we our mind is built. Oh my God, no, not built. Mind is, how do I say that? Mind is forming. Then we want people to express that, as also feel that. So there are different aspects. Females would would like to hear it, kind of thing. There is psychological aspects of these things. But what I'm trying to say is, so there are so many different aspects to one perception. The perception is Amma. Can you say the different aspects to different people? Imagine a stepmother. I have seen like a video clip one day. The stepmother was working, or stepfather, I can't remember now, but she hears the stepson calling him mother. And she was like so overjoyed. She was dancing, kind of something like that. So why does that mom mattered so much to her? So the word mom or amma brings so many different feelings to different people. One would actually stop and cry because their mother has died or mother is not there. But other one, like the Canadian story, that person who the mother didn't treat that person very well, the hatred comes. How come is that? So we can understand so much different aspects of this, but just the same perception, same thought, bringing you so many different and also enjoys experiences. The word job, how it affected him. Because job, no one really cares about the word job in different aspects, but when it is heard, he felt that. But likewise, what we feel is really depending on what your world is, what past experiences are. So it's all kind of depending on your past vibrations, I would say. And the past vibration, if you feel the same thing now, it's not a big deal. It's just the synchronization effect. And so be it. You don't have to worry about it. So you kind of, when you try to understand Dhamma, what happens is you kind of, you know, you kind of observe how this you know, senses work, and the mind sensor keep jumping up and down, you know. Yes, Surangika, I think I interrupted you. Oh, I don't
No,
know.
that's
I can't
okay,
remember.
Dr. Pupila. The perceptions thing that you mentioned, particularly about the emotions aspect of it, is also so the thing about the mind consciousness is that it is a culmination of all the other sense faculties. And I thought maybe we can talk about it a bit more because Joel is reading the book, and that might help him get more context around it. So when we think about the sense faculties, and we spoke of this the last few days, so the experiences that are gained are only gained through the sense faculties. So what actually happens is everything that is experienced is only a perception. Um, so that's why, I mean, we've talked about mothers, fathers, children now. In the last few minutes, we've spoken about Amma, and we've spoken about, yesterday we spoke about sound and having different cultures having different connotations for the same sound and therefore taking on different meanings. Then we talked about the mother giving different, somebody can be sad when they think about the mother, somebody can feel happy when they think about the mother. But even for that mother, can you see that what if we think about the sense faculties, every sense faculty will give rise to a perception, because if we think about the eye consciousness or the eye, all that it will emanate is light. So the feeling or the sensation that gives rise from that from the light consciousness, we that is the perception of light. So with the ear, it is the perception of sound. With the nose, it's the perception of smell. But then we don't leave the smell, that basic sense of smell, as smell, right? What we see is if we go out into the garden and we smell something, it's the smell of a jasmine flower. So where did the jasmine come about? How did that come about? So if it was a basic smell, then everything should be smell, right? Smell of, the smell of flowers. All flowers should be the same smell, but we don't take it like that. We take it as, the smell of jasmine, or, a bad smell, the smell of, a dog having gone past and left some poo on the outside curb next to your gate or something. So where did we put those labels? How come those labels were attached to those basic perceptions? So everything that is perceived and experienced is coming from these five faculties. And the way the mind conscious works is it combines all these sense faculties and takes it into one thought, which is the object. So if we think about a jasmine flower, that perception will come to mind. But if you have touched a jasmine flower before, you can get the sensation of the touch, the smoothness of the petals. In terms of color, you will know that it is white in color. And then the smell, the fragrance of the jasmine. But when someone says jasmine and there is no jasmine flower even in sight, all those perceptions, the smell of the jasmine, the fragrance, the smoothness of the petals, the fact that it was light, all that comes to you in one flash, isn't it? So that perception is what we call thought. But can you see that in that thought, and this is where the illusion comes, Joel, what you read in the book, and I'm sure there'll be more and more context and detail given as you keep on reading the pages. These perceptions, now in that thought, consider the thought. If somebody says jasmine flower to you, immediately the thought object will flash in your mind. It'll flash, and in that flash you'll see the color white, you'll remember, or the fragrance will come to mind, and all that will come, and even the sound, jasmine, will kind of internally it'll reverberate in your head. So how did the sound jasmine come out into your head? And then how did the fragrance of smell come to mind? There wasn't even a jasmine flower in sight. You haven't even physically touched a jasmine flower. Somebody just said jasmine. So can you see that that mind object, that thought that we hold on to and attach so much value to, did it actually even have the fragrance? Did it even have the smell perception in it? And yet we think that it has all those embedded features, isn't it? Did that perception of light actually have the light component in it? Was the white actually there? All that was thought was jasmine. And all those perceptions arising out of those sense faculties, which are relevant for that particular thought, arises in a flash. But
And
it is arising in a
that will
construct,
get
isn't it?
complicated also, Surankika. If it's a rose and you kind of if telepathizes into something else related to rose, this is just like the rose that I got from my in a previous relationship or something.
Yes, yes. I mean, it
I
can
mean,
get more and more complicated. That's right. Yeah.
complicated. And that is the thing. I mean, how come, as you said, just a sight brings all these into, that is the beauty of this illusion. Actually, the beauty of this illusion is in the sense the miraculous mind of a human. I think that's Lord Buddha has once told that it's the most beautiful film. He told Chalna Chitra, but I think that's kind of a film. It's the most beautiful film is in the mind, because it's really thing, like if I say Niagara Falls now, all of you, without a gap of a fraction of a second, if all of you have heard that before, all of you can synchronize to something about Niagara Falls. If you have seen a photo of that, you would, it might come to you. You know that it is watery. When I say Niagara Falls, you don't think about a rocky feeling. No, you definitely know it's kind of watery. But if I say Sigiriya, you definitely know it is rocky, isn't it? So this is the beauty of the mind. And you keep understanding more and more. The emotional part also is a factor. If you actually went to Sigiriya with someone, that is a different story then. I'm saying Sigiriya for something else now here to describe the Dhamma, but someone might remember the trip that they went to Sigiriya. No, likewise. So many this beautiful mind we have, the humans, is actually used to understand the mind. I think Franka said it one day. We understand, we kind of pierce into the mind through mind. Actually, kind of we use the mind to understand the mind. We use the mind to understand the sense faculties, isn't it, Surangika?
Yeah, and I think, Joel, one of the most beautiful lessons I think that our noble teacher taught us, and which we have reflected over and over again, is the thing that I might not have said it as beautifully as he has told us, is that if you consider a phrase that we have all grown up with, right? Jack and Jill went up the hill. Now you read it in so many books in your childhood days. We've read it as well. So we have a picture, isn't it, that immediately springs to mind when you say Jack and Jill went up the hill. Now, if you consider that you're reading that sentence of a book, you will immediately, you know, Jack and Jill went up the hill. The sound, even if you don't say it out loud, the sound kind of emanates or it kind of reverberates in your head. Then there will be a picture even that will kind of, you'll imagine a little girl and a boy going up a hill. Or you might even remember a little book, the book that you read, and there might have been a little picture on that book. You'll probably remember the picture, or you'll a hazy picture, whatever that you can, you know, that flashes in your mind at that moment. Now, how did all that happen? So, if that picture had like a blue sky and a little girl with a pink dress or something, all that you will remember, like the pinkness of the dress, the blue of the sky, then the sound, Jack and Jill went up the hill. And you know, it even actually has a bit of a rhyme, isn't it? All that will come up like springing up, springing up. So, how did the sound perception come out? There wasn't a sound. All you did was read a sentence of a book, and that also not out loud but quietly. So, that is why our teacher said, consider how illusory this is. Was there a sound in that sentence? You didn't even read it out loud. And yet you felt the sound, didn't you? You felt that when you said Jack and Jill went up the hill, you felt that there was that perception of sound. Was there actually a sound? The perception of that light, the pink dress, the blue sky. You thought that there was blue there, you know, and you thought there was pink in that dress. But did you actually see pink? Did pink get conjured up in the mind? You felt as if it was. It felt so real. The perception feels so real, but was there anything in it? Was there actually light in the perception? So when you do that to every sense faculty and the perception that arises from every sense faculty, you have that aha moment where you think, oh my God, what we have read and understood and laughed and cried and learned and all these things and crowded all these thoughts and notions and knowledge into our head and went on and had a life, learned, educated, got married, laughed, cried, did all these things. Didn't we do all those from these perceptions? Were these perceptions true, or what on earth have we been doing? And then you realize, actually, we haven't been doing anything because there was not a self here. As we discussed yesterday, this is just the system, the mind and the phenomena of the mind. The sense faculties work as long as there is a breath. The sense faculties give rise to a sensation. That sensation is called perception. And that perception, depending on a person's background, depending on a person's education background and so on, that perception also will be different. Like we spoke of yesterday, the culture. So one culture can have a different perception, another culture can have a different perception about the same type of sound. So all these things have then culminated to give one an impression of an object, give one an impression of a person, a name and a label. And all these things have accumulated and accumulated and accumulated over the years to almost to kind of imprint itself into a persona called you. Or I have had that experience, as Dr. Pokida said right at the beginning. How do you explain yourself? How do you describe yourself? It says, I am Jack. I own a house on whatever. You know, my mother and father are, you know, an eminent lawyer and a doctor or something like that, you know. Or I have that MBA or this PhD. Isn't that the way we describe? And then we say, no, but who are you? And then, you know, they are scratching their head and wondering, what on earth is this person saying? I've already said that, you know, I'm that one and this one and I have that, I have this. But aren't those things that were described all also perceptions? And then, you know, you start wondering about all these things. So it's these things will gradually, I think, unravel, isn't it, when you keep on reading the book? But just mentioning, just thinking about that thing that you said about feeling very light when you read that book. I think Dr. Kofila, that explanation that the Buddha has said about different people, you know, how some people can grasp the Dhamma and the truth relatively quickly.
Very quick, yeah.
Yeah, and so I'm sure if our noble teacher joined this Zoom, he occasionally does when he's not busy, he would also be able to feel as you do, Dr. Pokida, when Joel speaks, because those are things that can be felt, Joel, by those who are, advanced on the path. So that you would really benefit if our noble teacher also joins at some point. So keep joining us until you'll have a lucky day when he joins.
Yeah, and his questions are,
Can I ask you
yeah,
something?
yeah.
Madam Surangika, you told about a book and the sentence. So when I was reading the book, this Aryan Vance's book, it says, "Is the book is a book? It's a thing, kind of thing." So we see it as a book because we perceived it as a book, but it's not a book. Something like that.
Mm.
So I was like,
I can't hear you. Oh, are you not? Oh, can you hear Suranga? I can't hear.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Joel. Is the line clear?
just name it and just say, okay, it's a flower. I think
I
that
think you
will
dropped
be,
out a little bit, Joel. Do you mind just repeating after the
Uh,
word book?
Yeah, we heard the book and then there was a gap. We
yeah,
couldn't hear.
it's raining here. So the book is like something called thing. The book says, what I
Yeah,
read, it's
yeah,
a thing. We perceived it as book because we heard it long time before in the past, as I know.
yeah.
But if we see a flower and just not name it and just see as a flower and see the beautiful thing in that and just not name it, I think that is the state of mind that Lord Buddha is telling about.
Actually, no, it is much deeper than
No.
that. Much deeper than that, Joel. So, because you brought it up, I had to tell you now. So, just imagine you are looking at what is in front of you, Joel, now.
Banana.
Okay, so you have a banana now. So just imagine. So it is the eye faculty which is working, isn't it? Eye faculty is working. So you see a banana. So that is the first step we understand. We see something, yes, but we perceive it as a banana. That's all right. That's from our whatever the learn thing. Yes, but then the next thing is is the mind consciousness or this perception true? No, it is a construct. We understand that, but then there's still the consciousness. How do I say that? Eye consciousness or the light, the feel. Because even the baby, if you go to your baby time, Joel being a baby, so the baby didn't know anything about a banana. The baby would be staring at that. But what baby sees is just baby feels something, that there is a difference, but the baby feels the light. That's all what happens in the beginning. Even in that sense, there is kind of a life feel. In that, what Lord Buddha explaining is, even that is actually a perception. Even the light is a perception. So in that, what we understand is this: the life feel we have there also is a construct. that is actually or like a sensory organ construct, because the eye is happening so fast. That's why we see the light. For the example of that is, Joel, if you have seen lightning happens because of the million times sparking is the lightning. That light we see. It is the same thing in the eye also. It's a fast occurrence of the eye receptors, which causes us to have a synchronization with the light. So there is always a synchronization. Because there is vibration here, only we can see. If there is no vibration here, if I am blind, whatever the vibration out there, we can't synchronize. So what I'm trying to say is, even the baby felt alive, but so Lord Buddha actually even has addressed that. This one thing that we have to understand is, even at that point, what we feel is the speed of the receptors, speed of the sensory organs. So when we understand that, even the feel, when you touch your banana, you might feel something, but even that is a construct. Do you get the point, Joel? So if you see
Yes,
something, you
doctor.
feel a light, even that is a construct. So actually, there is no no way that you will be hidden anywhere, kind of trapped anywhere. That is what the actual thing is. So when we understand the banana, we'll take it as an example now. How a banana works is, banana is a mental construct. You now know that. I don't think I need to explain that, because you have understood it very properly now. And then it is the eye consciousness that works. And how we feel that the banana is like a thing is because that it has that component of the eye consciousness as well. So the eye consciousness as well as the mind consciousness. So when we understand these both things, so how we feel that there is a banana is because we have a perception that it is there. When we listen to Dhamma, what actually happens is, with the help of the noble friend, we understand that it's actually not a thing there, because usually, before listening to Dhamma, the banana is there on the table. Can't you see? Yeah, there is a banana. But now this kind of a perception we have. I mean, so someone might call kesel. Someone might call something else. In Tamil, it's something else. A Chinese person might say something else. So in English only, it is called banana. Or someone might say, oh no, it's not banana, it's a plantain, So any perception we have is according to our culture, as we said, according to our language, anything. Whatever that perception is actually a vibration that has arisen from these sensory faculties. But the problem that brings the suffering is not that, not actually the banana. The suffering is from the idea that it is there. So this feel of existence actually is misunderstood. Basically, we can say in simple terms, is misunderstood, because we feel that because of the speed of the eye, we feel that there is something, and we misunderstand that it has that I am here and there is something there. That's how the duality has come. And actually this duality is part of the illusion too. So this duality is the understanding of this Dhamma actually breaks this duality. When we understand there's no this side here, it is actually just the stimulus only. So if you keep understanding Dhamma, it is very
easy for you to understand what has actually happened is there's a perception of banana, yes. Whatever happened now because we are adults, whatever it comes is as banana, yes. Or if you know it as banana. If you don't know the English word, it will known as kessel. Even if you feel that now, imagine you erase that banana. Even after that, you might feel that there is something there. You know, even that is wrong. That even something there is wrong. Actually, that is why it is felt like something there is because of the speed of the eye faculty. So the whole thing, we call this actually 3 worlds. We call it because one world is when we feel that everything is outside. As you say, on the table there is a banana. But we keep understanding this is actually in the mind. But then the next point we understand is these all the perceptions in the mind are not true. Then the weight of all the perceptions, the job, the whatever that we were talking about, all the perceptions you understand, and what's the big deal? You know, they are all perceptions, yes. And then the next level is that you feel it as existent. Something is there, you know. That is also due to the sense of faculty, the eye. If you see it, but if you touched it, it's a sense of faculty of the skin. Even that is due to the speed of that sense of faculty. So that's it. I mean, there's no way that you can be tricked, but you will continue to taste the same banana forever. Someone who understands Dhamma will continue to taste, and they will be tasting it much more than before because we are so flustered. No, we are not even. We don't know what we ate for the morning because we are so thinking so much under so much pressure. You know, but now without much pressure, you feel, as you said, you feel so light, and you will actually feel everything. But what that means is you are not going to get trapped in that as thinking that it is true. You know that they are sense of faculty, isn't it? Did I tell it properly? Can you add something, Surangita?
Yeah, okay, then Dr. Popper.
And
Yeah, so I
Joel,
think
did you understand, Joel? I mean, I was trying to say that it's a bit deeper than only the mind perception.
Yes, doctor, I understood.
Yeah, all good. Yeah, anything, Surangita?
yeah, so I mean, just to break that down a little bit more. So that so-called banana thing. I mean, if you consider it, all that was discerned to the eye was an object, isn't it? So when did the banana become a banana? Is another $1,000,000 question that our noble teacher, because there are 3 types of wisdom that has to be ascertained or realized when one breaks down this thought and pierce the thought, as Dr. Pokida said, in order to really get the meaning of it and then not have the defilements of aversion, clinging, and so on. And in order to do that, the mind object, i.e., the banana, has to be unraveled, analyzed, dissected, whatever you call it. So, if we think about the banana, you said you have a banana in front of you. When did the banana become a banana? You know, and she said that the baby in the cot didn't know that it was a banana. So, what the light or the eye sensor perceives is just an object. And so it was that object that maybe in your childhood days, even at nursery or wherever, the teacher said, held up a banana and said, children, this is what you call a banana. And then they did BANANA and taught you the spelling. It said that a banana is typically yellow. It starts off as green and then it becomes ripe. It's a yellow, you eat it, you have it as fruit, and all these facts have been fed into this so-called system, and then this object called banana comes into being. So that is the way the banana, and then if you have, if you touch it, what do you feel? It's only solidity, isn't it? So if how did the solidity become a banana? Again, each time that banana is seen, as we said earlier about the jasmine flower, all those perceptions, whether it arose from the light consciousness, whether it arose from the smell, you know, the distinct smell of banana. Maybe you had a banana the first time you had it as a child, then you might have had different types of bananas. All those perceptions will telepathize in that moment when you see the banana. So whether it's the smell perception, the light perception, and so on, all that will then constitute that experience of the banana for you. But consider, for example, if you had bought a bunch of bananas and now you think the banana is real, moment you think the banana is real, and also then the banana exists, that's another sensation. And that is the most damning of sensations because it arises out of ignorance. If you do not understand that it is a perception, that how this banana came about through all these perceptions, the basic perceptions constituting the mind object called a banana, a person who does not know that will believe that there is such a thing called a banana, and then automatically the duality, the person who experiences the banana, savors the taste of the banana, automatically gets manifested there. So that's where the duality happens. I think we're running out of time. Maybe we can pick it up tomorrow, but there are various facets of that you can explain, which if you don't hold the correct perception as to that this whole thing is a construct, you can invariably get caught in the defilements, isn't it, Dr. Kokila, of how the aversion can happen, the clinging can happen, and so on, just from
Yeah,
a bunch of bananas.
if there is a thing, definitely there you are there. That's how it happens.
Yeah.
Whether it is the feel level, whether it's the perception level, or whether it's even the outside level. When it is outside level, we can kill for a banana, we can fight for a banana, we can steal the banana, we can do anything. You know, I mean, we will never do that for a banana, but you know, just for an example. So that's how we kind of, you know, if you take it as like $1 million. So if I say $1 million, we know that it is kind of a big thing, isn't it? We have like a perception about that. And if you get, if there is $1 million on the table, kind of now the it's not like the banana now. It's quite different now. You know, the interest is different. The where to keep it now is a different thing now. There's so much to do. But yeah, we have to put it in a safe, or otherwise you have to put it in the bank, or you don't know how to look after it now because there's so many things to do with $1 million. So that's how the things get complicated. So the aversion or the delusion brings the aversion. So the and the craving, the craving part is so complicated. If you keep understanding this would be so beautiful. If you actually understand that it's just a perception, you will definitely put it in the safe. Yes, because if that is the way that you have handled money so far, whatever the money you put it in the bag, you just put it in the bag. You don't care because that is what you have done so far. You know, you get $1 million, what you have done, even if you get 1 rupee, if you have put it in the bank, or you get the $1 million, you put it in the bank, that's what you know. So you just do what you know. That's what it is. But you know, the heaviness that you get from getting that is not there because the perception is not that big. The heaviness is not there means that is the beauty of Dhamma. But the problem is if you feel it as existent, you are still in that. There is still you are there because then you can think about the $1 million in the safe. Oh, I have $1 million in the safe now. So that can keep coming and going, you know. So till the perception is there, the suffering is there. But when you understand that So even this perception is not true. Whatever you feel about it is also just whatever the sensory organ. If you think about it, it's the mind sensor. If you see it, it's your eye sensor. If you touch it, it's a touch sensor. What's the big deal about it? There's no big deal about it. If someone actually try to actually steal it, or actually what happens in these countries, usually you get scammed. Imagine you wake up one day and see the bank is empty because someone has scammed you and all the money is gone. You will feel something. If you definitely will cry if you are in, the value gives the response. The value is a problem. Actually, what you do with that is not the big problem. Whatever the value given is the suffering part. So the value equals suffering. That is the thing. I think we'll continue. We always run into the 4 o'clock Zoom meeting, so we will hand over the Zoom meeting to the Sinhala Zoom meeting now. So we worship Paramahanse and salute him for teaching us this beautiful Dhamma, and thank you all Dhamma friends for participating, and thank you Joel for asking so much interesting questions, and may Triple Gem bless you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Doctor.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි. Thank you very much, Doctor, and all
There was
Dhamma
Dr.
friends.
Bukula and all Dhamma
Dear, is due to your continuous effort to be mindful by focusing on the blank white screen at the background. You begin to develop an uninterrupted awareness of the blank white screen. This effortless, peaceful focusing of your mind, watching the thoughts, is called samadhi. Once you arrive at the state of samadhi, you always only see the blank white background. In this state of samadhi, you don't pay attention to the colors you see on the screen. You would only focus on the blank white screen, always seeing the blank screen is ultimate wisdom. Samadhi automatically develops the 5 spiritual faculties: sattva, virya, sati, samadhi, prajna to a higher clarity. Prajna is wisdom, the wisdom that makes you realize the pure truth. The wisdom of realizing the pure truth is also known as awakening of the Dhammacakkusaya. It means that one sees the truth. We are not able to realize the truth at once. Therefore, a little samatha meditation, concentration meditation, can help you immensely to keeping your mind at one point. A bit of concentration to keep your mind from running away will help you go on the path and realize the truth. If you had practiced the Anapanasati meditation before, then as soon as you realize that your mind is trying to wander away, you would know how to bring your concentration back to your breathing. In the same way, you have to learn to bring your concentration to see that whatever you see outside is a lie. You know that you are always being tricked by your mind consciousness, and the mind makes you feel that the outside truly exists. Believing in the outside world is called anusotaya. Now you have to learn how to avoid getting tricked by the illusion. You always get tricked. It is very difficult to stay without getting tricked by your thoughts. You have to apply a lot of effort to avoid getting tricked by your mind. Therwan Sarana, everybody.
Therwan Sarana. May Triple Gem bless you all. I think some of our Dhamma friends are um, participating to the Mudita programs today, so they will not be available. That's fine. We'll continue the discussion as we can. So we worship Aranase for his guidance, and this, we can start the discussion. I will continue to talk, and but you can join at the Suranka is here. So what Shani was talking about is today about this mind consciousness and you know that how this illusion has tricked us so far, and how it has brought this burning inside. So the burning is actually, we have talked a lot about this in Sinhala discussions, but I'll bring it back again, that the burning itself is me. There's no separate me. I think that is the difficulty in understanding that this burning has brought us to think that there is someone here. That is our kind of understanding, which is fair enough. I mean, if there is some burning here, which is not even relevant to the situation, of course there should be someone to feel the burning. That's how it is. That's how the interpretation comes. It's in kind of not voluntary. It's involuntary because no one has to teach a child or a person that there is me, even if there's no kind of proper language system. Even if what we take the example is someone growing up in the jungle with the animals. If there is a human, still that sense of self or the self-perception will be there. How that is happening is because of this burning happening here. The burning is not there. Actually, doesn't necessarily matter whether you are seeing or whether you are hearing, whether you are feeling or whether you are thinking. Doesn't really matter. So, but if you really understand this system, the system will continue. The burning will not be there. You have don't forget that the bodily sensations, pain, if there's any pain, you cut your arm or you have fractured your bone or whatever if there's anything that has happened, the tenderness, the pain, everything will be there. Because that is because of the sensory organs. They will be there. But if the misunderstanding of that it is felt to me is not there, and that even sense of self is not there, actually it's something you have to feel. That will actually bring you so much tranquility, even in the middle of any physical damage. That is the beauty of this Dhamma. Whatever the physical damage it is happening, or whatever mental damage it is happening, because we know that anything can happen in this life. This dream continues, but if the burning here is not there, then it's just another occurrence, another stimuli, another spark, whatever the way you call it, just another incident. So that's what we discuss every day. And Shani was talking about, if someone's mind is so flustered, they can try to do some concentration meditation. But this understanding about the sensory organs and understanding that there is actually no self here, it has nothing. Actually, it is the most important thing. Not just only concentration meditation is not going to give you happiness, because it will give you some solace, some tranquility for the time period that you are doing. But this Dhamma is going to give you unparalleled, unlimited in every condition, in every, whether you're standing or every posture. Nothing matters for this tranquility, for this awakening. So that is what is important here, that we are actually trying our best to elaborate on these first few steps in this Dhamma. We don't talk much in detail about the latter parts, because the most important thing is to come into this experience of non-vibration, and that is where the actual path begins. So Joel is also here. Joel can ask a question if there is anything wondering from yesterday.
Yes, doctor. I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
From this thought pattern, how can I moreover, these thoughts are disturbing because of social pressure. If
Yeah.
you don't have a job, why you don't have a job? If you're not married, why are you not married? These kind of questions from people make me to worry more. It's that's the problem that I have. So how can I face this?
Yeah. The why a question would worry you, we can dig into that, because there are so many questions people can ask. Whether specifically someone close to you, or even someone not close to you, can bring up a question like that. But why a question can reach you, even, because not all the questions reach you. I mean, if you get my meaning about reach you, is like, doesn't fluster you, it doesn't make you wonder or ponder about the question. If the question brings you some value, that is where the problem is. The question has brought you some it has a major value, because as I like this, as we discussed on the first day when you started the discussion about the thought, I actually elaborated on the point that whatever the aspects we have so much stuff in our mind, like so much stuff hidden, even we don't want to touch these areas. So these areas get actually, just one word can boil them up. Just one, one aspect of even a picture can brought it up, even a voice can brought it up, even a topic can brought it up. So that is what is happening. A topic. That's the question itself is annoying you. The question itself, not just because it is being asked by someone. Question itself is bothering you, even subconsciously it's bothering you anyway. That is what it is. Because if you're not even bothered about, why are you wearing that shirt, you'll be like, oh yeah, who cares? You won't remember even that someone has asked that question. But because that this question is very close to you, very dear to you, the question itself is subconsciously working there in your system, that has become a thing to you, and that has the ability to make you feel that burning. So that is what it is. So the question, if you keep understanding how this system works, actually there's no difference in between asking why are you wearing that shirt today and why are you not doing a job today. It's this kind of some it's kind of a question, isn't it? But if we ask the intimate question itself suggests that it is dear to you, or it is very close to you, or is it just value? There's a kind of a value to you. So the value, how does the value come from? The topic job has a value to you. Topic marriage has a value to you. There's so many aspects to it, because I am not going deep into that, because but in your mind you will understand what I'm trying to say, that there's so much deeper aspects into that. The deeper aspects, if you dig into that those aspects, you can understand why there's a big deal about these topics, the topics itself. So imagine someone is from Sri Lanka, I mean in where when we live abroad, if someone is from Sri Lanka and Sri Lanka is undergoing some calamity, how that topic is so sensitive to that person who is living here, because they have an idea, isn't it? They don't get an idea when some other country which you even don't know is in trouble. You might feel something, but at the like particularly, I don't think it will kind of give you a lot of burning. So when if we keep understanding how this mental formations, how they give actually no, the other way around, how they have become so important to you is when they come again and again and again and again. So as a child, imagine you are like 18-year-old, you didn't have a job, you didn't have to think about a marriage, but slowly these ideas from the culture, because this culture is different, cultures are different too. So imagine you are in a Western type of culture. If you are a Gen Z kind of some generations below, in the near future, I think there would be a trend that no one would get married. Well, no one would wonder about who is doing what, specifically some countries, they don't worry about what you're doing. They don't really marginalize you, identify you by your job. So if you are self-employed, you're just doing that. If you're doing some cleaning, you're a cleaner. Doesn't necessarily matter, but in some cultures it does matter. So likewise, all the environmental factors, all the social factors, all the this brings you the value. The value is molded. When we talk about mother, we talk about how the value is brought about. Even though if the baby was changed in the initial bit, if the baby was accidentally changed, that baby will be telling mother to someone else accidentally or unknowingly, but still that memory, that thought will carry a heavy burden, like, because you feel it as real. You just, this mother did this, mother did that, my mother is like this, or my mother didn't look after me, that in the other way around, there's a big story that you can tell the other way around too, like my mother didn't want me, my mother didn't like me, mother hated me, treated me badly, whatever the way that they have the story. This is the story that we have for your 35, 45, 55 years of age. That's this drama, this story, this film. It's ongoing. And that's actually what we talk about. This mind consciousness is actually just a formation of it's just a manifestation. But when it comes again and again and again, the power of that thought becomes so much that you feel the burden too much. So just the word job might like piss you off, like just make you like agitated, angry, irritated, or self-conscious. Actually, that word itself make you to understand that burning is brought about. So you feel kind of understand this now. So that is who you are. Actually, there is no the word. If we say I feel this, it's not actually not that. The I is a misnomer. It's actually a just an idea that we have. The actual what we call I is that feel that you get, the burning that you get. So this Dhamma is all about understanding the everything, not just part of it. So if you keep understanding this Dhamma, you will realize how this propagates, how this story propagates. Story began when you were like 16, you were doing O level, and just if you did O level and then you did A level, then you have like a different thing. You just start studying, you do a degree, you do some kind of further studying, and then the there's a pattern that society, or we can call it society, but there's actually the family, everything brings about a pattern that this should happen, this should happen, this should happen, this should happen. And yeah, likewise, it's the same to everyone. If you ask everyone in this forum, that's the same thing. Everyone has an agenda, like the given agenda. It's actually a given agenda. It's environmental, it's social, it's it's, but from our point of view, we don't really much talk about that. What we tell is it's actually in the mind sensor, because mind sensor has this whole lot of stories. A king, if you think about it, just a king. I mean, we can't talk about kings that much at this era, but still, if it is a king has a different world. They has to look after lots and lots of wives, and that kind of pattern. Who brought that pattern? There is a pattern, but now that pattern is gone. There's no kings at this time of the time, but there's a different pattern. And if you think about maybe in 100 years, the pattern would be completely different, and no one would be even questioning whether anything is happening to you. And you might be wondering and pondering, why no one is asking me any question, no one is bothered about me. Actually, that might happen too, because everyone is so self-conscious, so self-centered, they might not even ask about anyone else. That can happen too. But what I'm trying to say, this is all a manifestation of the mind. If you can understand that, actually and also how one thought has come to that so much importance, like if someone's job is so important to them, and if you started to not like it, or if someone if you take a simple thing like you wanted a different kind of life pattern, but you don't get it, kind of that what you want, the aspiration of that or the thinking about that makes it much gives it much more value. And if someone talks about uh, anything like that, when someone is coming to your home and talking about, I went for a holiday and all that, then you might be like, oh, that's so good, I wish I can go. Likewise, there's so much things that we prefer, we like, it's our kind of the dream, because every person's dream is different, the world is different, their aspirations are different, and their views are different. But common to all the humans is the self view. They have the view that it is happening to me. So I'm touching everywhere, bits and pieces everywhere, so you might get confused. But anyway, what I'm trying to say is you have to understand why some topic will make you agitated or anxious, and get angry or even react to that, because another question might not worry you. If someone asks you, can you do this, and you'll be like, oh, okay. But if someone asks you, can you find another job, and you'll be like, what even the word that that brings you so much synchronization to that, the things that you don't want to explore. So one way is to understand why this is giving you so much power. So you are if I'm imagining I don't know whether my thinking pattern is correct in that way. I'm thinking you don't have babies, Joel. Do you have a family at the moment?
No, I'm not married, doctor. I'm
Yeah, okay.
single.
So in that way, like imagine a mother. The mother's world rolls around you. You will understand from your mother's point of view. Mother's world rolls around the children's lives. And when they get older and the children are moving out, they feel like empty, because they are like they didn't have babies when, like, imagine they got the first baby at 20. If it is like kind of any family, like basic, and now the mother is 70. You have had the baby for 50 years now. Your child is big and the child has even children. But this one thought, the daughter or the son, how that makes you, so agitated or happy. It can be either way. It makes you kind of get that burning or feel that makes you, it's a very complicated story then. 70-year-old mother having a 50-year-old son and worrying about that 50-year-old son, or even thinking, how can I die? I want to live with my son. Or other way around, why son is not looking after me? Why son can't call me? Why son can't come and see me? So the world revolves around topics or stimuli or the thoughts. Our thinking process works in such a way. So why you in your story you have your own waves. They are all waves though. That's the thing. They're all thoughts. So if for some reason you decide or you felt as not marrying or marrying, whatever, that has that has given you some power. That word marriage even has given some, it has a power. That thought has a power. That you have to understand. How did that happen? You know, that word didn't have that much power when you were a 20-year-old boy. But now why it is having so much impact on you? In the sense that is you. The impact is you, actually, don't forget that. Because when we talk, the words can carry you away. But the burning is you. There is no separate you. That is why we feel alive. So that is the problem that you have to understand. Why it has given you such impact. Why you are. Why this. The job. The word, even the job, can make you irritated. So, do you actually have an answer? Why? Do you understand this? All these thinking patterns are just construct, and how this is working. But what has made you to worry too much about these things?
Yes, doctor. Like today only, I downloaded this Buddothpada book from Chrome,
Yeah.
and I've started to read this. But in our culture, like when they, even unknown people, when they meet you, the first question is, "Are you working or are you married? If you're married, why don't you have children?" Again and again, we face the same
Yeah,
questions here.
that's the thing that is not found here. that that's actually so intimate questions, that's a cultural thing that is there. But in a way, the some cultures are actually open to that. You know, like you're used to that. You know, you're okay with that. But what made you so protective about that question, though?
Because they ask about it again and again, it started to make a big impact on my life.
Yeah,
It
but
was
why
like,
are you annoyed is the problem, because if someone asks some other question, you might not get annoyed, isn't it? So that's what I'm trying to say, that these topics annoy you anyway. I think they annoy you anyway. I think that has the word, even that word might bring you up some unwanted, burning, so that you don't like to bring it up. That's what it is usually. And so the culture is, yes, the usually, the neighbors know everything about the house, but here neighbor knows nothing. But that is the kind of the pattern, but that doesn't necessarily mean this is correct or that is correct. You know what I mean? Like, can't really say that the pattern here is correct, because there's no kind of there's some good things about these things too, but there's bad things as well. Everywhere that is the same thing. If you're living in a jungle, there are good things and bad things. If you're living in a like a very open society where everything is questioned, all the privacy is not that much important, they keep asking the intimate questions like that. That's kind of one way of culture, isn't it? But there's a different way also. But a lot of people are depressed here too, kind of agitated here too, anxious here too. So how that can happen? Because they feel, actually mostly this side, the European countries or the English speaking countries, they feel isolated. They feel helpless. So these ideas about the why it is hurting you is actually because the same question has brought you so much burning. So the burning is depending on what our views are. That is how it is. So so do you actually worry about actually how can you live without income, Joel? Well, how Do you have any other sort of income?
This forum, I cannot tell
Yeah, that's okay.
certain
That's
answers, but
okay. That's okay.
I'm
Yeah.
living.
If you have an income, that doesn't
Yeah.
bother you. That's what I was trying to say. Because the income is the main thing. The job is for income. Job is to find food, like just to get fed and to buy some clothes, and you have some comfortable life, isn't it? If that is there, then it's not a big issue. But burning comes from, as I told again and again, burning comes not from that factor, even not from the point that they ask the question. Burning comes because it gives you so much value. And basically, if you start hating a job, you might get this idea that the job, either job destroyed you, or job, yeah, something like that. It doesn't necessarily matter what it is, but it has given you that sadness, anger, pondering thoughts in the past. Depression is actually pondering thoughts in the past. You know that as a counselor, you know all about that. And this future, of the future. So someone's question is just a sound, just a sound. Question is a sound. Question, discussion, it's all sound. This now you hear in this Zoom discussion is a sound. But then this, how that sound gave you so much, hatred or anger or anxiety or stress or, some kind of burning. That's why we use the burning, because there's so much words to use if we use multiple words. But burning is the fire you get by hearing just a noise. But how did you get that? How did you get? That's what the science of mind is. You learn the science of the mind here. You learn how a sound has brought so much sadness in someone's life. How did that happen? Because you heard a sound, but your mind understands that as something, and that has so much meaning to you that it brings you kind of agitation. And if that same question is being asked again and again, you would feel like even punching that person, even though that person has never asked it before, because that question was being asked. The question and the person who asked, that the person who asked may be even completely unknown to you, like they just met you and you say, oh, where do you work? And you're like, here it is again. And but that person was just trying to make a conversation with you. And then but the burning here is back because of the telepathization of that the word, or the telepathization of that mind, the thought. This synchronization brings back all the burning you had before. That is why we feel like going back to that burning again and again and again and again. So if you understand this process, next time someone asks that, you'll be like, oh, this is what the burning is. Your actual your understanding was a different angle, because the burning comes, but you identify the burning, not the actual person's problem. The why this person is asking me a question. It doesn't happen to you. You get the burning and you are like, here comes the burning. Yeah, that's how you will be understanding this Dhamma first in the initial bit. What do you think, Surangika? Do you have another aspect to discuss this? Because there's multiple aspects to anything, because there's so much different entry points to a topic.
Thiruvan Sanai, Mokila, and Thiruvan Sanai, Joel, and my friends. Yeah, I think I think Dr. Kokula is trying to give you different angles of it, and also without trying to put too much of our just the the usual terminology that we typically use in the Zoom discussion. But invariably, I think because we are talking about the truth in this Zoom discussion, there is also a bit of a challenge in not using some of that wording and some of those aspects to really explain what is happening here and the problem with this so-called thought as well, isn't it? Because ultimately what we are trying to say is that why has that thing irked you? Why is it that, hearing it over and over again become so much of a bother? And that is what Dr. Kokula is trying to explain. That is because that word has been given a value to you over time. It is a perception. The perception now in society also, we talked right at the beginning about societal norms and conventions in different cultures. There is these different expectations that everybody has to have a job, a man has to have a job and then fend for his family. This kind of old, probably some societies are still kind of stuck in time, you can say that. But then some cultures you don't have to, just as Dr. Kokita said. So depending on what culture, what background one has grown up in, these are basic stuff that, for example, you have to, if you're 25, a woman has to get married. Otherwise, the mother or the father or somebody will say, why aren't you getting married? And there's societal pressure. There is pressure at home, pressure from society and anywhere. So that asking that person, why are you not getting married, would not be a problem for that young woman if that young woman also did not have a value given to the fact that marriage is a thing. But if marriage has become a thing and that perception has grown stronger and stronger as that person has grown up now, marriage didn't mean, there was no meaning to marriage when that girl, boy, young woman was a little baby. Marriage didn't mean a thing. But when did this marriage become a thing? When did marriage become a word or a reality? Because as that child grew up, he or she in this case, has been told various things. We have given names, labels to various perceptions that have come across, that have manifested through our senses. And we have given objects names. We have given objects names like mother, father. We have given objects like school. There are friends. You have to go to class every day. This is what you do on weekends. You are Jack. And when you grow up, you have to be a good boy. And then you have to do your exams well. All these things have been fed into you. It's almost, this is just basically a program. So when each of these objects have become more and more real to you and you start to believe it, the objects are there, and then this duality, I think we spoke of yesterday or day before, the sense of self comes about because these objects are given meaning, and then these objects mean something to whom? And then this automatically a sense of self gets developed here. It is a misnomer, as Dr. Kokira said. There is no self, but it is that sensation, that feel that arises when somebody names a thing and calls it mother, when somebody names a thing and says, there is a rainbow. You get this feeling. There is a sensation that arises out of that thought process, and it is that feel, the sensation, that through ignorance is being called or labeled the self. So this whole thing gets magnified, compounded from childhood days. Labels, names, conventions, norms, societal practices, cultures, all these things accumulate and accumulate to the point that every word has a loaded meaning to it. Now, in the culture of, I don't know, some African tribe, if you say something, it might not mean a thing. Even the language, even a sound, a particular sound can mean one meaning in one culture and in a totally different meaning in another culture. I mean, we have come across this, although nothing comes to mind at the moment. I'm sure you would have come across such words. So how did that happen? How can one word, one sound mean something different in another culture and something totally different in another culture. Isn't language also perceptions? Now, the perception that was given to the sound in Sri Lanka can be totally different to the perception of that same sound in another country. Or if I say if we say job to a very remote African tribe, they wouldn't even understand what the word job means or the sound job. So nothing would trigger them. That word would not mean anything to them. But if it is told to a person with that background that you have had, with the stimuli and the objects and the attachment of value to each of those things, with that background, then it has become a thing. But it is not something that is happening to a self. That is the importance of this particular forum that we are trying to bring to the fore, because understanding the fact that this is just stimuli after stimuli that has been programmed, and it is just a system that is occurring, and it is this stimuli that has got a value attached to it unerringly, not out of your doing. There is no one doing anything here. That has now inadvertently, unknowingly and unerringly given a value to it, so that now when you hear about it, because without even acknowledging to yourself that stimuli, the thought, the job, has become valuable to you, because you might have grown up in a background where you know that a job will give stability, a job will give income, a job will give you a good lifestyle, so on and so forth. So even if your circumstances at the moment is okay, you are in between jobs and you're taking a break, the mere fact that somebody is reminding you or questioning you brings up through telepathization the value that has been attached to that particular word. But as Dr. Kokila said, it is only a sound. When did the sound become job? When did the sound become stability? When did the sound become that job that person meant means I am incapable of it, or that's what that person meant about it? How did all that happen? That is because of that value attached to it and the telepathization of all the perceptions that are associated around the job have, unbeknownst to, I can't say you, unbeknownst to the system, has become of value, and which is why that heavy feeling, the irritation, the annoyance comes up at that point. So instead of taking it as a self, if one can, as Dr. Kokila said, look at the thought and understand how did this thought become annoying to me? What is behind the thought? What is this word? How come this word is so irritating? Why did I give value to it? Is there anything here that is of substance? Isn't that word just a sound? That is what we are trying to help analyze by understanding the mind and the mind process, because ultimately, whether it is a societal norm or a convention or an accepted value or anything out there, there is nothing. The fundamental tenets of this Zoom discussion and the teachings of the spiritual teacher is there is no self here. The self angle and that ignorance has to be dissipated. That collapses when one understands the mind and the mind process. It is nobody's doing. That is fundamental, absolutely fundamental, that this is nobody's doing. If one takes ownership of the thought as this is my thought or this thing is said to me, that is where this whole thing really, the pain, the suffering lies there. So if we can understand that the five senses, the sense faculties, are the things that are giving us the perceptions arise through these sense faculties, and without these sense faculties, there is no way that one can even ever experience the outside world, so to speak. Then the stimuli that is coming is realized as just a natural occurrence. I think
And
we spoke
Surangika,
about,
the
yeah.
other thing is, this is this topic that Joel brought up. Imagine a person who's separated. Just imagine someone has separated. Now it's a big deal as well. Now, like the if someone has separated, and if in a culture where it is a big deal, then people would be questioning about the separation. Then I have some experiences where patient has the diagnosis of the cancer, but the patient doesn't want to bring up the topic of the cancer. Stuff like that. They get even they get annoyed. It's only few, but they get annoyed with the idea that there is some problem here in the system, the body. That why is because it has so much power that it brings him down. It gives some sadness, some anxiety. There's so much health anxiety here anyway.
Good morning, everybody. Hello, Sunday, all the my friends. So let's start our morning Dhamma discourse. So we'll discourse on how thought began and how this illusion, this experience is built today. So let us begin with a very simple reflection. Every human being spends most of their life thinking. From the moment we wake up until we fall asleep, we are thinking. Thoughts keep appearing. Thoughts appear again and again. Some thoughts are about the past. Some thoughts are about the future. Some thoughts are about things we see and hear around us. Because this thinking happens continuously, we rarely question how it started. We simply assume that this thinking has always been there. But if we reflect carefully on our own life, we may notice that thinking did not begin fully developed. It grew. It grew gradually, just like the body grows from childhood to adulthood. Same goes with the mind. the mind also develops step by step. If we imagine a newborn child, we can see an interesting situation. A newborn or infant experiences the world through the five senses they have. So their eye perceive colors, ear perceive sound vibrations, body or skin feels warmth, touch, movement. But at that stage, that child does not yet have words. Without words, the mind does not recognize. So the baby sees colors, but it does not yet label them as a tree, a bottle, a house, or mother. The baby hears the sounds, but it does not yet divide them into languages or meanings. Experience is still very raw and very simple for them. There are sensations, different kind of vibrations through different sense faculties, but they are not yet complex thoughts. So as this child grows, something important begins to happen. The child hears words repeated again and again. So words in the sense of their sound vibrations. So when they keep getting the sound vibration again and again, not only that, at the same time, they parents point to an object and say that name, say their names. Like they point to an object at the same time, they get a sound vibration. So they say water, they say mother, they say food, they say father, toy, like many other words. So slowly, this child begins to connect those sound waves, those sound vibrations with that color, with that image, with that sensory experience. A sound becomes associated with an object. So, for example, the word apple becomes linked with a certain color, a shape, taste, and a smell. At that moment, their mind forms a concept, a construction, a group of sensory experiences becomes connected to this word, to this sound vibration. This is one of the first steps in the formation of a thought of a child. So once a word is learned, something interesting begins to happen. That word itself can trigger a mental image. It doesn't have to be perceived by the eye at that moment, but it automatically appears in the mind consciousness. If someone says the word apple, we may immediately imagine its color and shapes. We may even imagine its taste. Although the apple is not present, the mind consciousness can recreate many of its sensory qualities. This shows us that thoughts often combine information from several sense faculties, several sensor contacts. So now a sound vibration can produce a color or image. An image can produce a taste. These combinations create rich mental experience. At first, the power of this thought is less powerful. It's not strong, but when we keep using it for a long time since childhood, it has way more power than it had before. Also, it doesn't stop there because combined with more thoughts like where apple grows, so yeah, this thought creates more thoughts and more data for that. Like where are those apple growth, sizes of apples, colors of apples, different variations, different countries, the way they eat them, the way they cook them, likewise. So that single thought doesn't stay like that. It was added with more data, more thought. Now the power has increased even more. As the vocabulary increases, which means more thoughts, thinking becomes more complex. The mind begins to combine words and concepts into a larger structure, a complicated network. Sentences appear, stories appear, ideas about the past and future appears. At this stage, thinking becomes a powerful tool. It allows humans to plan, communicate, and solve problems. But it also means that the mind can become very busy. Because words can connect many memories, many emotions, many thoughts. A single thought can lead to a long chain of thinking. Even though thinking may appear to be purely mental, it still depends heavily on the senses. Most thoughts are connected to sensory experience, at least one of the sensory experience. When we imagine a place, we often see it in our mind. When we remember music, we hear it in imagination. When we recall a meal, we may remember the taste or smell of it. In this way, thinking often recreates this sensory experience, even though they are not present at this moment. This thinking does that. The mind gathers signals from different senses and combines them into a single mental formation. That combined formation event is called a thought. So how thoughts trigger other thoughts? So another characteristic of the mind consciousness, its ability to link these together, link thoughts or link those sensory inputs together. When two experiences occur closely in time, the mind consciousness often connects them. Nobody does it actually, it happens automatically. When we get used to it, it happens so automatically. It's a natural phenomenon. Later, when one experience appears again, the other may also telepathizes to that moment. But it has to be one of those experiences. So, if there are more connected thoughts or links to one experience, then it becomes complicated. All thoughts, all experience related to that one telepathizes with the other. So let's take an example. Let's say we hear a song, a particular song, and it may remind us of someone, of a certain place. It doesn't stop there. That place may remind them of a person, and that person may remind them of a conversation. Within a short time, these thoughts, this mind consciousness, can travel through many thoughts. This chain reaction is a natural function of the mind consciousness. It happens automatically. It's like the tuning fork. When one fork is hit, the other automatically vibrates itself. Likewise, when one of the sensory input is vibrated, the one that related, that one that similar to that vibration, starting to telepathize. But each and every thought is a power. Thought has its own power. So when there is more thoughts means there is more power, which makes the mind restless. So as thoughts accumulate over time, the mind begins to create a narrative. This narrative is the story of our life, and it includes memories from the childhood, and it includes hopes for the future, and it includes beliefs about who we are, what we should do, what we shouldn't do. It's like they're building a character. Because this story continues over many years, it feels very real and solid. But if we stop for a while and if we examine it carefully, we may notice that the story is made of many individual thoughts. Each thought appears for a moment and then it disappears, it vanishes. And after that, another thought happens, another thought appears, and it also disappears, and another thought appears, and it disappears likewise. But this story feels continuous because we are unable to see that cessation or disappearance of that thought. We are thinking, we are keep thinking, we are continuously non-stop thinking. But what actually happens is there's this thought arise and it cease, and there's this another thought arise and it cease. We cannot see that depth of a thought. That's why the story feels continuous. That's why there's existence feeling. There's we are keep thinking feeling. But it is actually made for many changing parts. We can give so many examples so that like a light bulb or a frame of an old movie that uh, was played past those times. From this story, it doesn't stop there. The sense of self is also developed. When we were young, when we were children, we were taught about this I, me concept. They showed us our hands and so this is your hand, your nose, your eyes, your ears. And we are taken in front of a mirror and showed that reflection that this is you, this is how you look. So there's this another thought called self. And the mind gathers together thoughts and sensations and says and um, link that to this self thought. So now this is me. This is me feeling. This is me thinking. But if we look carefully at direct experiences we get from our senses, we may notice that the self is not a single fixed object. We cannot find a self in any of our sensory experiences or the body or in the mind. Instead, it is a collection of processes like seeing happening, feeling happening, thinking happening, feeling happening. These events appears and disappears again and again continuously. And the mind connects them and creates the idea of this continuous person who feels them. Likewise, how those experiences considered as continuing, it creates this illusion of this continuous person as well. First sensor of the self-awareness, the mind consciousness doesn't stop there. It naturally divides its experience into two parts. One is for the spirit, and the other one for outside. So in the outside, it includes objects, people, and even in the world. But when you observe this experience of awareness, this boundary becomes less obvious. When a sound is heard, where exactly is it outside the body or inside the body? What we directly experience is simply hearing. It's not that even the sound vibration reached the mind consciousness, it reached as a signal. So the idea of location is mentally added afterward by interpretation. And we think it as real, as natural, because we got used to it. We've used in that way for a long time, our own perception. So one reason we rarely notice these processes is that they happen extremely fast, extremely quickly. Our brain, our mind consciousness can recognize patterns and produce those in a fraction of a second. It's actually not producing, it's actually telepathizing it in a fraction of a second. It's happening very fast. Because everything happens so fast, the mind seems to jump directly from that perception to the meaning. But with careful observation, we may begin to see the stages. First, there is this contact through the senses. Then, the thought telepathizes. And then, the interpretations on all thoughts related to that starting to appear, identify. Seeing these stages helps us to understand this nature of our experiences, of what we call feeling. So another important observation is that thoughts are temporary. No thought remains forever. Each thought arises for a short time and it fades. Another thought appears and disappears. Or there may be a brief moment of pause. If we watch the mind carefully, we can see this cycle happening again and again. Understanding this helps us avoid becoming trapped by thoughts and driven by thoughts. Instead, we start to look at thoughts occurring and ceasing. Whether there is this self or not, thoughts appearing and disappearing. We begin to see them as events rather than the permanent truths. We begin to see them as something done or created by the mind consciousness rather than owning them. We cannot control thoughts. Sometimes our mind becomes quiet naturally, perhaps when we were melting to the nature, while watching nature, while listening to music, or while meditating, like focusing on breathing. During these moments, the senses continue to function, but the stream of thinking slows down. It feels calm because there's no or less thought, which makes less powerful. There's simply awareness of the present moment. These moments shows us that the mind does not need to produce thoughts constantly. There can be space of calm between them. When we understand how thoughts arise, our relationship with them begin to change. Instead of automatically believing every thought, we begin to observe them, how they were created, how they were telepathized. We notice what triggered them. We notice how they develop, and we notice how they disappear. This observation creates a sense of freedom, a freedom from your mind. Thoughts can still be used when they are helpful, but they no longer dominate every moment. You are not living that illusion thoughts have created. You're starting to see the illusion as the illusion. Thoughts as a construction. So usually we only noticed a thought after it has already formed. But by that time it already has formed and ceases as well. By that time it already has words, images and meanings as well. But before that stage, something much simpler occurs. First, there is only contact through one of the senses. It can be a sound vibration, a color, or a smell, or a taste, or any touch sense to your skin. or even a thought itself. At that first moment, that experience is extremely simple. There is no story, there's only a simple vibration. But since we have so used to thoughts, this human mind has developed a strong ability to telepathize its thoughts for that sense of contact, search for a meaning for it. So whenever a signal arises through one of the senses, the mind consciousness immediately begin asking a silent question. What is this? And then it telepathizes that matching thought for that sense of contact, matching thought or thoughts. For example, a certain shape or color appears from our eye sensor. Within a fraction of a second, mind recognizes it as a tree, not as the simple form of it, not as a bunch of colors, but as a whole object. It has objectified it and recognized it as a tree. But the eyes themselves did not see a tree. It did not tell this is a tree. They only received colors, patterns of colors. But the mind is the one who interpreted it and created the idea of the tree by matching that visual signal with the thoughts. This recognition, it triggers thoughts. So once this recognition happens, thoughts are being telepathized. Thoughts begin. The mind does not stop at identifying the object. It continues to expand that experience. If you see a tree, you may remember of another tree from childhood. Or you may remember sitting under a tree. You may remember smell of leaves after rain. You may imagine climbing the tree. Or you may remember more trees like that, or names of those trees, where it grows. A lot of data, a lot of thoughts. Within seconds, many thoughts start in the telepathize. But it has to start from somewhere. This original event was very simple. It just some colors were perceived by the eye sensor, a vibration. That's it. And the rest was done by the mind consciousness. This identification, calling it a tree, um, adding more thoughts, giving more data or information about it, all are done by the mind consciousness. So that the rest of that experience was built by the mind consciousness, not by the simple color that taken from the eye sensor, but by the mind consciousness. It has complicated it and we are trapped in that illusion. So one interesting thing about thought is that they often combine information from different senses. Thought itself is created as a combination of different senses. For example, if someone says the word coffee, it doesn't stop there as a sound vibration, but it creates many more illusions. Like it's like the cough when you say coffee, the ear hears a sound. It's just a sound. But the mind doesn't stop there. The mind may immediately produce other sensations. You may imagine the smell of a coffee, or you may imagine its taste. You may even imagine holding a warm cup in your hands. These impressions gather together and form a complete thought. The thought feels very real because it includes several sensory elements. More power it has. That's why. But all those sensations are appearing inside the mind. None of those are exist present right at this moment. Only thing we get was that sound wave of that name. They are not coming from the outside at that moment, actually. It's all constructed on our mind. This gathering of sensory impressions happens extremely fast. So fast that we rarely notice those steps. We only experience the finished final product, the finished thought of it. It is similar to watching a movie. On the screen, we see continuous motion, but in reality, there is a lot of work going on. In reality, the movie is made of many individual frames because the frames move so quickly that motion appears so smooth. Thoughts work in a similar way. Many small mental events occur very quickly. Together, they create this experience of continuous self and continuous thinking. Once a thought appears, it often leads to more thoughts, more emotions. For example, someone hears the name of a city. That name may remind them of a trip. That trip may remind them of a friend. And that friend may remind of them a conversation. Very quickly, the mind travels through a chain of thoughts. Sometimes this chain continues for a long time. The mind may move far away from the present moment. And now we are in that mind. We are trapped in that illusion. Yet the entire chain began from a very small trigger. Very small trigger, like from one of our senses. When thoughts continue to link together, they create stories. The mind explains events. It predicts what might happen. It interprets the intentions of other people. These stories help us make sense of the world. But sometimes the stories become so strong that we believe them completely. We forget that they began as interpretation. They are constructed by mind. They are constructions of mind. But by observing the mind carefully, we can see that the story is made from many small thoughts. Nothing happened right at this moment. We are just thinking, whether it's past or future or any event, we are just thinking. Each thought appears briefly and that disappears. Even a thought doesn't stay forever, it appears and disappears. So now let us return to this idea of inside and outside. We often believe that thoughts occur inside the mind while the world exists outside. But if we observe direct experience or that sense of contact, that simple vibration, we may notice something different. When a sound is heard, the experience of hearing appears in awareness. We say sound comes from outside, but what we actually experience is the sensation of hearing. In that sensation, it's just a sensation, a vibration, and there's no location for that. It's just happening. The mind then, but the mind is the one who places that sensation somewhere in that space. In the same way, when we see something, the experience of color or shape appears in awareness, in our vision, eye sensor. But the idea that the object is far away or close to us is created afterward. Well, this does not mean that the world does not exist. It simply means that what we directly experience is always the interpretation created by the mind. Another important observation is that thoughts are temporary. No matter how strong a thought may be, it cannot remain forever. It appears, then it fades away, and another thought appears and disappears. Sometimes there is even a short moment when no thought is present. These quiet moments shows us that thinking is not also constant. It rises and falls like waves in the ocean, observing without following. We need to do that. We, when we understand this process, we can practice observing thoughts instead of immediately following them, instead of driven by them. It's like we are sitting somewhere and observing the movie. A thought appears Instead of reacting to it, we simply notice it. We ask ourselves, what triggered this thought? Was it a sound? Was it something I saw? Was it another thought? By these questions, gently, we begin to see the mechanics of the mind, and the mind becomes less mysterious. As observation deepens, something interesting happens. Thoughts still appear, but they lose some of their power. We see them as events that arise and disappears, not as continuous thinking thoughts. We recognize that they are constructed from sensations, memories, and associations, or from thoughts. Because of this understanding, the mind becomes lighter, less powerful, peaceful, calm. We do not need to carry every thought as if it were absolute truth. Right now, we are looking at the world through thoughts. But if we remove it, we'll see the truth. So let us finish by reflecting on everything we have observed today. Throughout this discourse, we have been looking at one simple question. How does the thought arise? At first, we assume thoughts simply appear in the mind by themselves. But when we observe carefully, we begin to see that every thought has conditions, as described in this Dhamma, cause and effect Dhamma. When the right conditions are met, that effects happening. A sound is heard, a color is seen, a smell appears, a sensation is felt. That small contact with the senses becomes the starting point. From that moment, the mind begins its work. It compares what is happening now and with what has been experienced before. In a sense, experience I meant what thought has created, constructed before. This recognition happens. So many thoughts occurring, many thoughts telepathizing. In that thought, images or words or memories, emotions appears. Very quickly a complete mental picture is created. We also notice something interesting. A single signal from one senses often brings many other senses together. If we hear the word mango, the mind may show the yellow color. It may remember the sweet taste. It may recall the smell. It may even remember the feeling of holding that fruit. But it came from a simple sound. From a simple sound, many impressions gathered together. This gathering is called a thought. When we hear the word mango, those other senses doesn't come at a separate way. It comes as a whole thought. That thought is included, consisted with these other senses, sensor contacts. But when we observe the process carefully, we also see another truth. Every thought is temporary. No thought remains forever. It appears for a short moment and then it fades away. Another thought replaces it. Another thought appears and disappears. Or sometimes there is a brief moment of silence as well. Just like waves appearing and disappearing on the surface of water, thoughts arise and pass away. When we understand this, our relationship with thinking, thoughts begin to change. What we call reality begins to change. Instead of being carried away by every thought, we can simply observe them. We can notice their beginning. We can see what caused them, and we can watch how they disappear. In that observation, the mind becomes clearer, calmer, peaceful. The constant pressure of thinking begins to soften. So the practice is very simple. Just observe the senses, observe how recognition happens, observe how thoughts gather from different impressions, and observe how they pass away again. Little by little, this observation reveals the nature of mind. And when the nature of mind is understood, the quiet clarity begins to appear. Clarity itself brings a natural sense of peace. So let's end our Dhamma discourse for today. Theruvan Saranai, everybody.
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Aryan Mahanse at his feet. Theruvan Saranai Aryan Mahanse. May all of you be blessed by Triple Gem, and also my gratitude to our Dhamma friends who are handling the technical side of these discussions. So this is yet another slot where a Dhamma sermon is delivered. The facts that we have learned from Avaran Mahanse, our noble friend, who is guiding us all the time. What he says is the facts that he has gathered from the sutras, and also the jnana which has bloomed from within, which made him to understand these things which are mentioned in the sutras, and also his own self-experimentation. So collectively, he's giving us beautiful true Dhamma sessions, true Dhamma teachings, which we eventually trying our best to convey to some extent to our friends from all over the world who are looking for the true Dhamma by various ways and means. So this is an attempt to fulfill that need. And as some of you are aware, we have this 24-hour series, Buddothpada Pure TV channel, which is in English medium. Several friends together are delivering the sermons, and whenever it is possible, our noble friend R.N. Mahansi also joins us. And then we have a separate discussion time from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. where we try to discuss the problems if any of our listeners do have. So as usual, I invite you to join us between 3 p.m. and 5 p.m. every day to discuss any matters that you are not clear enough from these Buddothpada discussions. We have been talking on many topics actually, even though our friends are talking in different aspects, but more or less it comes to the same fact. It is pointing out to one sort of area where understanding of this true nature of this life. So we know that the physical body is manipulated or handled by the thoughts and the mind, and we know that the thoughts, a flow of thoughts is called mind. So it's not one solid thing, it's a continuous flow of thoughts happening. And we know that thoughts are the result of combination of the five sense faculties. As human beings, we have five senses, and collective function of those five is called the sixth sensor or the mind sensor. Sorry. So all of these happen it in such a way, it's according to the natural system. Some form of fast flowing is happening here, and because this flow creates a current, that current gives us the feeling, some sort of alive feeling, and that alive feeling comes from that current which is created underneath this flow. So it is all a natural process. So the current is not created by anybody. It is a part and parcel of this mechanism. And that live feeling is the one which is named as myself. So we know that all these are covered by the blanket called ignorance or ignorance or avidya, and it's very difficult to remove the blanket by ourselves without the help of a noble friend who is guiding. That is what Lord Buddha did nearly 2600 years ago, and now we are getting the same guidance from our Aryan Mahanse, our noble friend, through the teachings of Lord Buddha which happened in the past. So we know now that there's no person, there's no self whatsoever. It is that current which is felt is named as myself. So that is the most important point that we have to understand, that there is no self here whatsoever. Never existed and not going to be there in the future either. And everything is pointed out to this present moment, this present stimulus. Every Dhamma fact can be applied to this moment or this particular stimulus. So that is why Buddhist philosophy is considered as an akalika Dhamma. Akalika means it's timeless, no time. you can't talk about a time because always it is at this moment, this stimulus. So we are talking about the vibrations, which is the Pali term or the old term used by Lord Buddha is Ruppanaya, and the present word, which is more easier to understand from the present text, it's the word is used as vibration. So we know that all are vibrations. We know even these so-called solid things, watery things, and the ones which has the airy nature, they all are vibrations. Not only that, even the light, heat, smell, taste, all of them are vibrations. And the nature of the vibrations is that they change actually. Vibrations can change, and vibrations can synchronize to another similar vibration, and that means that vibration becomes this, it becomes same. The laboratory test that our noble friend explained was this, the story of the tuning fork. We know the two tuning forks which has the same frequency. When one is vibrated, other one also starts vibrating automatically. So that phenomenon is seen with the vibrations. We don't know from where that similar vibration is coming. There's actually nothing coming from there, where we don't know where that similar vibration is, but not necessarily from this birth. So from some point, a similar vibration becomes equal to this one. And we discussed about the phenomenon called seeing, hearing, feeling the taste, feeling the smell, and then the feeling of the skin. This all of these are the examples for the synchronization of similar vibrations to each other. So also the nature of the vibration is something which is not permanently there. It occurs then and there. And it's always when there is a remnant current which initiate the vibration. In other words, the formless level is the initial vibration. That is where we discuss about the zygote which gets a similar vibration. So that is the level where we talk about the hidden part of the formless world. So the other nature of the vibrations is that vibrations can combine together and form a different type of a vibration. That is, the example is here, the sensor functions will come together and then make the different type of vibration, which is the thought. So talking about these vibrations, and we said that where there is a vibration, always there are two opposite ends. And where there is two opposite ends, there is a power or the current created. And this current is the one which is built up to the level of the self perception. That current is the one which is felt as self or being alive. So if the vibration does not come to zero, it will definitely continue with the samsara cycle. So the rest of the things that I am going to talk about is purely from Buddothpada and Mahase's teachings, which I have gathered. So all the due respect should go to him for explaining these things so beautifully, because these things have been mentioned in sutras, different sutras. Actually, without his uh, explanation, we would never have been able to understand those. We talk about 31 realms or 31 levels of the mind actually. Now, there are so many stories in the Buddhist history which actually tallies with this. One thing is these are actually formulated as stories, probably to be able to understand easier, because a lay person will not be sometimes be able to understand these things as it is. So in one place it is mentioned that Lord Buddha could go to the Brahma worlds within within such a short period, a period that will take for the arm to stretch and then fold it. Stretching the arm and folding, it will take only few seconds, isn't it? So within such a short period, Lord Buddha could go to Brahma worlds. So that was one of the things that is mentioned. Also, it says that the gods came up to listen to his sermons early hours of the day, very early. That means around 2 o'clock, like that time where the human beings are generally asleep. So it said that that time Lord Buddha used to preach very deep facts for the gods. Now, when you talk about that, the interpretation was actually by Avaran Mahansi was that actually that is a time that the deepest wisdom awakens. So it may be that Lord Buddha's prajna would bloom and open up for more deep facts around that time. Whether there were any gods or some kind of uh, vibrations from higher realms were there to listen to that or not, we don't know. But that is the explanation that the deeper facts and very complex parts of this Dhamma has been preached in the early hours of the days. So that is another part, another story that we read from this Buddhist history. So now talking about, there are few other situations, I can mention them one now while I am talking on. And also there's another thing that, another incident, another fact that we read from the Buddhist history. It says that when Lord Buddha was preaching the very first sermon in Varanasi to the first five disciples, Dhammacakkappavattana Sutra, which is one of the groundbreaking type of sermons, where he summarized the whole thing that Lord Buddha understood. So it says that when he's preaching these sermons, millions and millions of gods came up to listen to that Deshana. And it says that the sky was full of those such spirits. And there were some very fine spirits which could go through the eye of the needle. So those are some of the stories. And also there are some other stories about some gods who were inhabitant or who were in charge of trees, huge trees, and sometimes huge rocks. So those, they are actually no physical bodies. Also, Lord Buddha has explained about the four ways that another birth can occur. One is called Opapathika. Opapathika means there is no process of proper birth as a small one and then growing up. Opapathika means instantly appears as a person on that side, and it's described in relation to the heavens and also the hell, where the current from this side disappears and then reappears or becomes synchronized to that level. So those are some of the stories that we hear. These may have been changed for the convenience of understanding, or it may be that the interpretation was different from what we superficially see. So, what our Aranohans explains was that these levels, these 31 realms, are actually different levels in the mind itself. The mind fluctuates so often. We know that the thoughts fluctuate so often. And even though the physical body remaining the same, the mental state, the level of the mind can fluctuate. That, of course, definitely, I mean, you and me will agree on to that, won't you? Now, what are these 31 levels? Actually, by name, I can't remember about all 31, but they are actually including the so-called 6 levels of heavens. Then there are Brahma worlds are there, the human world is there, the animal world is there. Then there's something called Asura world, where they describe about some levels in undersea, and then the hell or the Niraya. So those are the levels which are explained. Now we will see what happens here. Now, if you are, that means in other words, the vibration, the level of vibration varies at different times, isn't it? Now, what is meant by that? Vibration varies means the current which is created varies time to time. Now, for example, if you feel very furious and angry at a particular time, how do you feel? You feel that you are burning, isn't it? You feel that things are very heavy, very uncomfortable, burning, and sort of current is sort of so flashy. That time you might explain it as I was burning. I was burning in anger. I didn't know what happened to me. I was so furious. Those may be the words that you are using, isn't it? So at a point like that, the current is so heavy. The current is so heavy. What will happen now? We know that always the tendency is that current synchronizes to another similar current, isn't it? Will you agree with me if I say that that is the level where it equals to a devilish mind, isn't it? We might use that word even, devilish mind. He's like a devil. He's behaving like a devil at this moment. And when such a strong current is there, that system can be compelled even to kill a person or do any kind of harm, and can hit a person or maybe badly scold a person. But have you noticed that after some time, the person himself might regret, I don't know what happened to me. I was so angry. I did this. I know it is wrong, but I don't know how it happened. So they confess sometimes in the courts, isn't it? If some such situations are happening, they say, this killing, yes, it happened, but I don't know how it happened. I like this person very much. He's very close to me, but still, that time I was almost blind and I didn't know what happened. In such situations, their sentences are also not very strict by the judges. They consider that as a normal variation of the human mind. So that is a time where the mind is in the level of hell. niraya. So can you understand? The human body is there, but the mind is at the level of hell. Now, if you take another possibility, if such a situation, if that high frequency or if that strong current, for some reason, if that person gets killed at that time, that means the physical body comes to an end, and that very last thought, which we call Chutisita, was with that strong current. So that with that current, that physical body comes to an end where that last thought or the Chutisita has this current. What will happen? We know always the vibrations will uh, be synchronized to some other place, isn't it? Could it be even in a volcano? Yes, we talk about hell with some fire and flames and where they are burning. So is it possible to be in a volcano? Or is it possible to be somewhere where there is fire burning? Those are possibilities, isn't it? I mean, you do not have to take this as thoughts and just go on thinking about it. But the fact is that if the vibration is so strong on this side, it will tally to a matching level where there is similar strong current. So then, talking about the Devadatta, the monk who greatly opposed Lord Buddha and tried to destroy Lord Buddha also, hoping to get the leadership of the monks instead of Lord Buddha by destroying him. How much was his anger could have been? And in the story it says he was directly dragged to the hell. He was covered with fire flames and he was dragged inside. But what could have been the possibility? I mean, even there was fire or not, we don't know. But he was burning in anger, wasn't he? He was burning in anger, and his current may have definitely synchronized to another place where there is equal strong burning current. So that is one side of that story. And if your mind is very sort of soft and mild and very fine at a level, you can call that you may be in a Brahman state. The mind could be in a Brahman state, isn't it? So won't that tally with the saying that Lord Buddha could go to the Brahma worlds just within such a short period which will take to stretch the arm and then fold it? It's possible, isn't it? Lord Buddha could have reached that mental state within such a short period. So it doesn't mean that these are physically available worlds in different distances. These could be very clearly, as our Aranhas explains, very clearly these could be the levels of the mind itself. So if a person's physical body comes to an end in such a situation where the vibrations are very minimal, then if that body comes to an end, there's a possibility that it will end up as a vibration in what's called a Brahma level, isn't it? Brahma level doesn't mean that they have the physical bodies. So we have only a limited number of species who have physical bodies. So all the others could remain as vibrations, isn't it? So we know the physical bodies are the ones that we can see or feel, but there are many levels of the vibrations or the spirits which do not have the physical bodies. So that is something that was explained by our R.N. Mahansi. So these are two extremities that I explained. So in between there are all these realms are there, 31 realms. So depending on the vibration level, uh, while remaining in this human body, the state of mind could be varying. And also, Lord Buddha says that proudness or the ego, if the ego is very high, there's a possibility that uh, that system will end up having being born as an animal. And he gives a beautiful phrase. It can be born as a monkey or a dog. So what happens if a person with such a bad or severe ego, with that egoistic mind as the last Chutisita, if that physical body comes to an end, he might be born in the womb of a monkey or a dog, animal world. Those are some examples of the animal world. So as I said, uh, vibrations not necessarily will synchronize to another physical body. So that may be the explanation that it was said that there were so many uh, gods were there in the sky, listening to the very first Dhamma sermon. And some of them were very fine, as if they could go through the eye of the needle. Uh, so, in other words, not necessary to have a physical body, isn't it? And also, it's clear now we know that all these are vibrations. We know that whether it is a solid, liquid, airiness, they are all are compressed types of vibrations. The solid nature, solidity means the vibrations are compact in a more very close manner. So you can feel it. That means it is a sensor function only. Something which is felt hard or firm is called solid. It's not something that you see. It's now I can see some pens, pencils, foot ruler. So those you can say that they are solids. No, you can't call them solids unless you feel them solid, unless you feel them hard. Now that I have felt them earlier, now that I know that they are solids. But for something that you have never felt it, then you can't say whether it is a solid or liquid or airiness. So something which is felt firm or solid is called solidity, solid things. And something which has a liquid nature is called liquidity or apo. And tejo means a temperature, high temperature or low temperature, which again are waves. And airiness is the nature of the air. So when it goes to solidity to liquidity to airiness, the compactness of the waves are less. And also these forms can change. We know that when this is again R.N. Mahase's example, when an ice cube is heated, first you get the apo nature or the water, and when it is heated further, it is evaporated. So then there's nothing to be seen. On the other hand, in the freezer compartment, even if you do not have anything kept, from the water vapor, it will form water, and then further when it is cold, remaining cold, you end up having the ice. So this is how the vibrations, the nature of the vibrations also changes its consistency. Then also another aspect that our R.N. has explained was this. The stories about the Vruksha Devatavo Saha Devatavan, ගල්වලට අධිපති දේවතාවන්. What is meant by that? Ruksha Devatavan means he mentioned there are enough stories in Buddhist history that huge trees were considered as some form of gods. They felt that there is a god in this tree, and even people used to worship trees, especially the huge ones. People used to worship the trees. Even now, in Asian countries, in India and Sri Lanka both, we see this habit. They worship sometimes some trees, and according to the Buddhist history, it says that there are some gods and goddesses who were inhabiting these trees. So, and also the rocks. Can that be explained from this Aryan Vahanse's explanations? Yes, definitely. Now, there might be a person who is very much into these trees, or a person who is doing a lot of hiking and who is very much interested about rocks. So we know that even though they are solids, they are also waves. They also have these vibrations. So what will happen for a person who is an ardent fan of trees, particularly he's a fan of a particular tree, and if that person's last thought, Chutisita, was about this tree, then that vibration of that mind can be synchronized to the vibrations of the tree, isn't it? Similarly, for a person who is very keen about some rocks, maybe a particular rock. So if that person's last Chutisita was again vibrating regarding this rock, he can be kind of, that vibration could become equal to that rock, isn't it? So these are very likely possibilities according to, the Buddhist history facts, the stories very well match to this one. And similarly, there's another worse part. Now, there are people who are very much keen about animals, maybe pet dogs, pet cats. They are more or less spending their life as if he's one of them. And their Chutisita, their last thought may be about these pet animals. So see how dangerous it is now. So if the person's last Chutisita is about these animals, or what will happen to these animals in my absence, I love these animals and I can't leave them and go. If that sort of clinging is there, definitely that vibration of that last thought will end up as a vibration of a zygote, or in the womb of one of those animals. If it is an animal birth, it's so difficult to get out of that animal birth. It's in the stories in Lord Buddha's time, it said that a goat, sometimes stories about the goats and the dogs, there are stories, there are so many hundreds of times was reborn as a dog or a goat. What happens? How does that happen? Usually when the dogs are they are together, they always have thoughts about the other dogs, isn't it? Their mentality is such, their vibrations are more or less equal to the dog pattern of thinking. So what happens is, again, they have the issues about the dogs. They have the thoughts about another dog. They cannot think beyond that because their mind is not that advanced. So such instances, a dog, when the dog dies, very likely that the last thought of that physical body will be in something in relation to dogs itself. So the birth will be in the womb of another dog. So see how uh, how horrifying is this samsara journey is. You and me are born as human beings, and Lord Buddha has said that it's so rare to be born as a human being after death. Very likely it will be somewhere in an animal world or maybe in the hell. It's simply because uh, the current which was synchronized to the zygote doesn't stay at that level. When the thoughts start forming, what happens is there is a process of getting stronger and stronger currents. It's very unusual for a person to move towards the direction where the less and less current will be generated. Instead, what will happen is that more current will be generated, and the level of current at the time of the demise of this body will be much higher than the current that was initially telepathized. So, where we'll be going? We'll be going to a lower level, lower realm, definitely, with that high current. So now that we know this process, we know that we have to work on this, isn't it? We should look for a path where this current can be reduced, and should take the maximum precautions, or should take the maximum steps to make sure that the current becomes zero at the time of the collapse, or at the earliest time, so that by the time that this physical body comes to an end, the current should be zero. Then we are safe. Then we know that there is no current left to synchronize somewhere. This may sound like sort of fairy tales to somebody, but this is actually what happens. By doing more and more good things, by doing more and more meritorious things, what happens? Are the currents going to be, are the vibrations going to be thinner and softer? No. Currents or the vibrations will become more stronger, because those are called punya bisankara. You extend your current, your current becomes stronger. That means you are prolonging your samsara cycle. And what happens? You are collecting merits. You think that you are doing a lot of good things, and you feel that you are in a position to keep them collected, like you depositing money in an account. And more cravings occur actually with this meritorious work. That is where the bhavaya is constructed. Bhavaya means the existence. More good things you do, but you are expecting more in return. That is the difference. That is the difference between the Vishaka and you and me. If you and me do the meritorious work, we always have a hope that I will be born in a good realm. I will have a better life even in this birth, and then I will be definitely be able to born in a better, higher level realm, isn't it? But Vishaka, who was in the Sotapanna state, she was a good businessman, rich businesswoman. And Lord Buddha asked, "Why are you doing so much of meritorious work, Vishaka?" She said, "This makes me happy." She wasn't expecting anything in return. She wasn't expecting to be born in a higher realm. What are the general people do? They do lots of meritorious work. Hopefully, yes, they think that things will be fine for me and I'll be born in a better realm. So that is a dangerous part when you are expecting something in return to what you are doing, whether you are doing and giving an alms, or whether you are getting the monks to preach some sermons at your place, whether you are getting the pirit chanting at your place, you are donating various things to the people, constructing temples, mm, constructing stupas, offering Buddha statues. So many meritorious work people are doing, but always they are expecting something more than what they donate actually. So that is the bhavaya, that is a craving. Definitely there is no nirvana in that. So you can do the meritorious work, you can do the good things always, but when you are doing, do not expect anything in return. If that just helps you to make you happy of giving away, then you can do it. But also, some of our mothers who are uh, contributing or who are joining this some of these massive pujas, sometimes they have to join them because their families are doing or friends are doing. They say that they were reluctant and they didn't like that sort of offerings. They didn't want to go. So that sort of time, what you have to understand is that what is going in your mind. Turn the camera towards yourself. If there is some form of anger or ill will in relation to that alms giving, definitely you are the loser, isn't it? I mean, you can't change people 100%. There are many people who do not understand this Dhamma either. They always go for this type of activities with some hopes. So it may be better than doing nothing or going to the bad side. So it is maybe something better for a particular person, depending on the person's understanding of Dhamma. But in such situation, for a person who is listening to this Buddothpada Deshana, what Aryan Mahasi always advises is that you can join them, there's no problem, because you can't change the world, you can't change the attitudes and expectations of every person. Yes, if the person is willing to take this Dhamma, then you can explain. Otherwise, you can support them. You can support them, you can join those such activities, but always make sure that you have no ill will or anger or disappointment in relation to that. Then you are getting a harm done to you. Turn the camera towards you. See how the fire is rising up and down within you. That is yourself. That is a self which is coming up in waves, especially when you are doing, when they are doing various types of uh, routine chantings, routine offerings, which Lord Buddha has never advised. We know that there are lots and lots of different types of offerings are done by people. Those have never been mentioned in any of the sutras or any Dhamma books. They are all actually modern world type of offerings. People go behind this material work nowadays, and the more deeper and the important facts of Dhamma teachings have been sort of forgotten. And the Buddhist teaching also has been altered. So we are fortunate, very fortunate actually, to hear these Dhamma facts, the true Dhamma from Aryan Mahanse. So he never discouraged people going to the temple, offering flowers, and doing the other offerings, alms giving. So those are actually never discouraged, because those are actually part and parcel of the Buddhist culture. Always encourage them. But while they learn those facts, while they do those facts, learn about the true Dhamma side also. because always Lord Buddha mentioned that the Amisha puja or the material type of offerings are not the first one. Always it is a practical aspect. Who is following the Dhamma teachings, they are the ones who are number one, higher up on the list. Amisha puja was not banned but not encouraged either, because Lord Buddha said that it's not the path to nirvana. But as I said, uh, always if you happen to take part in such offerings, always turn towards you and see. Turn towards the self, turn the camera and see how the uproaring of the fire is occurring. So I wanted to discuss about these realms and the different levels of the mind, because it's important to know that this we had this belief about different worlds in this sense, but actually it's very clear that what Lord Buddha was trying to say was that these are different levels of the mind itself. And also we know that in the Buddhist history, it says that there were some three beautiful ladies. They are called Tanha, Rati, Raga. Those are actually names given for defilements. So it says that three beautiful ladies came and started dancing, playing music in front of him while he was seated under the bo tree with the determination that he's not going to get up, stand up without coming to the last understanding, the last Arhat state. And the three ladies were dancing and trying to take his attention and then failed and they went away. So again, who could be these three ladies? They are actually the own mind. The defilements which were remaining may have tried to sort of rouse the nature of the mind to the opposite side, but he could get over and he could defeat all of them. So they are purely his mind states itself, Lord Buddha's fluctuation probably of the feelings. So like that, there are many things that you can pick up from the sutras and the Buddhist stories, which interprets that even though it is written in the books as people or some unusual happenings, uh, but they could be variations of the mind itself, which is very compatible, because we know that Lord Buddha has repeatedly said that everything is in the mind, world is in the mind, chittena niyati loko. And so when he described everything is in the mind, and when he said that the world is created in the mind, then you can't talk about some other outside worlds, because that becomes contradictory to what he said. So you might come across more stories in this Buddhist history if you are a Buddhist already. Anyway, take those things with the deeper meaning. If you take the deep meaning, then you will not be taken away by that superficial, colorful story. The superficial, colorful story is necessary for a person who doesn't have a deep understanding about these Dhamma facts. So they should be attracted in some way to this Buddhism. So that may be the reason why the people who wrote the books, maybe the people with the literature ideas, have written these books with added colors, so that the person who reads it will take some time to think about it again, and then maybe going a little bit deeper and trying to understand these facts. Uh, so we know that it's the mind which we have to analyze always. Mind is the one which takes various appearances, put on various types of clothes, and then come out with various appearances. So don't believe that mind. And also mind tend to give lots of positive marks, saying that, oh yes, this is the understanding. I can understand very well now. It's very clear, yes, this is the last thing. I have come to the end. That sort of various, the mind will come up with various disguises, I would say. So those are the times that you need the help of the uh, noble friend to understand and get the things clarified. And it is said that it is a mind faculty is the one which is most difficult to understand, and it's most difficult to get convinced. So therefore, even if you feel very much relaxed, even if you feel that you don't feel angry anymore, you don't feel attached to the children or grandchildren anymore, Aryan Mahansi, your noble friend, always says, no, wait, have a look again. Have a clear look and see. There will be enough hidden places where the self-perception is hiding. You may have picked up only the large scale pebbles, but there are lots of fine sand hidden. So self-perception is not easy to get rid like that. More you find, more you will, more you look for, more you will find in unsuspected ways that the mind perception is there. Any situation where there is a fine preference or fine way of thinking that I like to maintain it, like to have it, those are all ways and means of mind perception coming. And finally, towards the end, for a person who is listening to Dhamma, final stage may be the willingness to listen to more and more Dhamma. So Dhamma Deshana, or the sermons, could have been the point where he is attracted. Or maybe a person might think that I know lots of Dhamma facts, and then kind of ego because of the knowledge, Dhamma Uddachya. Or maybe another person might say that by somehow I want to understand, or I want to reach the Arhat state or the Nirvana. So those are the finer places, especially our mothers who have been listening to this Deshana for several years. Those are the final points where the things are lingering. So we have to understand those also.